Hello and welcome, connoisseurs of fine common cardboard, to today's live stream. And boy, baby, are we back. I'm so pleased to be here with you all. To this day, today is the year anniversary of when I got my job, which took me away from streaming for the last year. And it is so good to be back. A year away from content. Here we are. So pleased to see a couple of you hopping in chat and really eager to talk to you today about Final Fantasy, a IP that I know almost nothing about, but damn have I been enjoying the cards printed through this new Universes Beyond collaboration from Magic the Gathering. So we're a bit rusty today, so bear with me as I get my bearings again and learn how to talk into a camera. And we're going to be experimenting with few new stream assets that I've been experimenting with, kind of working on over time in the background. I do want to give a brief life update and just talk with you a little bit about why it's taken so long to get back and why I'm so pleased to be back. Um, when I got this new job, for those of you in the supporters section, you were given regular updates on kind of where I've been at with that. But the new position working for an American Indian tribe here in my home state has taken a lot of my energy and focus away from the streaming side of things. And my level of responsibility in this new position is a lot higher than I've had in the past. And my commitment to the community that I serve is unwavering. And in that, it meant that there had to be something that gave. And it's basically just today that I've been able to really commit to getting back into it. So really pleased to be back. This position that I have now is giving me the opportunity to improve on some of the streaming assets, improve on my equipment. I have a brand new computer, which is not new anymore, but for some of you who don't know, I was able to purchase some new streaming equipment. I know that's going to be kind of blurry because I got the background blur on. I've got, new microphone, new peripherals, things that everybody's contributions through the members, through the patrons, have made this all possible. And every dime moving forward that comes in support through Patreon and the new Discord and YouTube memberships, which you can check out below, will go back in directly into improving the stream. So a couple of new updates, of course, that I just hinted to. We do have YouTube memberships now, and we have Discord memberships. The other thing to keep in mind is that I've revamped the Patreon and the memberships through YouTube and through Discord so that all tiers receive the same perks. Now, at the risk of this sounding like folks are losing things, you aren't. The goal is just to ensure that everybody gets access to these benefits and that people can contribute simply at the level that they desire. So if you feel like you're getting a lot of value out of this, if you feel like the supporters Discord section is something that brings a lot of value to you, if you want to make sure that someday I can compensate my mods, that we can continue to reinvest in the stream, I do implore you to take a look and check that out as well. But without further ado, let's talk about Final Fantasy, this IP that I know nothing about. I've done a little bit of research, tried to design the YouTube thumbnail to be a bit of a nostalgia hit for those of you who played the old games with the text backgrounds. But let's move right into it without further ado into Final Fantasy for Magic the Gathering, taking a look at this new set in context of cPDH Competitive Pauper Commander. Let's get started. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a different approach. In the past, I would have made a presentation where we could have talked about the individual interactions of the different cards and the different commanders that they might be appealing in. And this time, I wanted to try something a little bit different using Moxfield, where we're going to build a list in here of all the cards that I think are going to be really attractive into the future. And we'll kind of look at them through color. And then we'll also look at the commanders, which will be a separate list. So let's get started with white in this new set. So the first one we're going to talk about here is a Slash of Light. And white has been getting a lot of these effects lately, which are essentially instant speed kill spells that do not require that your opponent's creature be attacking or tapped. And this is pretty important because where white has traditionally suffered is in the realm of instant speed removal that can hit creatures unconditionally or permanents unconditionally. So, we have cards like Journey to Nowhere and Oblivion Ring and Reprobation and Realmbreaker's Grasp and Planner Disruption, things that are really effective at locking down creatures, sometimes artifacts, sometimes non-land permanents, restricting their ability to activate abilities, attack, block. And these cards are good, but we do really need to make sure that we have the ability to interact with people at instant speed. And that's where cards like Slash of Light come in. It plays really well into what white often does, which is go wide. We have a lot of ability to make tokens. We have the ability to flicker things to make more tokens. There are some prominent white decks like Abdel, which get access to a lot of creatures on board. The beauty of this one here is that it actually checks the number of equipment that we have too. It's only one white, so it's something we can splash, and it's going to allow us to interact on the stack with our opponent's threats without requiring that it be tapped or that it be attacking, which has traditionally been one of the Achilles heels of white decks. So this one right here, I expect we'll see some degree of play. There's a couple of commanders I can imagine this working with. Maybe Rayav is an example of that. Rayav is the Boros commander that really likes to have things either I think it's equipped, or actually we can take a look at this here. Just go Rayav. Anything that's equipped or enchanted. So this one is really going to benefit from a card like Slash of Light, because we're going to have the ability to deal damage based on not just the number of creatures that we have, but also the equipments that we have in play as well. And by the way, as we get started here, if you all in the chat would let me know whether the audio is coming through loud and clear, just give me a little thumbs up in the chat if you're seeing that now, and that'll just help me know that everything is working. I see my mixer here seems to be working just fine, but just a good thing to check. So this one, definitely good. It's not stellar. It's not Thraben Charm. Thraben Charm has the benefit of doing twice damage equal to the number of creatures you have, while also having the ability to destroy an enchantment. I think the other ruling on that one, I can't remember, but essentially that one is kind of like the penultimate of white removal spells. It's pretty hard to imagine that card. Oh yeah, just Exile's Graveyards as well. Yeah, that one doesn't see play in just about every white deck. But again, this is a replicate effect that we definitely like. Kind of like Hobbit Sting. It's an improved version of Hobbit Sting, which does it based on food. So moving on from this one here, we have Choco Mog. And Choco Mog is a 3-mana saga creature. This is a new category of things. Ah, yes. Hello, Zach there, picking up your dulcet tones. Very good. So summon Choco Mog, 3-mana, 3/3. This is a really interesting creature because it's very cheap for a repeatable anthem, and there are definitely decks that like this card. I think a good example of a deck that would really like this card is Kutzil, and Kutzil really just wants to see that a creature has some power different than its base power. And this card basically allowing us to get an anthem for this cheap repeatedly on a creature that we can bring back with cards like Recommission and Return Triumphant. Or if we're in black-white, we also get Unearth, and we get other effects that allow us to bring it back right away. So, it's not exactly clear where this one goes outside of Kutzil, but I think it's quite unique in that if we wanted an anthem that would increase the power of our board, we would be looking at a 4-mana spell, like an instant or a sorcery, or a 4 or 5-mana card with Battle Cry. And this is doing it for a discount for 3 mana. It's also a creature, and it's also an enchantment. So there's a lot of different ways that I could see this being used. And you can see that we get 4 activations of this. We get 4 turns of anthems on this. It's very, very nice. So this one here might be one of those cards where possibly it's just making its way into a whole new subset of decks, or it's making a new deck possible. There's a lot of potential homes for this. Also worth mentioning, this is flickerable. The enchantment sagas or the saga creatures can be grave flickered. So if you're an Orzhov, you can, in response to the last trigger, you can grave flicker it, bring it back. It itself is also an attacker, which is on rate, being a 3/3. Bird, Moogle, these creature types are not relevant really. But yeah, this one definitely looks like it has promise. The next thing I want to talk about is weapons vendor. And this one, oh yeah, Zach, good point. This one could play an Arabella. Yep. That one could, I mean, it could see play in like a lot of Boros go wide. Actually, I do want to mention another one. Abdel does come to mind for this one. Boros Abdel could be a home for this. But really, the fact that it's in white means that perhaps it's actually playable in any Abdel deck that isn't trying to do infinite flickering. So yeah, definitely interesting. So weapons vendor here, 4 mana, 2/2 human artificer. Artificer sometimes comes up, not all the time. When this one enters, draw a card. So right on the face value, we're getting kind of an ETB draw effect. Abdel does come to mind with this. It is 1 mana more expensive than we traditionally want to pay for that. Generally a 3 mana body that draws a card or digs for a card, something like Seagate Oracle, Roving Harper, Priest of Ancient Lore, Inspiring Overseer. These are all better versions of this in my mind. Some of them gain life, some of them have flying. And in this case, however, we do get a secondary benefit because at the beginning of combat on our turn, if we control an equipment, we can pay 1 to attach that equipment to target creature you control. So another home for this one that I'm envisioning is Akiri, potentially. Now, Akiri is a little interesting in that these commanders that make you want to have a lot of attackers when they come down so that you can immediately draw cards. They don't tend to work well with a 4 mana spell. Um, because the way I read Akiri is that we want to have at least a creature attacking the turn that Akiri comes down, because then we're drawing a card from her. Ideally, we'd like to have more. Kutzil is another one. If you're not building Kutzil as slimes, which I do think is my preferred mechanism for Kutzil, then the way that I see Akiri playing out is somewhat similar. We want to have an evasive attacker, that's 1 mana that we can easily equip with something like a leather armor or a bone splitter or a bone saw, something like that, where we're sort of like building our own Ophidian creature, one that when it does damage, it draws us a card. The beauty of Akiri, of course, is you just need to attack the player. And, the goal with Akiri would be that we're drawing 3 extra cards every turn. And so perhaps a card like Weapons Vendor is actually something we run out after Akiri, right, on 4. That's certainly a possibility. Maybe Rayav, although generally speaking, we're operating with not a lot of mana. But this ability to discount the equipment of a spell is really good with the cards that, let's see, it's type equipment. It is MV equals 1, O attach, format PDH. There we go. So these effects here, like Dueling Rapier, Inventor's Axe, Murin Bane Splitter, even this Rose Thorn Halberd, these effects here are very expensive to equip after they've come down. And the reason that we get them for 1 mana is that, well, the beauty of it is we get them for 1 mana. They attach automatically, but then the cost of that is that later on the equip cost is 3 or 4, or we can only do it once, right? Like 4 for this one. And regardless, even, like a Golem Skin Gauntlet, being able to switch it onto there for a discount is nice. But that does help with some of these. And these are really appealing because a lot of times these decks that want to have, equipped creatures attacking, these are really appealing because, one, our creatures are sort of insignificant in the sense of like, okay, we made a, 2 mana, 3/1 flying, right? Like, not incredible, but it's the fact, the synergy that builds up from that, and the fact that these aren't really good for targets for removal. You know, generally speaking, if somebody has a lightning bolt, they're saving it for something much more important than a healer's hawk, you know, like a 1/1 flying lifelink. If we give it +2 power and we're hitting people with it, that's generally not going to attract a lot of attention. So anyways, that's where I see this one fitting in. You know, at baseline, it does just draw a card. It is a human. Artificer, there's some minor synergies there, some that are also in the set. The next one is exceptionally good. White Oracite. This card surprised me quite a lot. This is gonna see play, and like I would expect, if I were building Abdel, I would be putting this in every Abdel deck. It's double tapping what we want, right? We're getting removal for 1 mana premium on what is essentially a 3 mana rock. You could also see this as a, you know, like an arcane signet that has a 2 mana oblivion ring on it. But generally speaking, you know, these rocks that come into play untapped and make a colored mana, they tend to be 3 mana. So we're getting, for 4 mana, we're getting an oblivion ring and a mana producing rock. And what this is nice for is it allows us to condense our slots in our cPDH decks. This one compresses 2 slots into one, which is that we're getting removal on a mana rock. So do note that it is only an opponent controls, meaning that we can't, you know, we can't do any sort of combo stuff with this. This is a fair and square removal spell. It's also an artifact though, instead of being like an oblivion ring that made mana, which is nice for the Orzhov Abdel decks that are really interested in playing cards like Pact Doll Terror. So this is also going to trigger with this one whenever an artifact enters. So definitely a nice include there. From here, we're going to move on to blue and talk about a couple of these effects. The first one is Dreams of Laguna. And Dreams of Laguna is, you know, this is consider surveil 1, then draw a card for 2 mana. So we're paying a premium on that. The premium, however, does get us a flashback effect. This is, I would say, a strict upgrade on, oh, what's the card? It's Think Twice. You know, 2 mana, draw a card, flash it back for 3, draw a card. This one is the same on the front half, a little bit more on the back half, but we're surveilling and drawing a card. So cards like this, you know, I haven't played a ton of them in decks lately. I generally find that the 3 mana flash it back, draw a card isn't exactly what I'm looking for, but this has definitely got the card quality to find its way into certain homes. Particularly, Ghost of Ramirez de Pietro is one where this is really good. Ramirez. Yes. So in this deck right here, this card is basically it's a draw 2, right? We're going to surveil a card into the graveyard. We're going to get it back with Ghost, and we're going to draw that other card. And we're going to be able to do it twice. And when we flash it back, we're going to make a zombie. So we're actually going to make 2 zombies out of this, or 3. Oh yeah, actually that's even better than I thought, right? So you surveil the first card in, and then draw a card, and then Ghost picks up the other card, make a zombie. When we flash it back, it leaving the graveyard would make a zombie off of Tormod, and then we're going to surveil a card, recover it with Ghost, draw a card, and then draw a card off the spell. So this is definitely a kind of card you would want to see in that deck. This is a pretty perfect card for that, actually. Insofar as the deck were built the way it traditionally has been built, which was very creature light. However, some of the Ghost of Ramirez de Pietro and Tormod the Desecrator decks that I've looked into building, and the ones that I think are really the most exciting, are actually more creature based. But this is still a 2 mana instant speed draw 2. Although if we want the draw 2, it needs to be sorcery speed. So very good card. Like this one a lot. The next one is Rook Turret, and this card has me wondering whether I need to be playing this one and Sky Swimmer Koi in TPI. in Third Path Iconoclast. Rook Turret is a 4-mana 3/3 flying. It itself is a construct and an artifact, which is kind of a big deal. It means it's going to trigger off of creature pingers. It's going to trigger off of artifact pingers. And whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. This is an infinite outlet for Banishing Knack. It is an infinite outlet for Mirror Retriever combo. It can also be an infinite mana for a Ghostly Flicker loop. If we have another artifact in play, then we can flicker that artifact with our Ghostly Flicker infinitely to draw our deck, or to draw through our deck to find our win condition. So it kind of acts like a win condition as a proxy. The fact that it's just a 3/3 flyer is also quite nice. The 3 toughness means it doesn't die to, Drown in Sorrow, Fiery Cannonade, Breath Weapon. It does die to Sulphurous Blast. It might die to Pestilence or Crypt Rats, although unlikely on the first activation. So this one is really good. This is also really good in any Abdel blue deck, because when we start to flicker our artifact rocks and this, it's going to see all of those cards come in at the same time, and we're going to get a heckload of triggers. Hey there, Annie. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. But yeah, Rook Turret is really just quite exceptional. I'm bullish on this. In Third Path Iconoclast, this card goes hard as hell. If we can run this out on, turn, technically, no, so it's probably a turn 4 spell, to be quite honest. We go turn 2 TPI, turn 3, maybe a pinger and a cantrip, turn 4 Rook Turret. That could set us up for quite the engine that would allow us to dig for some of our most powerful spells. So I really, really like the design of this card. It is a functional copy of a card that was already good, but it itself being an artifact is quite exciting. So big ups on this one. And I kind of like the art too. It's kind of cool. This like blend of sci-fi, fantasy, steampunk, the gilded, Gilded Age kind of stuff. It's quite cool. The next one is Ice Flan. And what I want to talk about with this card is less the card itself and more the general direction that WotC is taking with these cycling creatures. So the card itself is 4/2 blue for an elemental ooze. It is a 5/4 with island cycling for 2. Island cycling does, of course, mean that you can get Mystic Sanctuary, as well as your dual lands that are also islands. When it enters the battlefield, we're going to tap down an artifact or a creature our opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. And what I really, really like about these new cards, and there's a couple of them, right? We have the backup cyclers like Gloomfang Mauler and the Mountain Troll or something like that. It's a 6 mana 4/2 trample with backup to if you put the counters on something, then you give it trample as well. And then also the black one, which we're going to talk about in a moment here, is giving them an enter the battlefield effect. There's a lot of reasons this is super strong. It allows us to flicker these effects. It allows us to reanimate them. It allows us to grave flicker them if they're going to die. And it also means that at baseline, we are getting some amount of value for a creature that was ultimately kind of expensive right at the outset, which means that the only way to stop the effect is to counter it. And I think that this is a really good place for these cards to be. I still do think, and I know that other formats might struggle with this, but I do think that there is a balance to be struck on the cycling cost. I think that if there were, basic island cycling for 1, I would prefer that. I would prefer that this be 1. And I think that's important for limited as well as for other formats too. The fact that they can fetch duels at the cost of an extra mana makes them kind of unplayable in most places. And in our format, it just kind of hurts. If we ever need to use it to fix our mana, then it's 2 mana, finding a dual land, and then playing it tapped. They're kind of slow. But at the same time, this is just a very generically playable card. This is another card that there's a lot of cards in the set that are really good in Abdel. This is one of them. We make enough mana in Abdel that paying 2 to cycle in a pinch to find a land is fine. And also the reality is that we can reliably cast this. So I think that the comparison that I would make here is actually with Alabaster Host Intercessor, which is a plain cycling for 2 for a 3/4, and then it's just an Oblivion Ring, right? This one only hits creatures, so it's more like a Journey to Nowhere. But this is a card that I quite like in Abdel. It allows us to compress our slots nicely. But where the Slan, or the Flan, sorry, is even better is that it's fetching a much better utility land, which is Mystic Sanctuary. It's also a 5/4, right? This tangles with big creatures, can tangle with, with like a Dargo, which is a 7/5. It can tangle with a Gurmag Angler. There's a lot of different things that this can tango with, which I like a lot. Also, tapping things down and putting a stun counter on it. If you can loop that, sort of starts to function like a murder, which is really good. So yeah, I like this. And moreover, more importantly, I just like the design of it, of giving these things ETBs, right? We don't really want like a vanilla creature, right? There needs to be some payoff for casting a 6-mana spell that can't be negated by a kill spell. So very, very cool. And now we're on to what is arguably one of the finest cards in the whole set. And to be quite honest, I never really anticipated that we would get anything like this. And that is a black Firebrand Archer, but it's so much better than a Firebrand Archer. This one on stats is a Firebrand Archer, but the equipment element of it means that we can make any creature a Firebrand Archer, which means that removal is no longer sufficient to actually take this effect out of play. It goes beyond that, though. The creature itself does not have the ability. It's on the equipment, which means that we can plunder away the creature using cards like Village Rites, Corrupted Conviction, Deadly Dispute, Reckoner's Bargain, Eviscerator's Insight. The fact that it's a token means that it works with Rowan's Grim Search. We can use it with Dig Up the Body to turn an incidental token into a dig 4, pull 2 out of the graveyard, which is kind of like a dig through time, right? Like it's really good. And then, pingers traditionally have just been some of the best threats in the format. And they're good in combat in the sense that they are inexpensive. They have haste in many cases, right? Because you can cast this and immediately start casting spells to do damage. They're unblockable because it just does damage to their face. And the creatures functionally have vigilance because they can sit back and block if you need to. So pingers are insane in this format. They're very, very good. There's a reason why a lot of aggro decks and a lot of mid-range decks lean into pingers, but it goes further than that. This is an infinite outlet for so many different decks. If you are playing Baleful Strix, one of your ways to win is to just draw your deck into a win condition, right? You Ghostly Flicker, you flicker your Baleful Strix with your infinite mana, you draw your deck. Having a Black Mage's Rod in play will facilitate your plunder effects, but it also just wins the game on the spot, right? This also goes, the same goes for Banishing Knack. The same goes for a Flicker combo in Orzhov Abdel. There are so many ways in which this is really strong. It is generically one of the highest card quality spells I think that we've ever seen in black, outside of some of the like legacy cEDH staples. You're Culling the Weak, Dark Ritual, Pestilence, Oubliette, Crypt Rats. But this is damn near very, very close based on the way that mono black has evolved. It's great. This is a very, very good spell. And I expect this to see play broadly in most black decks. And when we talk about staple cards in cPDH, the reality is that we're being descriptive, not prescriptive. And I want to talk about that for a moment. We've talked about it in other live streams from ages gone by, from a year ago. where when we talk about staples, it's best to be descriptive in that we can expect with a high degree of confidence that a lot of decks are going to want this effect. Okay. A lot of decks are going to want this kind of card. Um, but not every deck will want this card. Okay. So a good example would be like Hollow Marauder. You could play it in there, right? You could play it in there and it feeds your plunder. It helps you win the game, but it's not a creature. And Hollow Marauder doesn't have a lot of time or space, mainly space. When I say time, I really mean space. Doesn't have a lot of space for an effect that is not a creature when we really want to be at or above 40 creatures in the deck. But regardless, this is amazing. I don't know if Wizard will ever come up as something that is important. There are a couple of minor cards that care about Wizards, but regardless, this is very sick, very strong. Also worth mentioning that if you flicker this, you are getting an infinite stream of 1/1s, which is pretty sweet because I mean, in Abdel, it just means that you're doing that much more damage, even if you're not going infinite, right? You're just getting an infinite stream of 1/1s. It just detaches. It's not like a germ token where it dies if you unattach it. So, a lot of great homes for this. This is pretty busted. The other deck too that is worth mentioning is actually the Torwauki. Torwauki the Younger is a deck that has I was one of the first people to be really excited and to build around it. It's our Rakdos Pinger deck, and it is a 5-mana 3/3. If another source you control would deal non-combat damage to a permanent or player, it deals 1 more instead. So that means every trigger is going to be 1 more damage. And this is really good in that deck because we can attach it to Torwauki, we can attach it to another creature. There's just a lot of powerful ways that we can use this this effect. Okay, so moving on from there, on to our next powerful black spell, and that is Resentful Revelation. Now, Resentful Revelation is technically the same as Ransack the Lab or Strategic Planning, which is in blue, and that is 2 mana. Look at the top 3 cards, take one of them into your hand. It's not a draw effect, and then the rest into your graveyard. This will be good in Gormod, which is Tormod plus Ghost. It's also, even though it's not a creature, this is actually a card that I'm experimenting with in Hollow Marauder. And the experimentation that I'm doing with this right now is to consider which I would prefer more, a Horror of the Broken Lands or a Lurching Rot Beast, which is 1 mana, 1 black, cycle, discard it, draw a card, right? So reliably fills our graveyard, fills in our curve, and also puts a creature in the graveyard. Or would we prefer Resentful Revelation, Ransack the Lab? And generally speaking, we want creatures, right? But in the early and the late game, this is quite a bit better because Resentful Revelation could pitch 2 creatures into the graveyard and get us a 3rd land, right? It's more flexible. Am I happier to see a Horror, a Lurching Rot Beast, or a Resentful Revelation and a Ransack the Lab? And I think that my intuition tells me the 2 mana version of this, right, that is likely to put statistically 1 creature into the graveyard while giving us some card selection, or it could be at the very best pitch 2 creatures, get a land. There's a lot of different ways that this could be better. It does have flashback. I will admit 7 mana is very expensive for this effect, and I do wish that it were less. But I think that this is a great card. We've got Jin Shooting Star. Welcome. Glad to have you back, buddy. And yes, it is very good to be back. So I'm glad you made it to the stream. And thank you for everybody who's joining right now and for being here with me today. So Resentful Revelation, is it a banger? No. Is it going to see play everywhere? I don't think so. Although, to be quite honest, Resentful Revelation and Ransack the Lab are worth considering alongside Night's Whisper and Sign in Blood. And I haven't really given them the credence of that in the past, but the fact that they dig 1 deeper and that they don't lose us a life and that neither of them are black black, does make them more appealing. And, they don't need to be card advantage if they're just good card selection, and filling the graveyard is often something we care about. So this is a perfectly fine card. I love to see when they just make a functional reprint that is a direct upgrade of a card that we had before that was playable. I think that's really exciting. So I'll be experimenting with this one in Hollow Marauder. This is a banger in Ghost of Ramirez Tormod. We're getting a lot of cards that are good for that. But yeah, definitely take a look at Resentful Revelation and consider where you might find a home for it. The next one here that I want to talk about is Vane's Treachery. And we did get a lot of good black cards in this set, which is not a new thing. It seems like every set brings us a whole host of new powerful black spells, and oftentimes they're replicate effects. Vane's Treachery is a direct reprint of Final Flourish. And Final Flourish is a great spell, right? It's splashable because it's 1 and a black. It sacrifices creatures or artifacts, which I will often describe as omnivorous. And baseline, it's giving -2, -2. -2, -2 is enough to kill most combo creatures, which is the time early in the game where we are least likely to have something to sacrifice. So if we're thinking about timing on this, it is still effective early when we're killing an untapper, when we're killing an Archaeomancer, when we're killing a smaller commander. And then later on, we can sacrifice a creature or an artifact for value to give -6, -6, which is basically murder in our format. -6, -6 is a lot. It gets through Indestructible, which, not the biggest deal, but there are certain decks out there that when they're in black in particular, and Regenerate too, worth mentioning. Um, there are certain decks in black that need to get into combat. And then a lot of them also need to do damage, which means that we're going to tend towards Indestructible instead of Grave Flickers because we can't afford to miss out on our combat step. Whether it's attack or do damage, you go to combat. If you have to Grave Flicker your commander because somebody killed it, then we're not going to get our attack step. We're not going to get that whole effect. So like Dalek Squadron, Crypt Rats is another one that will do things with Indestructible, with all the Indestructible Death Touch effects that are out there right now. And this gets around that. It also gets around Regenerate. So like red decks that use Goblin Chirurgeon, which is let's see, one red for a 0/1, sacrifice a goblin, regenerate target creature. This gets around that as well. So great spell. This one will also be going in Hollow Marauder because it allows us to reuse it. It's also instant speed. It's splashable. There's a lot of really good reasons to play this. But basically, like Rakdos Plunder decks that have a lot of like token fodder, that have a lot of artifact fodder, they really like Vane's Treachery. So I love getting replicate effects. This is exactly, one of the best reasons to play this format is that it's not like we just got a card that pushed out other cards. We got another version of a card that was already very desirable. This will be great in Dalek Squadron as well. It's good against it and good in it. So on to the next one here. We have Ahriman. This is kind of spelled like Ahriman from Warhammer. I kind of, I don't like the art on a select number of cards in this set, but for some reason, this one, it's kind of growing on me. So this one is really good. I don't know exactly what homes this is an auto pick in, but 3 mana for a 2/2 flying Death Touch on its own is already a pretty good card. The fact that it can pay colorless mana only to sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw a card means that this is a repeatable sack outlet. It's omnivorous, which is big. We didn't have one of those before that allowed us to sack artifacts or creatures over and over and over again to draw cards. But this is a payoff for infinite mana in certain combos. It is like Ashnod's combo. This would also draw our deck as an outlet in Abdel because we're going to make infinite mana and then we're going to sacrifice infinite creatures to draw infinite cards. So at baseline, this is going to come down. It's going to chip in for a little bit of damage potentially. It's going to eat a big attacker, and it's probably going to draw a lot of card along the way. This one could also see play in Hollow Marauder as well. Black Abdel. There's a couple of different places for it. This one is a little less obvious, like where its home is, but it is undeniably an improvement over cards like Spark Reaper. Spark Reaper is a 3-mana 2/3. It does get the extra toughness, which is desirable in black decks because we sweep for 2 a lot. But this one is only a creature, and it does gain you a life. We also have like a Gibbering Barricade, which is the same. It's got a little more toughness. You gain life, but it can only sack creatures, and it uses black mana. And the reason that this colorless mana is so important is because in certain combos, like Ashnod's Altar combo, if you don't have to have a mana filter in play, it's really, really nice to be able to condense your combo by 1 card, right? We don't have to have an Urn of Godfire. We don't need an Energy Refractor. We just draw our deck. This one notably only sacks other creatures. It can't sack itself, which is a bit of a loss. It doesn't gain life, but the fact that it's like flying, death touch, artifacts, and creatures is pretty sick nasty. I like this one a lot. The last one we're going to talk about is a heater. Okay, this one is, like Black Mage's Rod and Cornered by Black Mages are both so pushed. Cornered by Black Mages is just a Chainer's Edict and a Firebrand Archer on a spell. Cornered by Black Mages and Black Mage's Rod are single-handedly going to make Witherbloom Apprentice a real deck again. I'm not necessarily certain that it wasn't a real deck before, but you certainly didn't see a lot of people playing it. And I certainly wasn't playing it. But having black pingers that trigger off of non-creature spells is just so attractive. And the fact that it's slot compressing for a premium of 1 mana, we're getting an Edict and a Firebrand Archer. So yeah, it's a little bit more mana than we would want to pay for a removal spell. It's about what we would pay for a pinger. If they printed a card that was a 0/1, every time you cast a non-creature spell, deal damage to every player in black on a creature, I would play that in so many decks. But the fact is, this does that and makes 1 player sack a creature. It's also going to trigger off of Witherbloom. It's going to trigger off of our pingers that trigger off of instants and sorceries, non-creature spells. It's going to trigger off of Molten Gatekeeper and your Impact Tremors because it's also making a body. This thing is straight gas. This card in Torwauki is so stupid, okay? Because you cast it, Torwauki picks off the fodder, and then they sack their big thing, and then we get a pinger that is going to do 2 damage. It's a gutter snipe. It's making a gutter snipe, right? This card is just like, if you had asked me if we were going to get this and Black Mage's Rod, if you described these cards, I just wouldn't have said that you were likely to be right. They're really good. I like them a lot. They're not broken, but they're very good, and they're going to see a lot of play. So definitely pumped about all that. The next one we're going to talk about, I'm not certain this one will see play, but it's possible. Shinra's Reinforcements. It's a mill creature. It mills a little bit less than like your Crow of Dark Tidings or your Gorging Vulture, which for 3 mana, they both mill 4. It does gain 3 life, and it does have 3 toughness, though. So it's worth looking into. It's also worth considering whether, these sort of mill cards like this could, on a creature, could also see play in Ghost of Ramirez Tormod. in a version of the deck that is built around um, Tortured Existence. And what's that card called that regenerates? It is format PDH ID equals black type creature O exile O regenerate. Yeah, zombie scavengers, this one. Zombie scavengers and Tortured Existence are both ways to have very, very explosive turning points, like pivot points in your match, where you're building, you're generating value, you're, killing things when needed. And then at a certain point, you're able to pivot and be like, I'm going to exile 10 creatures right on the spot, and I'm going to make 10 2/2s at instant speed. Or Tortex, where the moment you get it out in that deck, you're just spending every black mana you've got into making as many zombies as you can. So I think that that's where maybe this kind of a card could find a home. If a person chose to play this in Hollow Marauder, I wouldn't criticize them because it is gaining more than 3 life, right? It's going to block and then it's gaining 3 life. So if you wanted to play a more defensive slot, if you're playing a Hollow Marauder and you're in a meta that is somehow like very hostile to you, then you could swap out, Crow of Dark Tidings for this, for example. It does mill one more card at the beginning than Crow does, because Crow is enters, mill 2, leave, dies, mill 2. This just mills 3. The benefit of Crow is that you can attack people with it, you can block with it, and in some cases in Hollow Marauder, you actually want your creatures to die to your own sweepers, because you're killing everything else. It's just feeding the Marauder. But again, this is nice. What I like about it is that we're getting a little extra beat. We're getting a little extra value for our spell, right? The way they templated it is that we're milling 3, gaining 3. I really like that, because the self-mill creatures are an area where we could use some improvements. I mean, quite frankly, I think that we are very much ready for Stitcher's Supplier at common. Obviously this would slay in 60 card. This would be very, very good. It would easily be the best mill creature in the entire format, the best mill spell probably. But more stuff like this, right? Even a 2-mana version of this would be perfectly sick. So yeah, this is exciting for sure. The next one is a slam dunk. Also probably in most mono black decks. And that is Marlboro, the cigarette smoking plant horror. This card is a 4/4 for 6. It's got 2 black pips for Gary, and it's instantaneously making everybody lose a card. Everybody discards a card, they lose 2 life, and they exile the top 3 cards of your library. Now, that last clause, exile the top 3, I am super confused by this. I don't know why this is there. If somebody in chat wants to give me a thought as to what the thinking was, maybe in the set design, are there other cards that are working with the exile zone that I'm not aware of? But it just seems like this effect should have been each player mills 3. And I very much wish it was. But regardless, it's a black 4/4. It's very tough. It finds Witch's Cottage because of the swamp cycling. And it's probably this is probably one of the best swamp cyclers we've gotten since Troll of Khazad-dûm, because it enters and it immediately does 6 damage. And there's not a single, Gloomfang Mauler, you pay 1 more for it, and you're going to +2/+2 and trample, which ends up being, like a lot of damage, because we're going to give something the ability to punch through for a lot more damage than it would have if it just ate a blocker. But this is like S tier for mono black decks, maybe Rakdos decks that are, control decks that are looking to have, a little extra meat built into the deck, and to compress their slots by swapping some basics for cards like this, or inflating their mana base to 35 or 36 lands by having a couple of creature recyclers. This is great to Grave Flicker, but again, just like the Ice Flan, this is giving us a lot of value right at the outset for it resolving it all. And I think that that's really, really important. I'm excited to see this pattern continue into the future, because if we're spending 6 mana for something, it better do something like right away. So as we get more of these, I will definitely be playing them. This one was also a slam dunk in Hollow Marauder, as you might anticipate. Okay, so those are our black cards here. Now we're going to go into red. And the first one we're going to cover is extremely nasty in Zada. My friends, we are at peak Zada right now. The Zada of today is so much scarier than the Zada of like 3 years ago when everybody was playing blue. Counterspells are among the very, very few answers to Zada that prevent them from just killing the table on the spot. And the other one is Wraths and Sweepers. Before Zada comes down, you wrath the board, Zada comes down, there's not a lot of creatures left, so they're not drawing as many cards, right? But haste magic is insanity. Instant speed, +3/+1, and haste. This is really gross, because if you are going off of Zada, and say you have you cast Zada, you have 2 mana left, you go 1 mana, battle him, make 5, cast a Renegade Tactics, draw some more cards, draw battle him, cast a what's the the one that makes 3 goblins, Hordling Outburst. You can Hordling Outburst and then haste magic, and now you're putting, what is that, 12 damage onto the battlefield for that turn exactly. And on top of that, you're drawing just a staggering number of cards, drawing them, because you can play them until the end of your play it until your next end step. And so this is really, really good. The haste is just cherry on top. This is a strict upgrade over Blazing Crescendo. Blazing Crescendo did not give haste. So yeah, this is very busted. It's very, very good in Zada. If you have a combat focused deck, something like Heartfire Hero, this is also really good, because this is kind of reading, +4, +2, because of the heroic ability that it has. I can't remember what that ability is called. But the ability to also draw a card off of it is really good. It's also kind of translating to, I'm going to hit somebody for 4 in Heartfire Hero, and when it dies, if it dies this turn, I'm going to hit everybody for 12 more damage, right, in total. 4, 4, 4 more than what we had before. So very, very sick, very strong card. Next one is another cycler. You'll notice this one does not have an ETB, which it is too bad. But this is a strict upgrade, I think, on the other red cyclers that we've gotten in the past, because it's both got trample and haste. So this thing is going to come out and it will do damage, right? That's kind of how it gets the ETB, is that you're going to get some damage right away at the beginning. Mountain cycling is not great. The utility land is not something that we play a lot of in any deck. Dwarven Mine, I think it is. It's just not very good. But this is definitely playable. You have to compare this against cards like Seismic Monstrosaur, which is the same mana cost. It's bigger by 1 point of toughness and power. It sacks lands to draw a card for 3 mana, and still has trample. So will this see play? Probably somewhere, but I think it depends on how many slots you want to dedicate to stuff like this. So maybe like a mono red deck that wants to compress some land slots into some threats. Like a big red deck, like Fear of Missing Out, maybe, or sorry, Fear of Burning Alive. You could play it there potentially. If you're willing to cut like 2 basics, you've got enough ramp that you can, go like turn 2 tapped Mana Rock, turn 3, play a mana rock, cycle, and get your next land. So yeah. Nope, nope. We want to go through here. I'm not sure why this is skipping the way it is, but we've got item shopkeeper. Whenever you attack, target equipped creature gains menace. This is going to be really good in Rayav. This is going to be good in Ikuri. Any, like Brunner Battlehammer, anything that really likes to have equipped creatures in play, giving them menace is going to be really strong, because what those decks often lack is the ability to actually convert that damage to face reliably. They're kind of like the Abyss. If you just give something double strike, it's the Abyss. It's not actually pushing damage in a lot of cases. Sometimes it will, but yeah, this is good. 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever you attack, and it doesn't need to attack itself, right? It can just sit back and grant things menace over and over again. Next one is Red Mage's Rapier. This is another one of those non-creature effects, but whereas the other ones turn the creature into a Firebrand Archer, this is actually turning that creature into, I guess, what we could call like a worse Kiln Fiend. The +2/+0 for non-creature spells is good. This is going to be good in Levon, Sword Coast Sailor, or Levon, the red one that gets Indestructible and Death Touch, which is Shadow Thieves, Agent of Shadow Thieves. It itself is a non-creature spell that is also on a creature. This one is also good in Rayav, because every time we cast equipment, our creature, which this is a creature on face value, it's already equipped, right? Is going to be hitting for 6. It's going to be a 3/1 double strike. It's good in Ikuri because it's cheaper than Ikuri. So we could go turn 1, 1-drop, Bonesaw, turn 2 Red Mage's Rapier, turn 3 Ikuri, and it's an equipped creature that can already attack and draw you a card. The equip for 3 is a little more than we want to spend, but it's not 4, right? It is reasonably re-equipable. So I like this. It's also something, there's a world where maybe we're playing Rakdos, like in the Rakdos Levon, if you're in that one, where you could potentially plunder away the hero for value, and then later on be able to re-equip it. So I definitely like this one too. The next one is Sabo Tender, and I love this. This is, in my opinion, a strict upgrade on what we had before, which was Spitfire Lagak, which is a 4-mana creature. Now, it does get much better stats. Spitfire Lagak is a 3/4 lizard, and this one is a 2/1. This one happens to randomly have reach, which, sure, I guess that's fine. This is good in Aranis Street Urchin because it's very cheap. It comes down before Street Urchin, and Street Urchin is playing 2 lands a turn. You're playing a land from your hand, and you're playing a land from your graveyard, and so you're getting lots of pings off of this. That's good because that deck also plays Snake Umbra. So you can put Snake Umbra on this, and every time you play a land, you're going to draw 3 cards. It's also a way to apply pressure to the table that Aranis very much needs. However, there are other homes for this too, because really, it just needs to be a red deck that plays lands. So another one would be Brushfire Elemental, which is the red-green landfall. Every time you play, every time a land comes into play, you're getting +2/+2. I want to say, is that right? I think it's +2/+2. Brushfire Elemental. Yeah, that's right. Yep. So I really like this. It's another pinger. It's quite possible that you could play this like in other decks too. Oh, you know where this is also really good is in the new Rydia. Because this deck puts a lot of lands into play. This is like the new Tatiova. The ability to, loot or to rummage when you landfall means that we're playing a lot of like Harrow, Cultivate, Kodama's Reach type stuff that is going to very quickly give us like 2 to 3 land drops a turn. And the Sabo Tender is going to pay us off really hard for that. And it's only 2 mana. So that's pretty darn cool. The next one is Laughing Mad. This one is a functional reprint of what is it called? Ecstatic Revelation. What is that one called? Revelation. ID equals red. Yeah, Electric Revelation. Yeah, it's a functional copy of that. And I think that these effects, there are certain decks that would really like this. Any deck that, like a Tormod deck, might care about things leaving the graveyard. It is technically, card advantage if you use both ends. There are certain decks that really, really like to fill up their graveyard. This is also good for turning on Madness. There are homes for this. I think it's more limited than others out there. But on the bright side, it's basically a Harlequin from Warhammer 40K. It looks exactly like a Harlequin. So yeah, having replicate effect of this, would have preferred it maybe to be like a plunder that allows us to discard or sacrifice, something along those lines. But I do have a deck where I am playing Laughing Mad. And I think that the flashback, well, actually the flashback for any deck that likes to have lots of spells available to it and to be able to continually re-trigger things, this is going to be really good at helping you dig through flood. If you get a lot of lands, being able to get rid of them to get new action is really good. So 3 mana, this is it's whatever. And 4 mana, but this is definitely a good card to have gotten. So, all right, now for what is arguably my favorite red card printed in the whole set, and that is Mysidian Elder. This card is super stupid, like really, really super stupid. 3 mana, makes 2 bodies, triggers twice off of impact tremors effects, and is itself a Firebrand Archer that feeds plunder, right? Because you can always sacrifice the Mysidian Elder to a plunder effect, and you still have the pinger. But furthermore, it is a human wizard, and it itself can be unearthed, right? Because it's 3 mana. It can also be recommissioned. You can return triumphant it, and you can flicker this stupid thing. If you flicker it, you're going to get more than 1 Firebrand Archer. And wow, is that so dumb? This card is probably one of the best cards in Boros Abdel. This, I just can't say enough about it. The fact that we can recur it, we can flicker it, we can sacrifice it, and it's still basically like, if this card was just a 3 mana Firebrand Archer, we would play this in like a lot of red decks, a lot of them. A 1/3 Firebrand Archer for 3 would just be like instantly insane in so many decks. Furthermore, this card is like really stupid in Third Path Iconoclast, because it also helps us feed Convoke. It helps us with cards like Shared Discovery, right? It helps us with cards like Heartfire, Improvised Club, where we need to sacrifice a creature. It makes Massive Raid that much better. It's triggering our Impact Tremors, our Witty Roastmaster, Molten Gatekeeper. This is like the best red card in the whole set by a very, very wide margin. And I am so stoked to see this kind of text. Be very interested to see more of this in the future. Human might be relevant. Actually, human is very relevant. Yeah. Yeah, actually, so here we go. If TPI dies and this is in play, we have a human and we created a non-human, which means that this is really good with of one mind. You need to have a human and a non-human. That's exactly what this is. This card is so stupid. It's so good. So yeah, definitely be finding homes for this in the future. Boros, TPI, Abdel, Fear of Burning Alive, Torwauki, any red pinger deck, just awesome. Very, very good. Next one is Summon GF Ifrit. Boy, there's a lot of text on this card. 3 mana, 3/2. We're gonna get 2 rummages. It itself is 3 mana for Unearth and for other value spells. It's gonna give us an extra mana on 2 of our turns, and it's gonna rummage along the way. I mean, this card has a lot of text that we like on it. This will be good in Fear of Burning Alive. I don't really know exactly what the other homes for this are. It could be that this is actually playable in Zada because it is digging a little bit. It comes down before Zada. It makes mana. And one of the key ingredients in Zada is that we want all of our mana generation to be on creatures, ideally. So this does all that. It's a reasonable body. I don't know if I have a whole lot more to say about this in terms of, intuitive homes for it, but yeah, I mean, there's probably something here. This is actually good in Boros. Oh, come on back up. There we go. This is good in Boros Abdel, potentially. It's like an ETB rummage that you can use to dig through your deck. If you flicker it, you're getting that too. The only thing is the mana production part of this is on stage 3 and stage 4. So that might be where I guess it's good. This is probably best in like a Zada deck that winds up. So we're talking about more of like a fair mid-range pinger Zada deck where we're drawing less cards off of our spells, but we're doing immediate unblockable damage without being like a kill on sight. When Zada isn't drawing like 1 mana draw 7, 1 mana draw 10, stuff like that, and it's just pinging people instead, it doesn't demand the same kind of answer as a Zada that is going to hit everybody for like 135 damage and just win the game on the spot. So definitely one to keep your eye out for. Hard to know exactly what this does, but it's got reasonable text on it. Okay. Am I missing any other red ones here? Nope, that's all of them. Let's go on to green now. So the first one we have is Airship Crash. I don't know that this is... I include it here because it actually has more than 3 modes. It has 4. This is a very, very flexible spell. Artifact, enchantment, creature with flying, or 2 mana draw a card. It's very flexible. I don't know if this is better than Heritage Reclamation, which is the new one that we got from Dragonstorm. Heritage Reclamation is, destroy target artifact, enchantment, exile from a card from a graveyard, and then draw a card. And then there's one more mode. Oh no, that's it. So this one doesn't destroy creatures with flying, but it does draw a card for the same amount of mana while exiling a card from a graveyard. So, both of them have this mode of like just draw a card on it. And I think that that is what appeals to me about this. So maybe this is a card that I just like more for the design and the supreme flexibility of it than I do for like whether or not these effects line up with the format. Artifacts, blowing them up, generally not the most important thing. If we did have a meltdown effect, it would see play in like a lot of red decks, but we don't. We don't really have mass artifact destruction outside of Mox Monkey, and Mox Monkey is not good at doing that because you have to pay twice the mana plus 1 to destroy an artifact. So like an Arcane Signet's like 5 mana to blow up. So it's really just like, it's for Pauper where you blow up lands. Enchantments, there are, I mean, like we could talk about the artifacts that are like Rune Stalactite, Nurok Stealth Suit, Cranial Plating, Cranial Ram, the Black Mage's Rod, almost certainly. Enchantments, All That Glitters, Ancestral Mask, Reprobation. There's stuff out there for sure. It does destroy Pestilence, which is big. Although Pestilence often destroys itself. And then Creature with Flying, Malcolm. There's other stuff too. The new Rook turret. but like, I don't know. I have a hard time with these effects because we really don't. We have to think very intently about like what are we allocating this slot for instead of just putting in a very flexible card because we can. The reason that you could include it is that it just cycles away for 2, right? Same with Heritage Reclamation, but so what that means is that this is mostly a 2 mana draw 1, and then the other half of the time, it's gonna destroy something, with some degree of impunity, with this effect. So, I thought it was worth mentioning for that fact. Next one is Prisha's Wanderings. Search your library for a basic land card or town card. Put it on the battlefield tapped. When you search your library this way, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. This is great in Herd Baloth. This is good in green decks. It's also an instant, which is pretty big. This is good in green decks that want to ramp. Okay, but then also have a creature that wants to get bigger. This is nice in Witherbloom Apprentice because we can go turn 2 Witherbloom Apprentice, turn 3 hold up Prisha's Wanderings, and then we can ramp and get the Witherbloom Apprentice out of 2 toughness so that we can safely cast like Drown in Sorrow and what is it? Evankar's Justice, Pestilence, Crypt Rats, things like that. So I like this a lot for that. Also for landfall decks that want to be able to get instant speed triggers, this is pretty cool. It's not insane, but it is attractive. Also, any deck that cares about counters is going to like this too. So like Conclave Mentor is a potential home for this. Yeah. Moving on there, we have a Saga Bird. We have Summon Fat Chocobo. And this one makes a bird token with, landfall buff once. And then it's going to give our creatures trample over and over and over again. And it itself is a 4/4. This is probably good in Satyr Wayfinder, even though it's expensive, because these effects that give all creatures we control trample are really good. This thing itself also gains trample. It could see play in Gore Claw, where it would be a 3 mana 4/4 that makes a 2/2 that gets a buff off of landfall and then gives everything trample, which means that if somebody kills our Gore Claw, we're still gonna have trample, which is big. So yeah, I mean this is kind of cool. I guess you could play this in like maybe like Abdel Green, although I really don't believe in Abdel Green as a commander pair. But it's there's a lot of decks that want the ability to grant everything trample, and they go to extreme lengths to play them. And this one gives it to us over 3 turns while also being a big creature. So yeah, I mean it's perfectly reasonable to play. Balamb T Rexar, which I'm now realizing when I actually look at the art. Do you ever do that where you look at something and you think it looks like a certain way, and then when you look at it again, it's like, oh, it's a T-Rex. I've been looking at this one and I was seeing like completely different art for some reason. My brain just scrubbed itself. I thought it was like some sort of frilled lizard kind of thing, but it's just a big T-Rex. 6 mana, 6/6 trample. Love that. Gain 3 life. Totally fine. Arguably this is. I think you could make an argument that this is actually better than Generosent. As a body, it's definitely better. Generosent having reach is not like the most amazing thing. I would take trample any day of the week. Having 1 less toughness doesn't really matter. Having 1 more power does. And the fact that you just gain the 3 life right away instead of making a food token. The food token is plunder fodder, but it's also, you have to pay mana to get it. And this one just does it for us. For cycling, not the best of the cycling. It does find Gingerbread Cabin, which, is a card, but not one that a lot of decks want to play. This one will almost certainly see play. The question is it better than something like nurturing type dino? Nurturing type dino. Yeah, nurturing bristleback. Um, yeah, I mean, I guess they're different, right? This is 7 mana. It puts 8 power onto the battlefield with 2 creatures, but neither of them have trample. I mean, if we were to go like type forest cycling, ID equals green, format equals PDH. Like, what's its competition? Forest. Oh, that's type. We need to do O. Oracle text forest. Okay. So it's competing against Timberland Ancient, which has reach and trample, 1 less toughness, but does not gain 3. It is competing against Slavering Branch Snapper, which is, you know, even more power, but doesn't gain 3. I like this one quite a lot. I think Generous End and this one, Generous End, just because it cycles for 1, is really nice. You know, it's just going to fix your mana better. But this is probably one of the better ones we've gotten so far. You know, it's durable, it gains you life, it tramples, it's big. Yeah. And it's a dinosaur. Very cool. So, yeah, moving on from there. Are there any others that I missed here? Oh yeah, we've got the probably the best green common in the format, which is Commune with Beavers. Commune with Beavers looks a lot like Ponder to me. It does not hit enchantments, which is a shame. I kind of wish this were you may reveal a non-land permanent from or a permanent. That would have been kind of like the best expression of this. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, reveal a permanent, put it in your hand. But instead we have artifact, creature, or land, which is great. Cards like this do something really cool for green decks in that you can compress the number of lands you have by actually playing cards like this, Thirsting Roots, Bushwhack, you know, these 1 mana spells that also find a land, right? This is going to be playable in Witherbloom Apprentice, and a lot of other decks too. The ability to build in some like card advantage into your green decks, because it still finds a land, right? It does not put them into the graveyard, so that's maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing. But this is very generically playable. I expect that there's going to be decks built around this in Pauper. Maybe a little hard to say. It probably is its own deck. Like this is probably a card that makes a deck possible. I will say, and you know, no discredit to the Final Fantasy enjoyers out there. I really dislike this art style of like weird computer generated, poorly executed, cutesy creatures. It is one of the most immersion ruining things about this whole format, or this whole set. Luckily, it's not on a ton of cards, but like, yeah, there's a couple of these that I'm not into it. Like this right here, this does not look right. If you look at it up close, it's terrible. All 3 of these actually look really, really bad. And I know that there's an element to this that is kind of like a nostalgia thing, you know, building like the old computerized look, you know, the old look into some characters. But like you have stuff like this, which looks really epic. It looks very in place. It looks very in setting. Or like this, which is just insanely cool looking, alongside like this. And it's not a vibe for me personally. But again, I'm not the target audience for this, so I can't really hate on it too much. They just don't look like they belong here. Like even just looking at this right here, like this, yeah, super reasonable. It just looks like some fantasy stuff alongside like this. I don't get it. Like, I really don't. That just doesn't look like it belongs in this particular setting. But again, I'm not the target audience for this. That's okay. not everything is going to be for us. Luckily, most of the cards that I would actually play do not fall under the category of like this really derpy looking strangeness. But most of the other stuff just looks like super, like this shit goes hard as hell, dude. Gaius Van Balsar. It's very sick. So anyways, not a big deal, but I did want to mention that was something that kind of when I was first looking at the set, I didn't like some of it. And this one's got that vibe with the beavers. Is there another? There's no other printing of it, which is a shame. But that's fine. Yeah. So this is a good card. Probably sees play in a lot of green decks. Just smooths out your draws. Helps you find a land is the main thing, and then can kind of help you find creatures and stuff later on too. Last one we're going to talk about is Town Greeter. This is a Satyr Wayfinder, which is great. There are lots of decks that like this. Fair decks, combo decks, the ability to find a land on turn 2 while filling your graveyard is great. I love this card. So big ups on it. Not a lot to say, just a functional reprint of Satyr Wayfinder. Love it. All right, and now we are onto the colorless cards. Adventurer's Airship looks a lot like a Smuggler's Copter to me. Obviously, it's not as good as a Smuggler's Copter, but I don't know. I mean, this is great in Glaring Fleshraker. I'm not sure what homes it has, but I mean, the crewing of a vehicle allows you to tap things down. So like any Far Traveler deck that wants to tap things down or so that they can be flickered, this is good. The fact that it, loots when it draws, and then key thing, it has flying. So not really sure what else to say about this one, but I think it's quite fine. The next one is Adventurer's Inn. This is a functional reprint of your Radiant Fountain. This is really good in 2 places. One of them is Vizkopa Guildmage. The other one is Indulging Patrician. And, it's great that we're getting another one. So no complaints. Lunatic Pandora is kind of wild, right? This is our first legendary common artifact. 1 mana, Surveil 1, 6 mana, destroy target non-land permanent. Zach says, could be a Ghost Tormod deck. A Ghost Tormod deck that plays, which one? Which one was good in the Ghost Tormod deck? Are we talking about Town Greeter? No, that's in green. Oh, are you thinking the Lunatic Pandora? Or for the Copter? Oh. Yeah, because when it attacks. Yeah, so you could crew the airship with Tormod, which doesn't really want to attack because it's a 4/2, and then attack with both, stack the airship trigger on top, draw a card, discard a card, draw that card back from your graveyard with the ghost, make a 2/2. Yeah, that makes sense. Totally. What's up, Birdbath? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you here. It's been a while. Speaking of Ghost Tormod, this is also kind of like a Bonder's Ornament, right? In that deck because we're paying half the mana for it. 2 mana, surveil a card to the graveyard, draw a card, and then we can destroy an online permanent. I'm not sure really where this goes. Are there any cards that so rarity, uncommon, type, creature, whenever, surveil. So Spybug, I guess. Thoughtbound Phantasm. Whispering Snitch. Whenever you surveil for the first time each turn, deals 1 damage. Okay. Not amazing. So yeah, there's not really any direct synergies. Oh, you know what the in most of the same place for this is though? Is in Teshar. This is really gross in Teshar. Wow. Because Teshar can use this to blow up at instant speed, blow up your Nihil Spellbomb, your Tormod's Crypt, your Relic to force the action, and then it can replay it from the graveyard. And in the meantime, the Surveil is putting stuff into the graveyard that then you cheat into play when you cast your historic spells. Yeah, this is really, really good in Teshar. Yeah, really, really good. Yeah, I like this a lot. Oh, it's legendary. So, well, actually, it's already an artifact, so it counts as a historic spell. But yeah, Lunatic Pandora, solid card. Next one is Instant Ramen. Instant Ramen, I think, was more popular at the outset than it is actually good. But this is actually, I think its better home is probably in 60 card with some sort of like Core Skyfisher, Glint Hawk type thing, where you can choose to flash this in if you want, or you can interact with like a Thraben Charm or a Plunder or something else. But it allows you to get ahead on board and continue digging while also with the flash. So the fact that it gains 3 life is where this card is really good in Vizkopa Guildmage and in Indulging Patrician. Draw a card with the ability to gain 3 life is really good. So those 2 decks in particular love it. Vizkopa Guildmage in particular really wants effects that gain life from the board. You don't want to have to cast a spell, because if you cast a spell, you have to activate his abilities before you know whether it's going to resolve or not. And if you activate it a bunch of times and then cast a life gain spell, and then somebody counters it, then you just got time locked. You're not going to do anything. So this effect is really appealing to me for that. You don't need to gain a lot of life in Vizkopa to drain a lot. You just need to activate it multiple times. So you can like have a bunch of spells. You could have like a big life gain spell for more mana and activate it once, or you could have a cheap one and activate it lots of times, and the effect is kind of the same for the most part. So you kind of want them to be cheap, you want them to be permanents, you want them to be uncounterable when you activate the life gain. So I really like Instant Ramen. I don't think it's going to be, like cracked or anything like that. You could also play it in TPI if you wanted. A little bit of life gain doesn't hurt. But again, its quickest comparison is to Lembas, and Lembas is not Flash, but it's Surveil, but it's Scries. So, if Flash is important to you, then maybe you play this instead. Last one is World Map. World Map is very good. World Map gives us another way to find Mystic Sanctuary, gives us another way to find Witch's Cottage. For the cheap price of 1 mana on turn 1 and 1 more mana on turn 2, you can find any basic that you need. This is a great card for decks that want to have more fodder in the deck than they have slots for, but cannot afford, but needs to have that slot be something that also finds a land, because it's in the land slot. Like Renegade Map, Fountain Port Bell, both of those cards kind of go in those decks where like top deck later on, you top deck it and you can just play it and plunder it, or you can go and find a really, really good land like Mystic Sanctuary. The best thing to do with this card is in Niv Mizzet, not Niv Mizzet, sorry, Melek. Because Melek only needs to have Witch's Cottage and Ghostly Flicker to infinitely combo. And there's lots of other ways that you could get that Mystic Sanctuary with like a 2-mana creature that cycles to find the land. So maybe it doesn't, because we have a lot of island cyclers, right? Like we have rarity, common, island cycling. Yeah, so maybe this map is not as important there, because this is actually counterable, right? You can counter this effect. And it is technically 4 mana, whereas the land cycling creatures are just 2. Maybe it's not as good for that as I thought. But yeah. Huh, okay. I guess I'm revising my opinion on this one a little bit. It's a little bit worse. I mean, I guess this, being a second copy of Expedition Map could be good. It still functions as a 2-mana land cycler because it's an artifact, right? So it's going to trigger your pingers, it's going to feed your plunder. So I guess for the Mystic Sanctuary, not so much, but for just being like a Renegade Map type thing, it's good. Birdbath says, been thinking about Skirmish Rhino with Gates, and I put this in. Oh, because it finds Basilisk Gate, which only has one tutorable effect. Okay. Yeah. I think with Skirmish Rhino, you're better off leaning into cranial plating, personally. And cranial plating and gates, you have to kind of choose between them a little bit. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, like maybe you do play this as well, but I think the problem is that when you want to do gates and you want to do cranial plating, and cranial plating is, you know, a little bit better, I think. It's hard to have enough lands that fit into that without making it so that your deck is like half tap lands. But it is certainly interesting. And you can plunder it. Yeah, yeah. So I think that's worth considering. I mean, the other thing you could look at would be like if you wanted like maybe Sphinx of the Guild Pact, finding Basilisk Gate, but I chose to go with cranial plating in that deck because there's just so many more artifacts than there are gates. And it's a lot of mana to find Basilisk Gate, but it does do that. So yeah, and that seems reasonable. I won't put it off. So there we go. There's all of our commons for the set. Now we're going to go take a look at the commanders. So we're going to start here off with Summon Shiva. And Summon Shiva is very interesting. Without going too in depth on this one, there are a lot of very, very strong ways to leverage this third trigger. This card kind of reads like what it's doing, right, is it's telling you to do something that is going to keep you alive, which is stunning and tapping things down. But on the outset, it's drawing you cards for doing a thing that helps keep you alive. And the most intuitive home for this one is in a Ghostly Flicker, mono blue Ghostly Flicker deck that just draws a disgusting number of cards. There are a lot of cards that tap down a lot of creatures at once and can turn that third trigger into a massive draw spell. So I like it. And I'm Zach here saying Shiva. Yeah, Zach is working on this one right now, and I'm very excited to see what he comes up with. So yeah, definitely keep your eye out on for this one. I think the closest comparison in how it functions at a table is kind of like Floodgate a little bit, where ultimately you're a mono blue flicker deck. But you have a defensive element in the command zone that is helping you take the pressure off. The difference is that Summon Shiva draws cards and draws a lot of them. And there's replicate effects of that draw card for each tapped creature your opponent controls, like borrowing 100,000 arrows, Dream Theft, Keep Watch is another one. So yeah, this is definitely very cool. Zach also says a threat that I think is actually kind of interesting is the Iron Giant, not in the top slot for threats, but like Desert Prospector. Yeah, I did fail to include that one. Oh, and you know what? We didn't go through the honorable mentions. Let's actually go back here before we get too deep into the commanders, and let's go into the honorable mentions. Yeah, because Iron Giant's in there. This one right here. Iron Giant, Vigilance, Reach, Trample, 6/6 for 7. Big, thick threat with some nice keywords. Vigilance and Trample is very strong. It's a demon, which is super cool. I don't really know exactly where this goes. It could go in like Galanra Galatian is one, or maybe any Galanra deck. because it's going to draw you a card. It's certainly reasonable. Yeah, let's do the honorable mentions here. Etheric Rescue Mission, Sorcery Speed, make 3 1/1s, or stun 3 creatures, tap them and then stun them. I don't really know which deck this goes in, but the flexibility of it is kind of nice. I wish it was an instant speed spell. I think this needed to be instant for it to be maximally appealing. Retrieve the Esper is I don't know where this goes, to be quite honest. It's expensive. You know, it's a 4 mana 3/3 sorcery speed, and then it's a 6 mana 5/5. I don't want to like neg it because I don't know what this could go into, but I'm negging it a little bit because it's underweight and because I just don't see an immediate home for it, but it's worth considering. Fate of the Sun Christ, 5 mana to destroy an on-land permanent at instant speed, or 3 mana if it's a tapped creature. We've got a lot of these effects. You know, ideally it would be a cost reduction of 3. It's pretty expensive. Don't really know where this goes. There may come a time when there's like a deck that has enough mana to play like a lot of these. It certainly is flexible, but I would rather just play like Generous Gift, right? Permanent, instant speed, 3 mana, always. Yeah. Iron Giant, Slash of Light. Yep. Oh, now it's skipping around a little bit. We need to go back here. Combat Tutorial, 3 mana, draw 2 cards. So it's just a sorcery speed divination that puts a +1/+1 counter on something. I don't really know. It's hard to know exactly what home this has, but it is potentially nice to be able to target something with the counter. There's potentially homes for this, maybe like Levon or something where you're going to get +3/+0 from the trigger, +1/+1 permanently, draw 2. Any deck that wants to be targeting things is kind of interesting. I don't know. Hard to say. This one right here, 3/3, 2/1 flying when enters, make a 1/1 hero token. This one would go in Elrond in a heartbeat. Elrond wants 2 creatures to enter every single turn. Elrond is not. I don't know that Elrond is ready for cPDH because it asks you to play a lot of like weirdo cards, but at least it flies. And that 1/1, you know, can be a good target for tempting on the ring. Next one is Fight On. This one is 3 mana, instant speed, return 2 target creatures from your graveyard to your hand. The reason this isn't in there is because return O2 type instant format PDH color equals black. O graveyard. O mill. So the way I see this card falling short is that all 3 of these cards do the same thing for the same mana while also putting cards into your graveyard, which means that they're not just card advantage and recursion, but they're also card selection. Like Unsealed and Necropolis also has the benefit that it mills 3 and then you return 2 cards from your graveyard to your hand. So there's no interrupting that, right? You just, it's going to happen. You're going to get to select something from the 3 at the very least. And the same goes for this one too. You may mill 2, or this one, you know, mill 2, return 1, mill 2, return 1, kind of like uncounterable in a way, because you're getting 2 of them. So this one falls short, but I don't know, maybe it's worth. We have the Grand Pulse Ochu. I'm gonna pull this one up. I'm gonna go grab something to drink here. I'll be right back. My voice is starting to go. I had a long weekend of presenting, of presenting at work, and my voice was already going. So I'll be right back. Right. Got myself a little iced coffee here. A little bubbly. Zach also pointed out, by the way, that Summon Shiva is very good with Proliferate. And that is true. There's a lot of incidental proliferation attached to cards that we already want to play. So, all right. For all you Finn the Fan Bearer, Fing the Fan. No, it's Finn the Fang Bearer fans. Another 1/1 Death Touch for one. Finn, I'm sorry. I don't, you guys know as well as I do. I don't often say that a commander is outright like unplayable or not good or whatever it is. Finn is really cool, but it's not a thing. It's really, really tough. It's a very tough sell. I've never ever lost to a Finn deck. I've seen very little Finn played. I've tried building it myself. It just never works out. It's just kind of funky, you know. I mean, it's a weird one. But this one here does get +1/+1 for each permanent in your graveyard. I don't know where this goes. It doesn't have trample, so it's not like an infinite mana kill someone with it. But it is a 1/1 Death Touch, and that sometimes matters. Death Touch is really good. Yeah, exactly, Birdbath. You have to play a lot of really, really bad cards to make Finn work. And sometimes, if you look at Hauler Marauder, you could kind of say the same thing, right? You're playing a lot of bad cards, the mill, but the payoff is insane in Hauler Marauder. Every mill spell is a permanent ritual. It's card selection because it's putting cards into the graveyard. Sometimes they have a keyword like Death Touch or Lifelink. They themselves are plunder fodder. So you're playing a lot of bad cards because mill is not very good, but your reward is way higher. Where with Finn, it's like your reward is like doing other stuff, you know? Yeah, and it's a little apples and oranges because Finn and Hollow Marauder are just not even the same thing. But from a principle standpoint, this is just not a huge, yeah, and that's the other thing. Finn, when you kill Finn in a deck that doesn't draw cards, you turn off the entire deck. All of those Death Touch creatures no longer deal infect. It's the same problem that oh, what's it called? The Bashir? Yeah, Rasad. Rasad has the same problem where it's like each creature assigns combat damage based on its toughness rather than its power. And yeah, that's really sick because if you have a 1 mana 0/5, it's a Tarmogoyf. But if you kill Rasad, your creatures don't do any damage at all, which means that the entire deck rests. It's like this huge pyramid resting on this tiny little piece here, and you kick the piece out and everything goes away, which is really, really tough to justify. And I would say that Rasad is actually better than Finn because at least Rasad draws a lot of cards. And frankly, turning a 1/1 into a 0/5 is better than giving a Death Touch creature infect, right? They get 2 poison counters. So it like quadruples the power, I guess, right? Because a 1/1 normally would deal 1 damage into 30. So that's 1/30th. Whereas this is saying every time a creature with Death Touch hits, it's doing 20% of their life total. So it's definitely a big jump, and Finn is a little bit cheaper, but Finn does not really draw cards. And we don't have evasion on any of this shit. It's like, okay, you're swinging with you swing with this thing and it's a 1/1 Death Touch and they just block it with something and it dies. It's like, okay. So like at what point do we just run out of creatures that can attack? It's just not good. So anyways, I put this here because Death Touch has some power in that like people can't attack you because you have Death Touchers. And so instead they attack other people, which is really good. And that's where this kind of has a role. But I would almost be more keen to play like the Poison Dart Frog that can gain Death Touch while also being a ramp creature, then play this. Next one is Gasol Greens. A little hard to evaluate this one. This effect is like fine. You know, these bird tokens don't have trample, which means that the buff doesn't really matter that much. But, you know, in a deck like Rydia, where you can, or Rydia, I'm not sure how you say Rydia, probably, where, you know, you can pitch this and then cast it later on. It's just that the payoff isn't that good. It's a 2-mana bird that gets a little bit bigger every time you play a land. Like, this needed to be better. If this was trample on that bird, I'd be more keen. But yeah. Then we have Heck to Eyes. I put this in here not because I like this effect. You guys have probably heard me talk about this ad nauseum, but I really, really think that the mass discard creatures are really bad. People love to build around these like super cancer decks that have like 15 creatures that discard a card from everybody's hand and all that stuff. And the problem with those decks is that everybody is going to kill you. They're going to realize they're not going to die to you necessarily, but they're not going to be able to enact their game plan with you in play because you're just doing all this mass discard shit. And you're going to become a problem early on. And then whatever they have in board, they're just going to send at you over and over and over again. I would rather, you know, always rather just draw cards for the same cost. And we could play Mordor Muster, Dusk Legion Zealot, Novice Occultist, Guildsworn Prowler, Ichor Wellspring, Mephitic Draught, Mycosynth Wellspring. They're not good in Hollow Marauder, I'm just telling you. And every Hollow Marauder deck that is not built like mine is on these cards, and they're just not good. They do feed Plunder, but this mass discard is so terrible. There may come a time when we get a commander that pays off mass discard in some way. I know that there's like a Spectre that does damage every time we do it, but from a game theory standpoint, this effect is so trash. It's so bad. It can become oppressive, but like what I learned with Hollow Marauder, the only mass discard effect I have in Hollow Marauder now is Hollow Marauder and Marlborough, and I'm never going to reuse Marlborough, really. I mean, I might at some point, but like the deck isn't good because it discards cards. It's good because it draws cards and because it's immune to removal. Like it's functionally says like, shit, yeah, remove my stuff, feed me. Like it's like I want that. It's a sadomasochistic deck. It wants to be like disrupted with removal and shit. So anyways, I put this here only because in the future, maybe we get something that makes this good, but in the meantime, it's not. Other ones we have are the Scout, 3-mana, 3/2, another creature enters, you get +1/+1. There are decks that are very good at making this strong. It's a little hard to say. Maybe like a green Abdel deck, right? You flicker everything, and then this thing becomes huge, and then you have some like trample granter, like the Chocobo, the big Chocobo, the fat one, the big fat Chocobo. But yeah, I just give it an honorable mention because this effect sometimes is relevant. Magic Pot. This one kind of needed to be 2-mana. If it was 2-mana, it would be good. It's not. But it does allow you to have, repeatable graveyard hate on a card that when it dies, it gives you a treasure token. The reason I mention this one is that it's actually a goblin, which means that any goblin matron deck can now tutor up graveyard hate. I don't know how good that is. I don't think graveyard hate is very good. There are decks that it is good against. Kiru is, does not like graveyard hate. Hollow Marauder doesn't like it, but more often than not, you like bomb their graveyard and then everybody looks around and it's kind of like, okay, so they're not a problem anymore. And plus Hollow Marauder can rebuild. Graveyard hate is very, very narrow. It is a 1/4. When it dies, it gives you a treasure. It's an artifact creature, so it's probably good in like a Fleshraker. This is good in Fleshraker. You're going to get 2 pings off of it. When it dies, you're going to make a treasure, and then you can use it to exile cards from graveyard. The reason I say Fleshraker is that Fleshraker can afford to have like different kinds of interaction because it itself does not have the best interaction, and all you want is lots and lots of creatures, creature artifacts that turn it into like a gutter snipe plus. So, but yeah, the ability to tutor up graveyard hate because it's a goblin with goblin matron is definitely very interesting and may become relevant, which is why I'm putting it in honorable mentions. None of this other stuff here is really worth mentioning. I mean, I guess this is fine, but it doesn't have flash, and we really want ones that have flash. It does exile cards from a graveyard. Again, I don't know how relevant it is, but I just, what I like to do is I like to put up cards like this because you just don't know how the meta is going to evolve. You don't know if there's going to be new things that come out that make this good. Exiling cards from a graveyard could be something that is more relevant in the future. It is 2 cards. It has to be a single graveyard. It would be better if it was like pick 2 cards off from any number of graveyards. And then destroying a card that was a creature that was dealt damage. This effect sucks. Maybe it's better than I think it is, but I just don't love it. There could be a world in Hollow Marauder where you're like, where you go like type creature O destroy O enter O damage O this, right? I think that's it. There's a bunch of these, but like, boy, would we prefer this to have flash, like Jarl of the Forsaken, Deadeye, Lurking Deadeye, Manticore, the Rooftop Assassin is pretty good for that because it's flying lifelink and flash. Stingblade Assassin, 3/1 flying. I would pick one of these over that, probably, preferentially. And then maybe in Hollow Marauder, the way that looks is somebody attacks you, you block with your fodder creatures, and then you flash these in to destroy their attacker. And then you have like a flying threat. So like these ones, the Manticore, I would prioritize flying and flash. So these 3 right here, over the other ones. Jarl the Forsaken is interesting just because you can foretell it and then you can cast it for 2 later on. So it's kind of the same thing, but it doesn't have flying. So yeah, these ones here I think are much better than this one, but it does have the added flexibility. So yeah, worth mentioning. Haunt, how does this work on this one? So when it dies, haunted. When this creature enters or it haunts, creature it haunts dies. Okay, I mean, so this is like you're getting 2 uses on it, and you're making, like, if you put this, like, say you had a Crow of Dark Tidings, somebody attacks, you block with like a 1/1, like a blood pet, and then you bring in your Orzhov Enthusiast. No, it has to be when we attack because it's not flash. This one does it twice for 1 less mana, but these ones here work on attack and defense. So yeah. Anyways, so that is that. Let's get back to the commanders really quick. I know we got kind of distracted there just because I wanted to go over the honorable mentions, and I'm glad we did. So anyways, Shiva, very good. Proliferate, very good. Combo, very cool. Anima is the next one. Anima is this is like the biggest, most basic energy in mono black. This is like basic mono black energy to the maximum. This is a Phyrexian arena on a body that is actually pretty big. It's got Menace, and it's a 4/4, which means technically it's a 4-shot kill. But the Menace, when paired with like Cranial Plating, can do big stuff. It's a 6 mana commander, so you will be ramping with this card. Drawing a card every time, 2 black pips, big body, has evasion. The last step is not like huge in terms of the edict, because by the time this comes out, the likelihood of everybody having a creature, like only 1 creature that we're going to edict away, is less likely, but you can set up for it. So the way I would recommend doing this is if you had like a Pestilence, a Crypt Rats, something like that, you can activate it before this effect goes off to clear out the little stuff, and then they sacrifice the big stuff, which is kind of like a build your own Wrath of God. But it's the damage. Everybody losing 3 life. That's really quite appealing about this, because we're pushing, quite a bit of damage, right? On the second, so you're going to get 1, 2, you're going to get 2 swings. So that's 8, and then plus 9. So this is probably dealing 17 damage. which is good, and it's drawing us 3 cards. So very basic, but the way we abuse this is with grave flickers, okay? Right, we get to this last thing, it's a creature, we grave flicker it, you know, it's gonna draw us a lot of cards throughout the game. It doesn't really feel good to kill something like this because it is going to die to itself. Um, the best thing we could do is to essentially grave flicker it when it triggers and then plunder it away. And that turns this into a draw 5, basically, which is good. Um, so if you want to play mono black and you want something very simple that is effective and could definitely win tournaments, I think this is where you would want to be. And I have a list for it. Watch out for a video. As I get back into streaming here, I will be doing a video on it. I wouldn't say it's going to be like the most, big brain deck out there. You know, at the end of the day, this draws cards. Makes people sack things. This is just like black attrition, gaining, drawing cards, draining people, plundering them, grave flickering. The beauty of this one is that, like, as opposed to grave flickering a Gary, where it kind of turns on people's removal, this one is going to feel less good to interrupt with removal when they get it out and they grave flicker it. So the grave flickers, proactive grave flickers, are not great. It just opens up your deck to 2 for wanting so much, but this one is quite interesting. What's up, Bernie? Everybody, Bernie from the Jalapeno Poppers, they're friend of the channel here, says, I love that deck and it doesn't need a big brain. Yeah, exactly. This is like smooth black brain, right? You just do good black stuff. You draw cards, you do a little bit of damage, you punch people. Your commander is kind of like, feels really bad to kill. I mean, it does deny us cards. It denies the edict, but it also is a deck that gets to play grave flickers in a way that is actually like not so risky, right? And it's going to be a good plunder deck, this is, at first I was like, oh, 6 mana, blah, 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 blah. But, it's fine. This is just totally fine. There are a couple of cards that this one works with. O draw, O enchantment, ID equals black, format, PDH, O enter. It's called Kami. Yeah, Kami of Terrible Secrets. If you control an enchantment and an artifact, this is a 4-mana 3/4 that draws a card and gains you a life. It's a thing you can do potentially. There's not a ton of stuff to do there. But yeah, so this is actually a really good deck for a beginner who wants to play mono black, and it's not like it's going to get boring. This is still going to be a great deck, right? And I will also mention having a 4/4 black creature in the command zone with cards like Pestilence is really good because it's not going to die to the Pestilence probably. Same with Crypt Rats, right? So yeah, Monarch, Initiative, Plundering, Ramping, Rituals, Edicts, Wraths, good removal. What else more do you want? I love stuff like this, right? And we have to keep in mind that, like, the smoother brain and the simpler it is, the easier it's going to be able to play in a tournament, right? So I think that the only thing you need to build around, and this is not like super hard to build around, is how do you win the game, right? And you have 90 minutes to do it. So you are going to have to learn to play a little quicker than you normally would. But yeah. And by the way, for those interested here, I do want to plug the Jalapeno Poppers here. So let me go grab want to grab a link here so you can go and follow their channel. I think they're probably approaching about a year old here, but they make really, really nice, high quality Popper Commander content. They've got stuff on Tarkir Dragonstorm. They've got great thumbnails, really good personalities, good people. I've met them in person. So yeah, do make sure to go check them out. And of course, while you're going and subscribing and liking to them, make sure you take a moment to like this channel and subscribe it as well. I see we have 13 people watching with 5 likes. Do that thing. It's very free. We're not asking you for subscriptions or anything like that, although it is a great way to make sure that this content continues to flow and that I can continue to reinvest back into things. I've opened up memberships at the, I think it's $2 a month level here. And actually, and this has less to do with me, but more about a realization I've had recently around content creation. And that is um, the profound ability that a collective group of people who care about a thing have to invest a very, very small, relatively small amount of money to them that makes a massive difference when done collectively. I think it's very easy for us to lose track of the forest when we're looking at the trees. Okay. And that is that for example, in the Discord server, there's 830 people. If each one of those 830 people invested $12 a year, $1 a month, I would be able to pay my mods and invest back into the stream, buy new equipments, boost my videos. Imagine at $2. At $2 a month, that would be almost $1,700 a month at the cost of $24 a year, which is literally like a single meal, right? And I think this is something to think about. And I want to start propagating this a little bit. It's not about me on this one. It's about, the jalapeno poppers. It's about Sanctuary. It's about all the other content creators you enjoy, right? And the ability to invest in them increases the likelihood that they're going to stick around for a long time and that they'll be able to continue their good work and that they'll be able to reinvest in the stream so that things continue to get better, right? Like if you look at this right here, we started off, when I started off the Patreon, it enabled me to purchase this computer, which made a massive difference because my previous computer was basically like catching on fire every time, every time I was streaming, right? It was incapable of it. Now I have a triple monitor set up. We've got a good mic. I've got good software, and that's all because of your contributions. So just keep that in mind when you think about it. And also for content creators, I recommend having a very, very low tier and just having that tier be something that you still get like a lot of good stuff, right? $2, $1 a month so that everybody can get in with an insignificant amount that ultimately builds to something more significant. $1,700 a month for me would not only be a dramatic increase in my income, but all that money would actually go right back into the stream and allow me to compensate the people that make it all possible. The common connoisseurs, we have such an incredible mod team. We've got Erosium in the chat here who just hopped in. We're back, baby. Erosium is one of the best people that we've brought into the mod team ever. And I really want to make sure that we can reward those people for the work that they do. They're the ones that do all the spoilers. They keep it organized. They're leading the conversations. They're great representatives of the community. And they're very hard to find. They're unicorns, So just consider that when you think about your favorite streamers out there, getting in and supporting for a little bit every month. That doesn't really cost you anything. $1 a month is absolutely nothing. It's a great way collectively en masse for us to support the things that we want to see in the world. So that all done. That's been something I've been thinking about a lot, and I'm really glad to get to share about it here. But let's move back into the magic. So yeah, Erosium, you deserve every one of those words. That's all very much true. And I look forward to maybe doing a little bit of tango stuff with you here in the future. So anyways, Summon Anima, highly recommend it. If you're, this is a great way to play. Bernie says, Truth Bomb. This is going to be uploaded to VOD. I need to go, but I want to watch the parts I missed. Absolutely. Yeah. So all these streams, they're just going to go right back onto the stream. Eventually, I'm hoping to hire a video editor who can go and compress these down. And that's of course something that, anybody's support would be a great way to do as well. would be a great way to support. This is when I have more money coming in for this, I'll be able to actually afford an editor who can come and do this. And I've got an editor in mind actually who makes content for another channel that I really like, who could do some really awesome stuff with it. So all this stuff will be uploaded right after this, as it currently stands. In the future, I might hold the live video so that my editor can crank it out in a way that's that's jump cut and animated with music and things like that. But in the current, it's just right after the stream, it'll be available and you can come take a look at it. But I'm really glad you got to stop by, Bernie. Thanks. And of course, one more time, everybody, make sure to go follow that link and follow the jalapeno poppers. They're really great. So, and I can't wait to see you guys in Vegas. I am very excited about that. Yeah, let's go, baby. Viva la Vegas. I don't really love Vegas, but I love MagicCon. So, okay. Anima, very cool card. Very excited about that. Next one I want to talk about here. I will openly admit that I am in way, way out over my skis on this one because this is not an area that I've done a ton of deck building in, but I want to propose for a moment that Rydia is, at the cost of sounding hyperbolic, is an upgraded Tatyova. And I'm interested to hear what you think about that. Leave your comments down here in the chat and let me know what you think about this. Tatyova is 5 mana. And the payoff is that you get card advantage and life gain, and you're getting to do a bit more of a focus on combo. But the trouble that Tatyova has is that you have to spend your ramp that you want to draw cards with to get to Tatyova, only to have it die and to not draw any cards. And I've seen this play out a lot. I've played against Tatyova so many times, like probably hundreds of times at this point. I probably played against Tatyova more than any other deck in the format. And it really suffers from just dying. Rydia is 2 mana. You play it and you immediately cultivate the next turn. And what's funny is that, to your point, Birdbath, I wish Gruul was good. You're very much right in pointing out that Gruul is not good. Gruul, again, this is not really a hot take. Gruul really, really struggles in this format because of its lack of card advantage. And that doesn't really work. We don't have any commanders that are like really splashy enough to do that. This is a different story, though. Obviously, there's one Gruul commander that we all know is good, and that's Aranus Street Urchin. That deck is very, very strong. Turning anything you have in play into repeat removal is insane. And it's ramping, and it's kind of card advantage because you can like loot stuff into the graveyard and then bring back the lands. There's like combo things with Evolution Witness and Mirror Scrappling, Implementive Combustion or Implementive Ferocity, things like that. Rydia, though, 2 mana, landfall to Rummage. The summon ability here, returning a Saga, would obviously be a lot better if we had her as a Saga. We don't. There are not a ton of really good Sagas to bring back with this, but I'm not playing it for that ability. I'm playing it for this landfall. Because what Gruul does have is a lot of good madness stuff, okay? So let's take a look at that. ID less than or equal to Gruul. Format PDH. Format PDH. Oh, madness. And madness is kind of very strong when your enabler is manaless. When there's no mana attached to that, and it's just playing a land for turn, or fetching a land for turn with like an evolving wild or something, being able to play like Arrogant Worm, Reckless Worm, Blood Mad Vampire, Fiery Temper, Revolutionist, Scophos Reaver is really good. This is great, right? I really like this. I'm not going to be playing Distemper the Blood or Senseless Rage, I don't think. Rootwalla probably will consider playing it. Alchemist Greeting, we're definitely going to play. But then there's also like, what about Flashback, right? We're going to get Moment's Peace. You could play Ancient Grudge. Call the Mountain Chocobo, things like that. Erosium says, I got to hit the road camping. I'll upload the videos, photos in Discord. Excited to watch back on the vid. Yeah, Caleb, I'm glad you got to stop by. Thanks for joining. I hope you have a great time camping out there in the wilderness. And I look forward to chatting more with you soon. And you'll get to see the VOD later on. So yeah, peace out, brother. Electric Revelation, Faithless Looting, we're gonna go Laughing Mad, Moments Peace, Gnaw to the Bone. These are some really high impact cards. And when we're looting these into the graveyard, they actually are not costing us a card from hand. They're costing a single discard. So they're actually card advantage, right? All they are is discard a card from hand, draw 2, because we're casting it from the graveyard. So this is turning these spells directly into card advantage, and we can cast them if we want to. So I really like what it does there. Even Firebolt, being very playable early on and then having a kill spell later on, we're going to have a ton of lands in play. So like 5 mana is not crazy. Gnaw to the Bone, could very easily be a massive double life gain spell. Path to the Festival is pretty cool. Basic land card, then we have to have 3 or more types. So could we play Wastes? Oh. Interesting. Wow. So I've played this card in Witherbloom Apprentice because it really likes the flashback. And I was always like, damn, man, we can't do it because we don't have like a third color in here. But you could just play a single Waste, right? Like 1 copy of Waste. It's not amazing, but it does unlock a couple of abilities. There's a couple that want that 3 or more land types. But anyway, Path to the Festival is going to be good here. Seize the Storm is probably going to be really solid too, right? Because this is going to be a big creature, and we're going to get 2 of them potentially, and it's got Trample. Waste doesn't have a type. Oh, see, that's why. I see. I know I've thought about this before, but it's been so long since I've considered Witherbloom and Path to the Festival. Yeah, that's too bad. That sucks. It doesn't have a type, really. Oh, weird. That is really too bad. That's fine though. So anyway, Seize the Storm is good. There's also Shadow Beast sighting, which I really like because I think that the way this deck wins primarily is just like beating people down and pingers. We're going to get the Sabo Tender, we're going to get the Spitfire Lagak, we're going to get the creature ETB pingers, but there is actually an even better one. Also, tapping at the window is going to be really good because this deck puts a lot of cards into the graveyard. We're also going to be able to play delve spells. So like both of these cards are really good. Hooting Mandrills, Magmatic Sinkhole, they're going to be strong. We're also going to get the most important spell is Magmakin Artillerist. This card is going to be, this is probably the best card in Rydia, because this card is going to repeatedly trigger and deal damage to each opponent with a 1/4 toughness, and it can cycle to just draw a card and ping everybody for 1. And on top of that, it is also a fantastic pairing for Snake Umbra. And this is one of the coolest things about this deck is that it's a fair mid-range, like chunky boy and girl, big fatty, unga bunga Neanderthal, smooth brain, kind of thing. Although I will say that the rummaging is part of the hardest part of the deck. I've been playtesting it a little bit, and it's like a lot of decisions when you have like a fetch land in play and a fetch land in your hand, haven't played a land, and a rummage effect. You're gonna like have a lot of discarding, and you have to make a lot of decisions. But Snake Umbra with Artillerist, you only have to have 2 cards in hand so actually, if you have 3 cards in hand and one of them is like an Evolving Wilds, and you have Artillerist plus Umbra, then you play it, you're gonna rummage, then you're going to hit for 3, 1, 2, 3, draw 3 cards, go up to 5, fetch the land, draw 3 more cards, go up to 8, pass the turn, discard to hand size, trigger, do 3, draw 3, discard to hand size, trigger 3, draw 3, discard to hand size. It goes infinite. So basically, all you need with the Magmakin is to get over 7 cards, and this is gonna infinitely kill everybody. And there's a lot of like ways that we can bring this back to, like Evolution Witness, where we can like recover it. We can also recover the Snake Umbra, and because this is an elf, we can tutor for it with Wirewood Herald when it dies. So there's some really cool like combo stuff in here. And what's interesting is that I don't tend to advocate much for putting a combo in a deck just to have a combo, right? Even if the combo is good, the pieces of the combo need to be generically good in the deck with the commander for me to want to play it in any way that dilutes the deck. But if you look at Magmakin, it works directly with the commander, regardless of whether we're comboing with it, because ultimately, mainly we're a damage deck, right? We're just killing people in combat with pingers, whatever it is. So this one is really, really good. How do you get the combo pieces? Great question. So Artillerist here is not tutorable in the deck, but the Snake Umbra is with Shrine Steward. Yeah, Shrine Steward, which searches up an aura. There's also another combo with the Witness, which is Implement of Ferocity with Evolution Witness, where for 1 mana you can play it over and over and over again. I think that's how you have to have or is it a 2 mana cycle? What was I thinking with this one? I think it's 2 mana, draw a card. Is that right? Because you would have to have a cost discounter to make it 1 mana, draw a card. But basically, you loop it and you draw a card with the Ferocity. But it's still good. Like in these colors, having card advantage is important. There's probably more stuff you can do too. Like if you had well, there's like Elf Sworn Giant and Spore Mound, that whenever lands are entering, there's probably like, this is actually unironically an insanely good Scare Tiller deck. Shout out to the PDH pals. If you're not following them, I'm going to drop their link in the chat here too. They are the OGs of this whole format, and quite frankly, they're one of the reasons why I started my own channel. They're just really great guys. I've gotten to meet them in person a ton of times. Make sure to follow and like their content too. These 1.58 thousand, 1,580 subscribers. Come on, let's get these numbers up, folks. Help them out. Same with the jalapeno poppers. Too Much Do, the goat of PDH. For those of you who don't know, Too Much Do is a supporter of like all of the content creators in this space. So thank you very much, Too Much Do, and very good to see you, fine connoisseur of common cardboard. Yeah, so this is an insane Scare Tiller deck as well, because we're going to be able to put in lands lots and lots and lots of ways. This would actually be it'd be interesting to look and see like if there's a way to, if there's other weird combos with like untapping things. There's Seeker of Skybreak and Hanger thing. I can't remember what it's called. Hanger Scrounger. Scrounger. Oh, that is it. Hanger Scrounger and Seeker of Skybreak, but there's no like direct. Well, I guess actually you could play both of them, and then if you have Magmakin, then you are going to do infinite damage. Yeah, and that's with this one, and actually let's open up another one of these, like so. And we're going to split them here. And then we'll do Seeker of Skybreak. This one. So these two together are going to give you infinite loots. And this one is tutorable. This one is not. It doesn't. This one's a little bit of a reach for me. I don't love it. But you know, that is a 3-card combo. That doesn't require the commander. So, anyways, I really like Rydia. I think Rydia is easily like easily a top deck when people figure out how to make it. There's a lot of different ways to make it. I think this is going to be like a year of testing and practicing with this one to figure out how to play it. But like it has all the ingredients we're looking for. You know, cheap, has like a free trigger that's repeatable, that's highly synergistic with the colors, that enables a lot of other powerful interactions in the deck with like a tidy, very tidy combo that doesn't take very much to turn on, right? Like you could have, you know, land drop into a Nature's Lore, and that's going to do it. You could have like a Harrow, you know, followed by a Scaretiller, you know, attacking and returning a land back to the battlefield that would make the combo happen. I really like this. The last thing we ought to look at here, though, is let's take a look at the, is there a way to group these things here? Okay, there is. Oh, that's cool. So the other one I want to look at here is, oh, what was I going to look for? Oh yeah, sagas. So format PDH ID is less than or equal to Gruul type saga. So we just want to see like the other sagas that are out there, and these sagas like are a little bit spendy, but they're pretty fine. I mean, Fat Chocobo is going to be great with just making sure that our creatures can punch through, while also, I will say this deck, the birds are good, right? The birds are going to be like big threats because of the amount of ramp that we're going to play in this deck, because ramp translates to rummaging, which is really strong. The summon Ifrit is probably fine. Being able to bring these back is good. You know, Tales of Master Seshiro is good too. You know, just like loading something up with counters and giving it vigilance is fine, but it's the creature that it turns into. A 5/5 vigilance haste is good. Shattered States era, gain control of a creature, not that great. Anthem, but it does turn into this one, maybe less so. Trample, haste, 3/3, not amazing. But these three definitely are ones that we can play. So, and we'll go Rydia here and pull that up alongside. Yeah, target saga card. Obviously, like the most insane place for this is like paired with Urza Saga, but we just don't have that, so we don't need to think about that. Okay, on to the next one, so we don't get too deep into the stream here. Gyat, King of Dwarves. You know, I put this one on here. This is a bit of an honorable mention. You know, it. I mean, let's take a look and see what dwarves are out there. Okay, so you know, the main way I see this working is like an equipment Voltron slash make your stuff bigger kind of thing. It has card selection on it, which is nice. Oh, look at that. Dude, thank you so much for your contributions, buddy. Yeah, let's everybody take a moment to celebrate Dew's contributions here. Really appreciate that. Thank you, man. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, thank you. But Gyat, King of Dwarves, I'm putting this one on speculatively here because it is rewarding us for equipment entering, and it has double strike, right? And so, maybe there is a place for this one. I have a hard time imagining that this one is better than Rayav because Rayav, gives everything that's equipped or enchanted double strike, and it itself does not need to attack, I don't believe, unless I'm wrong on that. Rayav, I think it's just each creature. Yeah, whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped attacks, it's got double strike. Whereas this one just has double strike on itself, but it does offer card selection. So this one's going to grind a little bit better than Rayav, which is good. And it's still only 2 mana, right? And it itself has double strike. So, that's pretty interesting. And rewarding dwarves is going to have some value, like Dwarven Forge Chanter would be a good one for that. I can't help but think that Rayav is better, but I'm going to put it on here speculatively because I think there might be something there. Okay, now for probably the most spicy card in the whole set, and that is Ultimecia, Time Sorceress. Whenever it enters or attacks, Surveil 2 for a 5-mana Dimir 4/5. So just on base characteristics, this is like very generically playable, right? It's not the centerpiece of a deck. It's helping us look at cards, more cards. It fills our graveyard. It does it on enter and attack. So it's a repeat trigger. And on top of that, it is a very durable creature. It's a black 5 toughness creature. But I think what everybody's eyes immediately go to is the flip. And that is that if you have 8 whole mana at your end step, you can exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, transform it. And this is the first ever taking turns commander in the entire format. King Bob here says, I remember when the spoiler dropped and your planning on Discord got thrown overboard. I remember this. Yeah. I got pretty excited about this one. Oh, let's see. Got you on Patreon, but YT was paused. Papa Popper's back. Yeah, we're back, baby. Could not be happier to be back. I also want to mention I didn't stop streaming, just so everybody knows, because I got sick of Magic. Quitting streaming was one of the more difficult sacrifices I've made in a long time. But I did it because the job that I got fills my soul. It fills my pocketbook. It allows me to save in a way that I've never, ever had, right? Like I have been broke like most of my life, ever since leaving the house, right? Like, when I was, and I've worked most of my life. Like I think my first job was when I was 14 and I built my own like yard maintenance business. And then I made a landscaping business, a moving business. I started a mountain bike tour guiding company. I worked all the way through high school, all the way through college, but I've always been broke. And this job, working for the tribes, is something that I am uniquely well suited for due to my experience working with tribes in other places, but also just like my skill set and background and experience with sustainability, climate planning, energy efficiency, facilities, tracking, stuff like that. So I knew from the outset that I was going to have to take a break when I started that job. And that really sucked. It's been so hard being away from streaming. I love doing this. I love this format. I love Magic, and I love sharing the experience with you all. And the creative expression of making the thumbnails, of building the decks was something that I really have mourned over the last year. And I've just had to come to be like okay with that, because my life, like this house that I live in, that I have all to myself, is because of that job. Like it's completely changed my life for the better. So I just wanted to make that clear in case anybody was confused about maybe why I fell off there for a while. I just had to make a choice between the two. My job is also very emotionally challenging and stressful on a number of different levels. Anyone who's spent time in, Native American communities, Indian communities, know that they've had it really, really hard. And there's a lot of systemic barriers to progress that are outside of their control. And being in that environment, requires my utmost focus and patience and also empathy for, for the reasons that their situation is the way it is, and being able to move forward despite that. And so I come home quite tired every day, and that's held me back from being able to stream. So anyways, I just wanted to kind of put that out there since it's been a long time. Yeah, Birdbath, this is the first one back. This is my first video in 10 months, which is crazy. Lucifer, welcome. God, it's so fun to see familiar faces in here. Woo, had to watch on 2x to get caught up from the start, but past that and but past that, fit looking. But past that, so we gotta watch 2x. Maybe it's something about the way you type that, but I didn't understand that last bit. But I'm really glad to have you back, Lucifer. Thanks for joining us. Birdbath says, I like your streams, bro. Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I like you having here. I like having you here. Man, my words are falling apart. I had the last 2 days were 12.5-hour days back to back doing public engagement with our with the community I work for, and my brain is very smooth right now. So. Oh, Fire Fit. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I've been able to buy some new clothes and stuff. So, yeah, too much to family, work first. Exactly. Yeah. And so anyways, I'm really glad to be back, and now we can talk about Magic. So that's fun. So I want to get back to Ultimisia really quick, because there is when I look at this, this is like a fair Dimir deck. Okay. And what we're getting here is we're getting great card selection. We're getting a commander that if somebody kills it, it's not completely demolishing our game plan, right? It's also very hard to kill. So like a large portion of your opponent's kill spells just won't work on this, or they won't feel very good. And so they won't be used on this. And also it's like, what are they really taking away from us? They're taking away like a surveil to attacker every turn. But and when we replay it again, we're going to get to surveil again. So it fills the graveyard. It gives us card selection. But the way that you combo with this is that with Peregrine Drake Ghostly Flicker, you make infinite mana, and you can flicker this as many times as you need to fill the graveyard up with 8 cards. And when you have 8 cards and infinite mana, you flicker at end step, and you pay the price, and you flip it. When it transforms, you take an extra turn. So we go into our next turn, we attack with our 7/7 Menace, and then we make infinite mana, we flicker, goes back to this, and we flicker it as many times as we need to get our graveyard up to 8. We go to our end step, we flicker it to get infinite mana, we flip it, and we do it again. This is not infinite because we only have so many cards that we can exile out of our deck. And so we can do a little bit of math on this, right? So the way I see this working is that if we see 30, let's say we say 30 cards in the course of a game. So 99 minus 30 leaves us with 69, the holy number, cards left in our deck. Okay. And we have to exile 8 to flicker this. So how many turns can we take with this before we run out of cards? And that's 8.6 if we were to see 3. Dew says stress, long hours. Are we long lost brothers? I would say so. Life has definitely been there's a guy named Tim Ferriss who I've enjoyed the readings of and the writings of, and some of his content. I don't relate to all of it, because I think some of his practices are kind of like on the extreme hyper work, like not enough work-life balance side of things. But I really enjoyed the 4-hour work week, and it's been very influential in my life. And he talks about upgrading your problems, right? And so whereas before my problems were being broke and all the things that come along with that and being stressed about being broke, now I'm stressed about other things, right? So it's like, it's trading worse problems for better problems, right? Hey, Bob. Wow. Thanks for joining. My gosh, you guys are fabulous. Thanks for all the support. And yeah, really appreciate you joining here. Let's see. It's so funny. It won't let me show. Let's see. I wish my alerts were showing up in here. I'm not really sure why they're not working right now, because I just got this new interface. But either way, King Bob, thank you so much for joining, for your contributions. And yeah, why don't we do a, it looks like I've got a goal that I can set here. Pick a goal, super chats. And then teal or higher super chat. So you can only do super chat goals. That's interesting. It's not like member goals. Whoa, even more. Whoa, Bob. What? Dude, what a Giga Chad. Thank you so much. This is really cool to see. Like, YouTube didn't have these functionalities in them when I was last using it. That's really, really kind of you. Anyone who got a gifted membership through Bob, make sure to thank them on the way out. And yeah, that's really kind of you. Thank you. But yeah, so back to Ultimecia here. What this tells me is that we can take 8 extra turns if we see 30 cards in a game once we go ultimate. So the question is, if we have no other payoff, can we kill people just with our commander, right? And if you take 8 and you multiply it by 7, that's 58 commander damage. And we know that the total commander damage is 16, 16, 16. So that is, so basically you can kill everybody with just Ultimecia if you go ultimate. Now, of course, we're surveilling, so we're probably going to find like an Arkham's Astrolabe or something like that, right? So, so at the end of the day, it is, you know, it ends up being, you know, a way to find that. But the main baseline is that you could just pack in the combo into this and then have a little combo outlet, which is really cool. So, yeah, I wish I had the alerts going right now. It'd be really fun to be like celebrating this on page. I wonder. Um, yeah, I had a little bit of trouble getting my live stream up and started earlier on, but either way, thank you guys. So Ultimecia is really cool. I really like how Ultimecia also like feeds like Gurmag Angler, Death Rattle, Treasure Cruise. You know, there's a lot of cool things to like put things, you know, value items in the graveyard with Surveil too. So yeah, pretty sweet. Next one is Black Waltz. And obviously this one has been like so hype. Very exciting commander. You know, this is a gutter snipe. This is a way better gutter snipe for 1 more mana, right? Flying and Death Touch is great. The Death Touch matters a little bit less because we don't really want to toss this one under the bus. Yeah, best card ever, Black Walter. Yeah, Bob, have you been building around Black Waltz? Is that something you've been doing? So Black Waltz is non-creature, which is really big. It's also in black, which means that you can do Phyresis and Tainted Strike. Tainted Strike being the better one, because Tainted Strike is 2 turns of it. I don't think it's the best way to go. I don't think that like really explosive Black Waltz is the way to go. I've already built the deck with Vector, one of our mods and one of the patrons. So if you are interested in seeing some of the lists for like Ultimecia, Black Waltz, Shiva, Anima, Rydia, Garland, all of these ones here, we already have lists in the supporter section of the Discord. So if you want to get those and check those out, that is a great way to do it. So, oh, and by the way, I should mention the YouTube, Discord, and Patreon memberships all give you access to the supporters only section of the Discord. So if you have gotten a membership today or a sub, make sure to message me if you do not yet see yourself in the supporters section of the Discord. So let me know if that's the case. But Black Waltz is really powerful. The beauty of Black Waltz is that this is just another pinger in a deck that can play all of the other pingers, right? You're going to get Firebrand Archer, Flame Breather. You're going to get the new Cornered by Black Mages. You're going to get Black Mage's Rod. You're going to get Thermal Alchemist, Unruly Catapult. I mean, you just go nuts on it. And so Black Waltz is going to allow us to push a lot of damage onto the table. And if you build it in an eggs style, which you can, if you go into eggs, then you get the best plunder cards because you're getting red and black, which means you get demand answers as well. And you get like you're getting Reckless Impulse and Ren's Resolve. You're getting Glimpse the Impossible, Siphon Mind. You're getting a lot of really powerful stuff. You're going to get Gray Removal, Gray Draw, a ton of redundancy on your pingers. You're going to get a Cranial Plating back plan for it. This is really, really sick. Also, you're probably going to get like Pact Doll Terror as well. And you're going to have a lot of like random tokens in place. So you could probably do like Mirkwood Bats and Nadir's Nightblade as well. But it's going to be like, this is like a Rakdos pinger deck that also gains life, right? Because you're going to have like the black life gaining pingers. You're going to have, you know, you can put Vampiric Link on this, or you could put Unexpected Fangs. And that is going to be insane, right? If you do like Vampiric Link and then cast like 3 spells, you're going to gain 6 times 3, 18 life. So like that is a really good reason to play this over something else, right? This one is really comparable to Torwalkie, except that Torwalkie is, you probably play more pingers in Torwalkie because Torwalkie, it kind of is a pinger, in the sense that it does damage to things. Torwalkie is more control. Black Waltz is mid-range. Let's put it that way. Torwalkie wants to have pingers in play to amplify, right? It turns all of your pingers into gutter snipes, or your gutter snipe into something, whatever is better than a gutter snipe, like a dragon's approach, basically. Whereas Black Waltz is like, it itself is the damage, right? You can also kind of look at it this way, though. So let's pull these up on the screen together. So Torwalkie the Younger, and let's do Black Waltz number 3. Okay, so if you look at these together, if you have a Firebrand Archer that pings with Torwalkie in play, the Torwalkie is responsible for 3 damage, because you're taking each damage done to each of the opponent and you're increasing it by 1. So that's 3. And then you're doing 2 to any target off of Torwalkie's instant or sorcery ability. So that's 5 damage. That is really similar to what Black Waltz does. Black Waltz with no other pinger in play does 2 to each opponent. That's 6. So you're doing a little bit less damage with Torwalkie, but you have the choice to hit other things with it. You can go face. It itself has lifelink. It's got an extra toughness. The non-combat source of damage can be a lot of other things too. So, and it's only instants and sorceries on this one, but it does amplify the damage of non-creature spell pingers and stuff too. So I think these are pretty comparable. The cost difference is definitely something you feel. Torwalkie needs to ramp more than Black Waltz does. Black Waltz plays a little bit of ramp because you want to be able to recast it. But Black Waltz also, you know, Black Waltz, it's less bad if it dies because your other pingers are still there. And I guess it's the same with Torwalkie. It's like pingers are good even if they're not getting amplified. The upper scale of things is that Torwalkie can push a shitload more damage, because if you have like 3 pingers in play and you play Torwalkie and you cast some spells, it's pretty insane, right? Like you can do some really nasty shit with Torwalkie. So same with Black Waltz though, right? So anyways, I really like Black Waltz. This is instantly like a meta deck for sure. No question in my mind about that. And really look forward to seeing it. I also will mention it has the Death Touch, but I don't recommend doing Death Touch pinging with this. Like, don't play Viridian Longbow in this deck. Fire Whip, stuff like that. Not a huge fan, because this is a lightning rod, right? Like this thing will die soon after it enters the battlefield, I think, in a lot of cases, because it's just so strong. Next one I want to talk about is actually very, very similar to Black Waltz, and that is Garland. And Garland is another one of these decks where it's not asking a lot of you. This is actually really kind of like Third Path Iconoclast in the sense that it's 2 mana, comes down early, and it just says, all it says is build your deck with a ton of non-creature spells, and you're going to get to surveil a whole lot, right? Yeah, I bet the nostalgia is really strong. If you're a Final Fantasy enjoyer, I'm sure this is a really great set for you. I haven't played any Final Fantasy. I don't know anything about it really. I did some research on it. I watched some like epic cinematic fight scenes and stuff to try and get into the vibe of it. But ultimately, I don't have very much connection to the set. You learned your first word watching Final Fantasy. Wow. That's super cool. So were your parents into it? Is that how you kind of saw it? Or did you learn to, I mean, sometimes kids don't get don't get talking for a little bit later. Like I didn't read for a while when I was a kid, and I thought I was like illiterate or stupid or something. And then I got my first fantasy book and I read it in 3 days. So, you know, there's that. Yeah, it was the F word. Okay. Cool. So Garland, I'm really bullish on this commander. I think that if you're a good pilot, this is this is a really, really good commander. You also learned your first, learned to read on Magic. Yeah, you know, I probably did too, because I started playing Magic when I was 7. And no, you're not derailing it. It's really, I love interacting with chat. So this is good. But yeah, Garland, you know, Garland just rewards you for everything you do, basically everything you want to do in black, which is like plunder, you know, cast kill spells, cast draw spells, you know, just everything works with Garland, and then you're surveilling. And the beauty of it is that Garland itself is also plunder fodder. You can sacrifice him and then pay, you know, it's 7 mana, which is a lot, but then you can flip him into a 5/5 flying demon, which is great. So I really like Garland. You know, it's not like enormously powerful or like it doesn't impact the board, but like lots of creatures don't impact the board. So it's really just like this is a very, very consistent deck. It's not going to have the same, you know, busted draw spells as TPI does, and it's not going to produce bodies. But just by being around, it's going to guarantee that you find really, really good cards all the time, right? Turning every plunder into surveil 1, draw 3, draw 2, you know, that kind of thing is really good. And then you've got like this late game finisher with all these eggs in play and a cranial plating, a cranial ram, a dross claw, right? You're going to have like lots of ways to make this into like a one-shot kill or a very quick kill. But Garland also has the benefit of being like a 2-mana commander that nobody really wants to kill, because it's just like, okay, sure, they're not surveilling anymore. But it feeds Delve very well. Anything with like Delirium or Threshold is going to be good here. And it's also going to be a pinger deck, right? This is going to be 100% going to be a pinger deck. So it's kind of funny. It's like there's actually, when you think about these commanders, it's almost like there's a third one here. Let's see if it'll allow me to do that. No, it doesn't like that. But there's like Black Waltz, Torwauki the Younger, and Garland are all kind of, you know, in the same realm here. Man, I wish my chat was working on the side here. So, anyways, I've got some work to do. I gotta find someone who can help me with some of the OBS stuff, because I'm, you know, coming back to it, I'm very rusty. So anyways, Garland, highly recommend checking this one out. If you want to see a full list before I do the video, do make sure to join either the YouTube, Patreon, or Discord membership, and you'll be able to see Garland, you'll be able to see Black Waltz, you'll be able to see the new build of Torwauki, the build of Ultimecia, Rydia, Summon Anima, you'll be able to see Brewbear Shiva. All of these are already in there. And so one of the benefits of the membership is that you get to, instead of just seeing the videos ahead of time like a lot of other people do, where it's like, oh, you see it a couple days early, members first. Instead, what if you got to be part of building the deck months in advance? Way, way cooler. I think for me personally, if I was buying a membership and I knew I got to work with like Bosch and Roll or Thraben U and see the deck and participate in it ahead of time, that's way bigger. So King Bob says we should have 3 gifted open to collect. Don't forget to sub and like. The common connoisseurs protect. Yeah, so it looks like if you sub and like the stream, that's what opens up the gifted memberships. Is that how it works, Bob? I'm not sure. This is a little bit new to me. So I'm not sure. This Whoa, whoa. Huh. Okay. Cool. So yeah, we'll get that figured out though, Bob. And there, thank you once again for your very generous contributions and everything. So much appreciated. Let me go to top chat. We want to see live chat. Um, Back after some EDH games. Awesome, Jen. Tell us what you played and how it went. Okay, so on to the next ones. The next one I want to talk about is Judge Magister Gabranth. So, what do we compare this to? We have a Orzhov commander. I love Orzhov colors, just in general. I love it. It's a 2/2. It's got evasion, and it grows whenever anything dies. And notably, it is omnivorous. I love that they did this. I really, really love that they did this. If this was not artifacts, I would be less interested in putting it on here because this means that plunder is just making our commander big. So this is kind of like, again, look at these commanders, Garland and Judge, both very, and Rydia, right? Come out very cheap. They benefit a lot from just everything that's kind of happening, right? So you're just doing things and you're getting benefit from it. Judge Magister is actually an Orzhov. Whoa, I didn't realize this. This is like an Orzhov version of Ravenous Squirrel, which is really exciting. So let's pull this up here. So obviously Ravenous Squirrel is 1 less mana and it is hybrid mana, which means you can always play this on turn 1, which is really good. And it has a sacrifice ability to draw cards. So I think Ravenous Squirrel is probably hands down like one of the most underplayed commanders in the entire format. This card is really, really, really good, like extremely good. Hard to build because you've got a lot of options in Golgari, but Judge Magister does have evasion, and Orzhov gives us a lot of different options for how we want to play the game. It's giving us, Punisher effects like Suture Priest. It's giving us cards like Battle Screech. It's giving us cards like Thraben Charm. It's giving us fogs, other kinds of fogs like Prismatic Strands. It's giving us like Crypt Rats plus what's it called? Obsidian Acolyte. So even though it's 1 more mana, the difference isn't that huge. And it's also legendary, which means that we could play something like Nasty End, where like if it gets really, really big and you go to combat and you don't have a protection spell and somebody doesn't want to get hit, then they can hit this. But it also compresses our slots because it's got menace. So I really like this Gabranth. It's just cheap, grows passively, does all the sacrifice stuff, which is really strong. So yeah, very much excited about this one too. I wouldn't say I'm as excited about it as the other ones, but if somebody's playing this, I'm not going to be like surprised. The other one that we can compare this to is LS Ill 4. I don't know. Now this one's different because whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, we gain life. Whenever a creature you control dies, everyone loses 1. And arguably this might be, maybe this is a little bit better because it's gaining life and draining. It doesn't need to attack. It punishes your opponent for killing your things. It rewards you for killing your things, but it's only creatures, right? So you're not going to get the artifact synergies with this card, but it also has Death Touch, which is really good. So I think both of these they're just kind of different, right? Like your Gabranth is going to kill people faster with combat damage, and Ellisil Core is gonna be more of a slower pinger control deck. So like pinger control, mid-range Voltron, good stuff, right? The other thing is that Judge Magister is also going to be better with Pestilence and in like Pestilence plus Initiative. Um, it's also going to be good with like Edicts, right? It's going to grow from Edicts. Um, but they largely get access to the same pieces. Judge Gabranth is going to have better card draw as well. So yeah, very, very cool commander. And then the last one we're going to talk about is Emperor of Palamecia. And it seems like a lot of people are really interested in Emperor of Palamecia. So I admit I did put it on here speculatively because I don't really see it. But essentially, you know, the good stuff part of the card, it's a 2-mana ramp, right? We can just cast, it's just ramping us, which is really nice. We have to spend 4 or more mana to get the +1/+1 counter. And then if it has 3 counters, we transform it into this insanely powerful card. It looks like a chore. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, Jin. It looks chorish to me. It looks really hard. And it looks like we have to play like bad cards to put this in to make this flip. When it flips, though, if you can attack, which is a big if, like, I mean, I don't know. It's like, okay, so we have to cast all these 4+ mana spells. And the problem is that they can't be like Treasure Cruise. If you cast Treasure Cruise, you have to spend 4 mana on it to get the +1/+1 counter. Which, oh man, I don't know. They really messed this one up. Like, if it was like delve spells, if it was like casting like a gush, if it was you know, there's so many ways we could have flipped, you know, made this big. But it's weird because you put all these counters on it. And then, it transforms with the counters. So if we have 3 counters on it, then this is a 6/6. Okay. So yeah, it's not really a 3/3. It's a 6/6 at minimum. And then when it attacks, it deals X damage, where X is the number of non-creature and non-lands in your graveyard. Like, you know, I watched the stream, Chris, One More Games, MTG Chris, who I am gonna also One More Game Chris. One More Game MTG. I'm going to put his channel up here as well, because you should go and follow him. So here's that. But there was somebody who was going to hit the table for 32 damage per player at the end of the game if they had flipped it. It's just that if that happens, I think it's going to die. Right? Like I think it's just going to die. So like with this one, I'm tempted to find ways to put counters on it that don't include casting 4 mana spells, because I really don't love that. So we would do ID is less than or equal to, is it format PDH, O +1/+1 O counter, O target. So, you know, Ashnod's Transmogrant is one cheap way. Boy, I mean, Agent of Kotis is 2 counters, which is pretty efficient, and it comes back from the graveyard, so we could like loot this away. Yeah, 2 toughness is also gonna die to wraths, but I mean, it'll probably be 3 toughness by the time somebody wraths the board. There is like Captivating Cave and Cave of Temptation, both put 2 counters on it. Combat Tutorial. It's a shame this isn't like scry 2, draw 2, 4 mana, put a counter, because then it would be 3 counters and you could flip it right away. Ecologist's Terrarium is nice because it's both feeding the graveyard, finding a land, and putting a counter on something. Essence Flux is a protection spell, but the thing is that if it has counters on it, we're going to lose them and then get one back. Expanded Anatomy is 2 counters, but like, man, these spells fucking suck. Pardon my French, but like, these are not good effects. Like Forge of Heroes, the best card in the whole damn deck is Opal Palace, because Opal Palace will allow us to put it into play with a bunch of counters on it. I mean, Graft, I guess. So like Helium Squirter, but that's 6 mana. It's so bad. Um, Mirror Scrappling, Kick in the Door. I mean, you can see we're digging real deep. Like Jailbreak Scheme, +1/+1 counter can't be blocked. Pretty bad. You could go into like, yeah, Jin's right. All mediocre effects if we're being generous. So, like, essentially what we're saying here is this commander falls into the trap of like play a bunch of bad cards, and this is really bad cards, to do something extraordinarily powerful. Because, like, yeah, I mean, there are like really good cards that fill that work well. So like I really like cards like let's just copy this, like Big Score and Company. You know, these effects where it's 4 mana, but then we're getting 2 mana back is really good, right? You could go turn 2 Emperor, turn 3 land, hold up mana, Big Score, put a counter on it, make 2 treasures, being able to hold a counter spell, fill your graveyard, and keep going, right? But the faster you flip this, the less is going to be in your graveyard, right? I don't know. I don't know. Chat. I am not in love with this. Other cards, you know, Stealth Mission, 2/+1/+1 counters can't be blocked. Vigian Graft Mage is another one, but Palamecia is coming out before Graft Mage, so the Graft doesn't actually work. Weapons Rack, it's 4. I mean, Weapons Rack is 4 mana, and it puts 2/3 counters, so we could go. So Weapons Rack is pretty good, but boy, is this a bad spell, right? Cast it, put a counter on it on 3, turn 4, we put a counter on it, and we can immediately flip. Are there really no red spells that put counters on things? Is that true? How is it even possible? Yeah. Deep analysis is good. Yeah, deep analysis is good. So why don't we do this? MV equals greater than or equal to 4. And then we want O flashback or O retrace or O escape. What are some other ones? Jumpstart or O behold. Oh God, flashback doesn't even work. Dude, see, this is what I'm talking about. That's so embarrassing. Even deep analysis doesn't work on the flashback. Yeah, that's tragic. And I don't even like deep analysis. Paying 10% of your life in an Izzet deck that doesn't gain life just seems horrendous. Seize the Storm, you know. Yeah. I don't know. The more we talk about it, the more I'm just thinking that this card is just like a total pipe dream. I think that what we could say is that this card would be like, if you believe in like a high power cPDH, maybe that's where this goes. Casual as well. Although I suspect in casual, you would be building this in such a way as to maximize the flip, which is going to be something that people will have to respond to. Right. Like, and they'll just stop you because it'll take a while. You're going to be like self-milling, you know, playing like compelling argument and mental note, thought scour, things like that. So anyways, yeah, there's a couple of other commanders I want to talk about here. Cloud of Darkness. You know, 5 mana, 3/3 flying. You know, 3/3 flying is good. 3 toughness, flying, enters, destroys something, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. It only kills creatures. And where I don't like Cloud of Darkness is that we just have a better version of it, which is s- uh it's not Sky Spider, Sky Shroud Spider, I think. Yeah, Sky Fisher. The Spooter. Sky Fisher Spider is destroys target non-land permanent. You just have to sack a creature, which is very easy to do in Golgari for profit. It's 1 mana less. It's got the same stats. It has reach instead of flying. Now, flying is better, but when it dies, you have life gain, right? And when it dies, you want it to go to the command zone anyways. I think you have to leave it in the graveyard if you want to. No, let's see. When it dies, you may gain 1 life for each creature in the graveyard. If you do, exile it, and then it goes back to your command zone. Yeah, so that's great. I mean, this is just. I think this is just better. This one is more defensive. The what was that thing called? Cloud of Darkness. Cloud of Darkness also just has 1 black pip. 2 black pips would have made it better with Gary. But the flying, you know, is good because we can always artifact ramp into this and then have like cranial plating type stuff to go on it. Green does allow us to play, you know, Ancestral Mask and Nyxborn Hydra, which is cool. But I think this is just better. You go like turn 1, any 1-drop that replaces itself, turn 2 ramp, turn 3 Skyfisher Spider. One of my favorite lines in this one is sacrificing something like I really like Golgari Plunder because you get this combo of cards. There's 2 or 3 of there's a bunch of these effects that either put a basic in or they give you a treasure, and you primal growth. So you go turn 2 Viridian Emissary, turn 3 primal growth, put 2 lands into play, put 3 lands into play. So you can untap with 7 mana on turn 4 with this kind of dynamic. And there's a bunch of these, like, you know, even your Greedy Freebooter, Shambling Ghast, Gleaming Barrier. You know, there's a lot of these, right? So I like that interaction a lot. But I just don't think that this is really where it's at. Diamond Weapon is pretty meme. Um, you know, this whole like preventing all combat damage that would be dealt to it when it's an 8/8 is only relevant against Death Touch. But, you know, Malevolent Rumble, Satyr Wayfinder, the new Citizen version of Satyr Wayfinder, you know, Eclectic Farmer, anything that like mills cards into the graveyard, you can definitely pay 2 mana to cast this on turn 4 with a large degree of regularity. But the other issue, and the reason that really, really ticks me off, is that it's reach. Why didn't they put trample on this? Like, that's so sad. It's so sad. This should just have trample. If you're going to go to a bunch of work to fill your graveyard up, to play this for 2, at least give it evasion. But like as it stands right now, you know, it works great with Rancor, right? But, you know, Rancor, Talons of Wirewood, where you can bring the Talon back from the graveyard. I don't know. Probably high power. People will definitely like this in casual, but it'll be kind of gross in casual because people won't have removal for it. It's one of those cards that like would be sweet in casual if it weren't like probably kind of oppressive, right? We've got Exodeth, Void Warlock, ETB gain 3. If there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, you flip it into kind of like a mediocre creature. It's X3. You're more hype on Bastion Protector than that green one. Yeah, Bastion Protector is infinitely better, I think. You play it faster, it's big, it gets really, really big. and you're in white, which means you're going to have lots of evasion with protection. Exodeth is like cool looking and everything, but like this card is ultimately kind of mediocre. Like this needed to be XX, right? If this was XX, I would be interested in playing this, right? Because it would be very good then. Um, kind of like mid power, high power, casual. Um, Fang is just a like a worse version of Morbid Opportunist, kind of, and maybe a worse version of Tormod, because Tormod gets another commander in the command zone and another color, but it is mono black, and you don't get to do the meld thing because it's not in the command zone. Omega is one that there's been some interest in. Omega is so expensive, 7 mana for an 8/8 with no evasion, but it functionally like kills 3 things when it comes in, because you're gonna have like, I think it's very easy to imagine having like 5 non-basics when you cast this, because you can, there's a lot of cards that allow you to fetch the duels. There's your Command Tower, your Path of Ancestry, Gingerbread Cabin, Mystic Sanctuary, all that shit. So if this comes in and it stuns 3 things and puts 5 stun counters on them, they're just never coming back, right? Like, it is powerful. And you can Ghostly Flicker combo with this too, and then just beat people down, but it's stretched for slots, right? Like, the one thing that seems really good in competitive but not in tournament Magic, which admittedly those are synonymous to me. The pinnacle of competitive is tournament Magic, right? So like if you're pushing to the highest power level of competitive, then that's tournament Magic, right? And so you have 90 minutes to finish a game. But if you didn't have 90 minutes, Omega would be a very oppressive Simic Fog, Turbo Fog deck. Turbo Fog, ramp, play your commander, tap things down, punch people with this thing, give it unblockable with like Distortion Strike and unblockable effects, and just take people out one by one. Right? And then you're playing like Archaeomancers and Tangle, Spore Cloud, Downsize maybe. I don't, just like a bunch of fogs. But as it is right now, with the timing being 90 minutes in a game, this deck is going to take like 120 minutes to win a lot of games, I think. Reno and Rude would be my vote for the sweetest like casual commander from this set. Every time it deals combat damage, you may sacrifice an artifact or a creature. If you do, you play the exiled card this turn, and you can spend any mana to cast it. This is like a really, really cool commander for casual. I would like to build this. Like cool, like plundery stuff. You're not doing so much damage that people need to kill it. You can like kind of punch people every turn to like get cards off their library. Sacrificing things for value. You play Reno and Rude on 2, Ichor Wellspring on 3, hit somebody, sack the Ichor Wellspring, draw a card, exile a top card of their library, get a card. This card is really hard to do in online because there's no way to verify the card without. Oh, wait. Then you may exile the top card of that player's library. Okay, so exile is a face-up zone. So they know what it is. So everybody knows what it is. Okay, so you can still do that online, right? But I don't know. It's not competitive. And that's pretty much it. I guess we can look at Titus as well. Whenever an artifact enters, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever Titus attacks, tap a creature an opponent controls. But it's a 2/1. This card right here is pretty much, competed with Cephalid. Oh no, what's it called? Cephalopod Sentry. Did I spell that wrong? Cephalopod Sentry, yeah. I would just rather play this, right? This is 1 more mana, but it's always going to be as big as the number of artifacts you control. If it dies, you don't need to rebuild. It already has evasion, and it's got 5 toughness. And by the way, this is a really good commander for those of you interested in something kind of like an Azorius Crackling Drake. This is really sick. So yeah, I don't think there's any home for this. No built-in evasion, tapping things down doesn't really matter that much. If it was like whenever an artifact enters, put a +1/+1 counter on it and tap a creature an opponent controls, and it was like a 2/3 or a 3/3, then maybe we'd be, you know, talking. But it's like when it dies, you're just resetting all your progress. So not very good there. So anyways, that is the last of the stuff here that we've got. So a lot of really cool commanders. Overall, I would give this set a decently high score in terms of like playable cards. So let's go here. We're going to go back to the set review. Let's go back to the commons really quick and take a look at these in mass. You know, of the cards we have here, White Auracite, Slash of Light, Ice Flawn. Oh, we didn't look at Magic Damper. Magic Damper is just a functional copy of Shore Up, which is really, really good. So yeah, this one's excellent. You know, we've got Auracite, Slash of Light, Ice Flawn, Magic Damper, Rook Turret, Black Mage's Rod, Cornered by Black Mages, Vane's Treachery, Haste, let's see, Haste Magic, Laughing Mad, Nisidian Elder, Sabotender, Commune with Beavers, Babalab, T-Rex, Town Greeter, Ramen, Pandora. Like these are all going to see a ton of play, right? So in terms of impact, like we're looking at how many cards are in here? 34 in the main deck. So like over half of those are going to see a lot of play. And then if we were to look at the commanders, you know, this is, yeah, 9. It's really 8. I think Emperor of Palamecia is probably not really there. And Giat probably not as well. So like 7 new good commanders. That's pretty good. And the strength of these is like some of them are doing some really unique stuff, right? So we have to think about it like, think about the quality of the card compared to what we had before. So the things that are new is that we got Summon Shiva, right? Which is rewarding you for tapping down creatures in a way better way than Shirai was. You know, before we had Shirai, I think that's it. Am I spelling that wrong? I think it's IE. Oh yeah, no, not Shirai. Rarity uncommon, typed creature, ID equals Azorius, O tap, O stun, O draw. Shirai. Yeah, we had Shirai before, which kind of did this whole thing. But that only triggers once per turn. You know, compared to this, which is drawing a card for each tapped creature. That's kind of a new thing, right? This is a massive source of card advantage. This could tap down a lot of creatures. This could be like a draw 7, potentially. There's a lot of ways to like tap things down. But the other thing is that like people are going to attack you because you're the combo player. So they're attacking you. They're tapping down their creatures. We stun them so they don't come untapped, and then we draw cards off of those tapped creatures. So Summon Shiva is really sick. Kind of a new thing. Summon Anima is probably the most vanilla of all of them, but a Phyrexian Arena effect in the command zone is I wouldn't say it's super new. We had like Morbid Opportunist before, but this is, I think this might be better than Morbid Opportunist, potentially. It doesn't draw as many cards as explosively, but it's also doing a lot more damage. Morbid Opportunist suffers from wanting, being really like tough, has a tough time ending the game, right? It can control the game very well and draw a ton of cards, but it has a hard time ending. This one ends the game better. Rydia being essentially what I would consider the only other competitive Gruul commander in the format. When you look at Gruul, the options are very thin, Thin as thin Gruul, you know. Ultimecia, the first ever taking turns commander in the format, Black Waltz giving us an exceptional Rakdos pinger. Garland giving us just like a really, really consistent way to surveil. This is just a very discounted effect to put a whenever on a non-creature trigger. And then Judge is a little bit samey, but it's kind of like an Orzhov version of Ravenous Squirrel. Birdbath says, how many stun cards are there in mono blue? Keep in mind that it's not just stun, but it's any effect that taps them down. So ID is equal to blue, where format PDH, O. Well, let's see. O tap, O stun. There's a lot of them, right? Freeze in place. Gilded Scuttler is really good. Ice Flan works well. Impede Momentum is nice. There's one that draws a card as well. There's like Out Cold, can't be countered, tap and stun 2 creatures, investigate, draw 3, gift, then tap and stun. You get Meat Locker, tap up to 1 creature, put 2 stun counters on it with a 5-mana, draw 3, discard a card, which is really good. There's cards like tap a creature, put 3 stun counters on it with cycling, tranquilize, 3 stun counters. You get Snare Master Sprite. There's a lot of good stuff. And then if you do O tap, O draw, then we're gonna get some other ones like Diregur, Island Dragon, tap, draw a card, tap, doesn't untap. This is a stun, draw a card. Harrier Strix, tapping things down. Hithlum Knots, tap a creature, scry 1, draw a card. There's just a lot of this kind of a thing. Even Rooftop Nuisance, potentially, if you can casualty it, is going to be a tap 2 creatures, stun them, draw a card to draw 2, and then you're going to draw 2 more cards off of the tapped creatures. So a lot of cool stuff here in that territory. So all right, so let me think here if there's anything else we want to do. I'm pretty tired today, so I don't really want to like just continue streaming. Gotta ease back into it, because this has already been 3.5 hour stream for my first one back. But I'll stick around a little bit. If anybody has any questions, any comments, if any of you all want to look at any decks, we can take a look at them for a little bit here before I go. There's a package left in my door. I need to go grab that. 1 sec. Oh, baby. Oh, cool. I get to show this off. I got something. Got something really cool. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hell yeah. So there's a brand called Neotic. I'll pull them up here. Oop. And I could see myself having them as a potential channel sponsor someday. They're a clothing brand. And they make really, really cool stuff. All these are made with like black light and glow. So basically, they're like reflective in like this like holographic reflective material, but then they also have on top of it a layered black light reactive pattern that's different when you're under a black light than what it looks like during the daytime, which is really sick. So they have a magic themed product and it's called White Lotus and Black Lotus. They have a bunch of stuff from like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, kind of like famous games and stuff. And so I bought their White Lotus shirt, and I've got it right here, and it looks unreal. They use a really cool fabric as well called hypercloth. You guys get to be the first ones to see it here. Let's see if it, oh, we got to turn the blur off really quick here. Let's see, video capture, filters, turn the blur off. There we go. Oh, this is actually for my buddy, so I actually can't share that one. That's a birthday present. If my buddy Ryan, my other buddy Ryan, is watching right now, hopefully he doesn't watch that bit. But this is the White Lotus. Oh my God. Look at that. Dude. Holy shit. That is so cool looking. And it says White Lotus up in the corner. And then check this out too. Comes with a custom magic card, and it's in a like graded case kind of thing. And this is a swamp. It's all foil. It says, "Let weak feed on weak, that we may divine the nature of true strength," as the flavor text. And it's a swamp. That is so sick. Ha. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, check that out. So anyways, I picked this one up from these guys here, and I am very impressed with it. It is awesome. I'm going to use that as my black mana counter for my Hollow Marauder deck. 100%. Yeah, so make sure to go check them out. Time to bling out the deck with all those basics. God, yeah, you'd have to buy a lot of these, right? I'd have to buy 29 shirts at $50 a piece. But yeah, the other one that I got though, I guess I'll just show it off because my buddy's probably not watching. But this is a dark Mega Gengar, and he loves Pokemon. Isn't that fucking awesome? Look at that, dude. Oh my God. Dude, he is gonna love the shit out of this, man. He loves Gengar. That's like his favorite Pokemon. This thing looks mean. Let's see, there's flavor on it too. Oh, that's sick. Oh, I didn't realize this was a limited edition. That's awesome. They're all made in San Diego too, which is cool. So American made. That's awesome. But and this one actually also came with a custom card. Oh my God. Wow. That's the Mega Gengar. Let's see if I'll just pull it out of here. Wow. Holy shit. I'm not much of a Pokemon enthusiast, but I think Pokemon people would probably like this a lot. Very cool. Alrighty. Let's wrap that up there. There we go. Sweet. Okay. I got that out of the way. I kind of want to put this thing on. This thing is sweet. But then the cloth feels like really, really nice. I was reading about it, and they're made out of Pima, which is like a really high-end, like Peruvian cloth. This is what I'm going to wear to Vegas, MagicCon Las Vegas. Yeah, that's awesome. Wow, very comfy. But anywho, yeah. So does anybody have anything else they want to look at while we're here, while we're chilling? I'm willing to be here for a little bit more if anybody wants to take a look at anything. I guess I can give us a couple of updates as well on like where the channel is heading. And what I'm planning on doing. I'm gonna just be kind of setting my toes in the water, back into the kiddie pool here a little bit. We're not gonna go into the deep end right away with like, 3 streams a week or anything like that. Um, but, um, but the plan is to start off with just doing some let's builds, and I have a lot of stuff stocked up. I guess since we're all here, I can do maybe um, a bit of a teaser on some upcoming streams. Could probably do that. Walter, Spellslinger, or Artifact. Yeah, actually, so what we figured out, and I've been working with Vector, one of our mods, Vector Master of Memes, on the mod on the decks and on the Black Waltz. And I'm pretty sure that deck wants to be an eggs deck. There's just so many reasons to be an eggs. Having a flying commander makes them really good with cranial plating. Artifacts are going to feed into plunder in a way that if you were to feed plunder with like creatures, you're not going to get pings off the creatures, but Black Waltz rewards you for the for the pings or for the eggs. And then the eggs are drawing you cards, and you plunder them to draw more cards. All that is allowing you to sacrifice your pingers if they end up getting killed, generating a lot of card advantage and a lot of damage. So yeah, I'm very bullish on that one as an artifact deck. But I'm just going to see here if there's anything else coming up that we haven't done yet. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a couple. Yeah, okay. So I can show some of those. This will just be a little sneak peek since you guys are stuck around here. So upcoming videos are going to be, let's see, pull this over to here. So this is the one we're on right now, obviously, is this one. And after that, we're going to be doing a video on Ganax Feywild, which is going to be really fun. Very excited about that one. I am going to do a full-on video on Third Path Iconoclast. This will actually be like a masterclass primer on Third Path Iconoclast, which should be pretty exciting. We may actually at some point go into to look into Xiao Jun. And this one got some love from Alcadron, who I believe won his first tournament. He's got his first tournament win with Xiao Jun. Obviously very powerful, very similar to TPI or even to Black Waltz a little bit, because it just allows you to ping. It's like a Sunshot archer. It's good in combat. Wants lots of artifacts, lots of eggs. It's like, just is it eggs deck. And then also one on Siverus, Nightmare Speaker, and Agent of the Iron Throne. That'll be coming up as well, which has been very strong. Very, very happy with that one. So yeah, lots of cool stuff coming up here in the future. Let's see. I guess we could take a look at the Summon Anima deck. The rest of them I'll just leave for folks joining in through the supporter section. Also, while you got a chance here, we have, let's see, do this. I want to get that blur back on there. Okay, cool. While we're at it, make sure to take a moment here and just leave a like on the stream. We have 23 people here, 10 likes. Let's see if we can get that up a little bit. If you aren't following currently, make sure to subscribe. There's going to be a lot more content coming in the future. It's a great way to get notified of new videos. If you aren't in the Discord server, do make sure to go into the links in the video currently, access that, join the Discord server. If you do want to support, go through the membership program on YouTube, the subscription service on Discord, or on Patreon. I will say that both Patreon and Discord, the more of your money is going to go to me and less to the company moderating it. YouTube takes a 30% cut, whereas the other ones take a 10% cut. But it's always good just to do that last thing, that free thing, and just leave a like before you head on out here. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the, what was the one we were going to look at here? Anima. Do I not have, where is it? Says that there's one in there. Oh, in progress. There we go. So the summon anima deck, not super complicated, right? It's just you know, your good plunder stuff, all the plunders, all the things we want to plunder, the blood fountains, the astrolabes, you know, maybe an Nihil spell bomb if you want. You're gonna get your sort of bloodseeker, Kumbaj witches, packed all terror because you've got 24 artifacts in the deck, your Gary synergies, you know, a high land count, but it's inflated on the back of these creatures, right? So this number will probably go down a little bit. This number is a testing number. Basically, if you go above 100 cards and you want to test the deck and still hit your land drops, then you add a couple of lands to get there. So I've got like 12 cuts left to make. We've got our Grave Flicker, our ramp package of 10. Luckily, the ramp cards do not need to be 2 mana, so you can play some of the value ones like your Bonder's Ornament and your, you know, Decanter and Infernal Idol, Network Terminal type stuff. We've got Edicts, Cranial Plating, some Life Drain type stuff here, you know, feeding into Gary, and then Rituals, because it's very powerful to take Summon Anima with Soldevi Adnate and sack Summon Anima to make 6 black mana. And to restart all the loop over again. That's a really good way to do it. The classic Bubbling Muck, Culling the Weak, Dark Ritual interactions, and then some nice recursion, fogs. We've got Initiative and Monarch in here as well. And we have a couple of +1/+1 counter synergies, so we can play like Fetid Gargantua to draw a lot of cards. Wow, 25 of you here. Good stuff. Who else got those gifted subs? Got Sean and Ryan the Gumby. It's so interesting. So King Bob, if you're here right now, oh, you are, good. So it says you gifted 5, but it only tells us that 2 people got it. Can you only be gifted a membership if you're a member? Or sorry, if you're a subscriber? Is that how that works? That might be how it works. Let me take a look here. Can gift membership to others, providing 1 month access to channel membership perks during the live streams or premieres. They must, viewers must opt in to be eligible for gifted memberships, and the distribution is based on the interaction with the channel. Oh, interesting. So if you're interacting more with the channel, oh, so you have to have the option to accept. It says it's based on interaction with the channel. So I guess, interesting. So I guess like the more interacting you're doing, the more likely you are to get the gifted membership. Huh. That's interesting. Wow. That's cool. But yeah, it doesn't say where the other 3 went, and I'm just curious about how that works. I wonder if those are like stocked up for later on. Otherwise, the gifts are getting random to a person that are able to get them. So are those gifted memberships potentially gifted to people who aren't here right now? Is that possible as well? And then next time they come on, they'll see that they got a gifted membership? Huh. Yes. Okay. And then here's the other thing, Bob. Are you on Discord? Are you able to check Discord really quick and see? This is a new system, everybody. So people who are gifted the membership, are you on? Are you in the supporter section of the Discord now? And what's your Discord tag? I just want to make sure that I've got that system set up so that when people join through the membership, you're already there. What's your? Are you Bob the fish? Birds, no, birds took a bath is already in. Interesting. So if I go to, you're not under King Bob, are you? King Brain? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, this is all stuff I've got to get worked out. I really, really need a person who can help with some of the sort of nuts and bolts of getting the Discord, YouTube linked up and everything. I think they're linked up right now. But if not, if you did get a sub, oh my God, the Flammenwerfer. Oh, it's Monkos. It's Monkey. That's so funny. Yeah, so for those watching right now, King Bob is Monkey on Discord, and he and I like to play Warhammer. Well, we like to play Space Marine 2, which actually brings me to another topic that I'm interested in hearing your all's feedback on. And I'm going to open up a poll. So I've been really, during this time when I haven't been able to stream, I still needed something to do when I came home and I was tired and I didn't really want to go out. So I've been playing a lot of Space Marine 2 lately, and that game is incredible. And I've kind of thought about streaming it as well. And there is some crossover with Warhammer and Magic because of the set and everything. But I wanted to see if you all, the viewers, would like to see streamed content like that was outside of Magic as well. I don't know if I want to necessarily go into variety streaming. That's not really my vibe. I want to do things that I like to do. I'm going to produce better content if I do it that way. And I'm not I'm a specialty streamer, not a variety streamer. So if you would like to see me play Space Marine 2, go into the poll and vote on there and let me know what you think. The game is absolutely insane. I think they just hit 7 million concurrent players right now. And for those of you who don't know, I'm a huge 40K enthusiast. I absolutely love that stuff. Okay. So, but you want to know. Okay, Annie. Yeah. Um, maybe we could do a little bit right now. That could be kind of fun. That could be kind of fun. Um, Yeah, I mean, the game is really, really good. Space Marine 2. So, for those of you unfamiliar, Space Marine 2 is the sequel to Space Marine 1. It is a third person shooter, but it plays like a third person shooter. It plays like Gears of War blended with Bloodborne or what's the Elden Ring? Because what happens is that it's like a fighting shooting game. So you have like most characters have a ranged weapon, and then they can have like a knife or a power sword or a chain sword and their bolt pistol or a plasma pistol or something. And you're basically countering, fighting, dodging, blocking. There's like a lot of timing based stuff in it, but it plays like a shooter that has all those elements in it. It's a very unique style of game. I've never played anything quite like it before. And it almost, I dare say, feels like an improvement on one of the games I used to play competitively, which was Gears of War 3. Gears of War 3 and Halo 2 were two games I played competitively for a long time. I think I was like one of the last like 1,000 people playing Gears of War 3 when it was still around. And Space Marine 2 is like the spiritual successor to those games, but more. And you fight enormous quantities of enemies. It's pretty friggin' awesome. They have a new public test server for the new 8.0 patch that introduced a horde mode called Siege, which Monkey, you'll be happy to hear. Last night I did a solo Siege mission to level 10 or wave 10, which is pretty intense, pretty hard on hard mode. Well, since we're kind of screwing around here, why not just do that right now? We'll just pull it up and see what you guys see what you all think. So let's go and do display capture here, like that. And we might need a different scene for this. So let's go to stream collection. Here, like that. Okay, yeah. Why don't we send it a little bit here? So we'll bring this up here, pull that down a little bit. We don't need this to be huge, like that. I've got a little Warhammer gear for it because I was kind of thinking it'd be fun to do some streaming like this, and then bring this up here. All right, yeah, let's send it. Why not? I'll hop into the public test server here. The test server has a lot of really cool stuff. There's a lot of great customization for your dudes, and in general, it's pretty sweet. So let's X out of some of these extraneous things here because this game is pretty high load. I'm also going to turn off my studio voice, so my voice quality is going to go down just a little bit here because it uses a lot of high GPU load. So we're going to need desktop audio as well, or actually we're going to need audio input for application audio. All right, let's see how this audio comes through. Might be kind of loud at first, so we'll see. Tell me how that audio sounds there. And then let's throw on the headphones, and we'll get to work slaying the Emperor's enemies here. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, yep, here we are in the title menu. The public test server right now has everything unlocked. So you start at level 25 with each of the 6 classes. So you have a tactical, which is like a flexible, very high damage dealing. Oh, what's up with the graphics? Huh. Public test server stuff, I guess. You have your tactical, which has like high damage, ranged and melee. It's kind of one of the better classes in the game. You have assault, which is like a jump pack guy that can, leap forward and do tons and tons of damage. Let's move this over here so it's out of the way of that little icon. And then you have Vanguard, which can basically like use a grappling hook to like zip line into things and stun them and do a bunch of damage around you.
kind of close quarters, but like lightly armored. You have heavy, which is like heavy weapons, like heavy machine guns, and plasma weapons and all this other stuff. But the graphics in this game are staggeringly beautiful. This game is so pretty to watch. So like just look at the surroundings here. So I'm a Vanguard main, and we'll just bring it over here so you can see the armor on this guy. Amazing occlusion effects and diffusion with the lighting. All this armor is like custom. I'm playing Angel's Angel Sanguine, which is one of the chapters of what are called the Space Marines. So if you're unfamiliar with Warhammer, there's these superhuman soldiers called Astartes, or Space Marines, that are organized into these chapters of sort of like religious fanatic superhero kind of guys, like brutally violent, very hard to kill. They've got all these extra organs. They're like 7 or 8 feet tall, and they wear powered armor that like aids in their movement and makes them stronger and more deadly. So we're gonna go over into the armoring hall here, and you'll get a sense of kind of the aesthetic here, right? You got like really cool. Wow, okay, the graphics are taking a second. There we go. We'll see if my computer can handle this. This is definitely, a big strain on it. But basically, you can go into the armoring hall here, and here are your classes. So you have tactical, which this is the public test server, so I don't have like the armor set up on it yet. But like really cool armor that you can grant your guy, depending on what you're looking for. This is an Imperial Fist, which is pretty cool. But when you go in here, you can go like, let's take a basic guy, and you can upgrade all of these different elements. So say we wanted to be like a, Heresy Arrow would be pretty cool. But let's do Raven Guard, which is one of the chapters. And we could go in here and... yeah, that's pretty sweet. And this public test server is probably going to be a little bit, just a little bit laggy here at first. Why don't we actually just do Ultramarines? Ultramarines are also one of the chapters. And we'll do, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, let's do that one. And then here. And then we'll go and do probably this one or that one. That's pretty nice. And then here we can throw on like a cool backpack. This one I like. And then for the legs, we can give them like a cool loincloth. Because again, these guys are all, religious fanatics. They worship the Corpse Emperor, which is he's the God Emperor of mankind. He's like a psyker of immense might who is slain by one of his sons, which are called the Primarchs. And these Primarchs are like his genetic copies, and then all the Space Marines are genetic lineage directly to their Primarch. And so the Emperor gets killed by one of his sons, but he is maintained from death on this state of deathlessness on the Iron Throne, which allows him to stay alive and project a psychic beacon out into space so that he can, so that the ships can traverse this something called the Immaterium, which is like this warp, basically like an alternate dimension where all of your emotions are represented in like demons and things. Yeah, Annie, this game is staggeringly beautiful. It's really well done. And you can see there's a little bit of loading problem, probably because we're in the public test server. I'm tempted to maybe go back. I wonder if these problems are mainly on the test server, but I would play it if it was orcs. I envision that orcs are coming in the third game, which has already been approved. It's definitely going to happen. And we'll probably have orcs and necrons and things like that. There's just an insane number of factions in this game, playable factions. So yeah, like this is, this is like the degree of armor customization you can have on your character And then we could go into the different chapters and we could choose our chapter. We've got the Dark Angels, the Ultramarines, Blood Angels are kind of my favorite chapter. Oh, you want to be an orc? Yeah, that might be tough. Although, you know, in some of these horde modes, what they've done in the past in certain games is they have like a way to play the enemy faction where you are going to die a lot, but you have to work together to overcome the enemy, and you just spawn over and over as an enemy unit, and your goal is to beat them. Imperial Fists, you've got your Space Wolves, Salamanders, Raven Guard, White Scars, Black Templars. This would be pretty cool to do a Black Templar. Carcharodons, yeah, that's pretty chad. Tartarans, Blood Ravens. You can go into all these, or the basically like I guess we could say like first founding chapters. So if we went to Blood Angels, for example, we could go in here and we could be like the Lamenters, right? And they're kind of a very popular chapter of Space Marines. So we could go here and then go to here, make a new thing. And then we would do, oh, they have, oh, what does that mean? This is all new to me. Oh, fascinating. Okay, so this just highlights all the details. Huh. But all these colors are also color matched to the real life board game, the tabletop game. Yeah, that's right. You can play as Adeptus Custodes, which are like if the Primarchs are like the sons of the Emperor, and then the sons of the Primarchs are the Space Marines. The Custodes are kind of like also sons of the Emperor. They're his personal guard, and they look really sick. They're the Golden Boys. They look very cool. So we'll just do this here, and then we can go in here and do like, let's see, Lamenters. Let's just take a quick look here. At Lamenters color patterns. So they're going to be, okay, cool. So mostly yellow, but with this like patterned shoulder guard. Lots and lots of lore. The lore of 40K is like the deepest sci-fi that there is out there. Okay, so veterans are going to have a black stripe down the middle. Actually, you know, it would be even more fun would be to do Death Company. So we go and do here, and we're going to do all black on these guys, like that. And then their trim is going to be, let's see, can't remember the trim on them. I think it's also black. Yeah, so we could go like Death Company here. And Death Company usually have black crisscross across their shoulder pad. So Death Company are like every Space Marine chapter has elements of it that are like advantages and flaws. And one of the flaws of the Blood Angels is that they suffer from this thing called the Black Rage and the Red Thirst. And they're kind of like good guy vampires, I guess, who are like constantly resisting the urge to drink blood and like rend their enemies up close. And so the Blood Angels, occasionally they'll go crazy and they'll see the moment that their Primarch died. They'll be like transported to that, and they'll think that everything is like 10,000 years ago, and they're called the Death Company. So the Death Company would be characterized by having black armor with red accents. So we could go here and do black for the color pattern, and then for here, so that's for the whole thing. So we want to go into here and do black. Looks like the shaders are having trouble right now. That's really interesting. Let's just do a little experiment here. I'm actually tempted to see if this is the test server or not that's having trouble. Yeah, we'll just reopen this here. I wouldn't be surprised if the test server was having trouble right now, just because a lot of people are playing it and they're kind of in the process of testing stuff out. So and then we'll just make sure that the audio capture is retail good. But yeah, I've been really hooked on this game. It's just got very satisfying gameplay loops. It's very hectic. The skill cap on it is like really, really high. It's got amazing lore. It's very beautiful. Yeah, we'll see if this is a little bit better. I do know that streaming, even though I've got a pretty great computer, it's like professionally overclocked and it's liquid cooled and all that stuff. Streaming asks a lot from your computer, so I may still need a couple of additional upgrades to really get this thing to a point where it can do all of this. Okay, that's looking better. Okay, sweet. Okay, so looking at the poll, looks like, wow. So, I mean, looks like 5 of you voted 100% yes, you would like to see Space Marine 2. That's cool. We might be able to make that happen. I definitely want to show you guys some gameplay so you can decide for yourself if this is something you'd like to see on the stream. Seizure warning, cool game alert. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly hectic. The gameplay is frenetic. It's loud. It's crazy. There's blood everywhere. You're just like ripping things apart with your bare hands and like gunning things down in like incredible quantities. Okay, so yeah, that does look like it's handling it better. Okay, cool. Yeah, Helldivers would be a great comparison. Yeah, except that Helldivers doesn't have. There's a lot of things Helldivers doesn't have that this one does. So like, here's my armor set for Vanguard, and this is a Space Wolf Vanguard. But we could go and do like here, and go to my chapters. We'll do this one, and go to chapters. Something like this, which is very sick. But I can show you some of the other classes too, like so tactical. I have a bunch of the DLC. So like here's an Imperial Fist. Imperial Fists are like highly tactical, very like stalwart. They take a beating and they don't die. They're big into like heavy weapons, a little bit slower moving, more like big shields, heavy weapons, artillery. I don't play an assault yet. I have all of these like leveled up pretty highly. Vanguard, I have the Space Wolf, which I think is really cool. Space Wolves are like, yeah, I mean they're just like dog people. The Bulwark is like a shielded tank that allows you to take an enormous amount of punishment, and then you get in close with a power sword, and you have a powerful pistol. Sniper is a very good class too, and you can go and pick the Salamander's Sniper. Salamander's chapter is not the best fit for the Sniper. A lot of people didn't love that they chose it that way, but it looks really good. You've got like a lizard skin kind of thing. Yeah, awooga. And then for heavy, I've just chosen my own chapter for that one. But what's really cool is if you go in here, each weapon has a stat line and a number of different versions that you can choose from. So I've chosen the high rate of fire, high magazine capacity. Actually, let's bring this down here a little bit so you guys can see all the details. My face is not important here. But basically, like all of these versions of the weapon have different stats, and then you can actually go and level them up with all these perks. Like this one gives me 10% more headshot damage. This one says when your health is below 30%, if you kill 7 enemies rapid succession, you gain 10% health back. This one decreases my maximum spread when I'm firing by 50%, which is great. Added damage, headshot damage, magazine size, more damage, ammo reserve. This one says when your health drops below 30%, you're going to get a magazine back. Spread reduction, recoil reduction, damage. So a lot of cool stuff there. And then you can see there's 4 different weapons that I can use for my primary for the class. So like this is called the Melta, or as Monkey would like to say, the Flammenwerfer in German. And this one's like a heat shotgun, I guess would be the way to call it. In the tabletop, it functions differently. The multi-melta is like a close range, narrow blast of like superheated lava that just punches holes through stuff, like tanks primarily. You can get the Oculus bolt carbine, which has like a nice scope on it, although I don't really love using scopes in this game. And then each class has perks. So basically these perks allow you to modify the function of your character. So as a class, Vanguard gets the ability to grapnel into targets from a distance and do a diving kick. And during that time, you have iframes, which means you're invulnerable to damage. So if you ever have something really scary, like a big guy coming in with a 2-handed attack, you can grapnel to something and get to safety, which is really strong. And then I also get contested health 50% faster. So the way the game works is that your health bar, when you take damage, the damage is white, and then you'll see the damage fade. That white bar will fade away. And in the time where you have contested health, if you do damage to things, you regenerate that contested health. So the game incentivizes you, like Gears of War does, to get in and go hard as hell, kill a bunch of stuff, do a bunch of damage. When you take damage, you want to do damage back to get your health back. And so regenerating your contested health is really, really strong. So the perks I have here are, each melee attack I land reduces the range damage I'm taking. So if I chain a bunch of hits together, I'm going to take less range damage. Or you could get a damage boost against Majoris level enemies or higher. So the scale goes Minoris, Majoris, Extremis, Terminus. And the higher you go, the harder the enemies, right? So this gives me a buff of 10% damage against Majoris and higher level enemies, which is very good. Or you can take, after a perfectly timed parry, block, or dodge, you do not lose control on taking heavy hits, which is really important because when you take a heavy hit, a lot of times you lose a lot of your health, and then you're like staggered, and it takes a moment to get up, which means you're not going to be able to regenerate your contested health. So anything that gives you not losing control on heavy hits is like one of the best perks in the game. This one increases the window for perfect parry and perfect block by 50%. So it gives me a little bit more flexibility on timing. Other people would say that this is better, but you have to be a much better player to take this one and not this one. And then this one here, every time I kill 7 enemies in rapid succession, I'm going to get an equipment back, which means like a grenade, a melt-a-bomb, what are they called? Electricity bomb kind of a thing, shot grenade they're called, meltas, frags, crack grenades, all that stuff. This is the team perk. So every class gets a team perk that's shared between all the other classes. And that means that all my teammates and I, anytime we do a melee finisher of an extremis or terminus level enemy, we're going to get 30% of our health back. And that is really the best part of the class right there, is the ability to heal. Because stims, which is how you heal in this game, are not super common at the highest level of difficulty. And so this is an amazing ability. But other ones would be like all squad members deal 15% more melee damage, which is very good. Or anytime you perform a finisher on a Majoris level or higher enemy, you get 15% of your ability recharge back, and my ability is the grapnel launcher. However, my class is all built on the grapnel launcher. So when I grapnel to a target, it deals damage to the target, but it also deals damage in a 5-meter radius around me, which is pretty good. It allows me to clear things out around me. But this is the big one. Performing a finisher with the grapnel launcher deals damage to nearby enemies. This is not just a little bit, it's a lot of damage, right? So you pair these two together and it deals a ton of damage. And then this last one, after a perfectly timed parry, block, or dodge, you take 20% less health damage for 5 seconds. And then this perk right here is kind of the signature perk, and that is I can activate a grapnel launcher on an incapacitated enemy. So when you take an enemy and you do a bunch of damage, eventually they'll go into an incapacitated state where they'll be highlighted red and they'll be like woozy and kind of like this, and they're not doing anything. And I can basically use the grapnel launcher to zip to them. It'll automatically start the finisher, and then that damage effect will go out, and then I'll get my my charge back on my grapnel, so I can infinitely grapnel launcher to different things and do a ton of damage. But it also allows you to grapnel to a target that's not finished, or it's not incapacitated, but it has 33% or less health, and that allows me to skip a lot of damage that I would need to do on them. I just need to do 66% damage to them, and then I can grapnel and then do a bunch of damage. And then once you get to level 25, you can prestige, and prestige perks are basically all these perks that permanently make your character better in unique ways. So like battlefield awareness, if a target is in 8 meters, you do 10% more range damage, which is good. If your health is below 25%, ability charges restore 15% faster, not that good. Some of these are worse, a lot worse than others. Health increases by 25 or 15% is amazing. Using grapnel launcher restores 1 armor segment is insane. When you finish a target, you get an armor back, and that means that if I bring a guy to below 35% health and then I grapnel to him, it automatically does the finisher. It does a bunch of damage around me. It gives me 1 armor segment of 2 back, and then because I'm finishing him, it gives me a second one. So basically my survivability is all tied to being able to bring things down to low health, grapnel to them, AoE, and then get my armor back. And then killing 7 enemies in rapid succession also restores an armor segment. So I choose this one, this one, this one, and this one right here, which is reflected down here. So with that in mind, let's do a quick opening round here. And I wish I could show you guys the new Siege mode, because Siege is really cool, but it's only in the public test server, and it looks like the server right now is a little bit hard for me to stream. So we'll do exfiltration, I think. Yeah. Now what happens here is my lobby is open to anyone else, right? And so so other people who are like looking for a random game will be able to join into my game. And in the meantime, I'm just gonna go in solo. I'll have some bots, and that'll be fine. So, and this is on absolute. There are 6 difficulty levels, I wanna say. And I always play on absolute. It's the hardest of them. You get the least ammo, the least stims. The enemies hit a lot harder. There's a lot more of them. They'll send like 3 extremists at a time at you, and you just have to be much tighter on your timing and yeah, focus and everything. We'll see. I haven't streamed this before, and so I'll probably have to lock in a little bit here because it's hard. Absolute is difficult, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get clapped, but. Am I only streaming at 440? Are you guys? Could one of you tell me if I'm only streaming at low quality right now? Huh. Interesting. It's possible you guys are only seeing this at a low quality level, which kind of sucks. I thought I had it at, I should be streaming at 1080p. So here are my bots. Oh, that's a teammate, okay. grapnel. There we go. I can grapnel again. Sorry if the quality is low right now. I'm not sure why. I can't really tell if the quality is low or if it's just like what I'm seeing through my my stream setup here. But it should be at 1080p, but so you can see the blue indicators and the red indicators are for attacks that they're doing that are either heavy or light attacks, and each one needs to be addressed differently. So a light attack you can like dodge, or you can parry or block. There's a lot of different things you can do there. So you have to time these things carefully. Oh, so I mistimed that there. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that was bad. Oh, I'm probably gonna die here. Oh, yep. Oh, there we go, I'm down. Yep. But now my teammate will come and pick me up, so you can go down once, you get incapacitated, and then you'll get back up. It's a little bit tough. I am getting a little bit of lag with the streaming like this, but it's worth it. I'll just show you guys what's up. Okay, so now I'm gonna get some health back because this guy is down. So I'm gonna grapnel to him. Should do a nice AoE damage, get some health back, and then if I find a stim, I can clear my mortal wound. But I'm pretty low on ammo right now, so it's a little sketchy. And then if one of you could tell me, like, is it coming through just at like 4 DP right now? Because that's a little strange if it is, but I need to know if so. And there's all sorts of combos, like this is a light attack combo. And so you're kind of like constantly oscillating between these different ways of using your guns and your pistol and your sword. You're at 720? Okay. Do you have options to go up to 1080? Okay, you do. Great, great. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I might need to make some further upgrades to my computer before I could do streaming like this. It's not too bad right now, but it's just a little laggy, and this game is like very low tolerance for error. Actually, let's take these ones and use them up. And then I'll go and grab the other grenades. You can carry only one type of grenade at a time. So this is called Emperor's Fury, which is a powerful ability. It gives you a knockback, and it gives you a lot of contested health back. Gives you your oh, he just called for help. That's not good. Oh, that hurt. They've got me on the run here. This is really bad. So I need to... There we go. This is going to be a perfect AoE. There we go. Okay, there we go. Nice. There's a bunch of different enemy types in this game. What we saw there are Tyranid warriors, and warriors come in a bunch of different warrior forms. There's ones that have like kind of a shotgun of like slow-moving boar parasites that like bore through your armor and kind of fuck you up. And then there's ones that have kind of a equivalent of like a sniper rifle. Which is what we're seeing shooting at me from afar there. Okay, so he's gonna call for help. That guy over there is calling for more reinforcements, but we've already opened the door to this next section, which means we're just gonna get the hell out of here and avoid all these other spawns. Oh, my teammate just got hit really hard by that. Okay, there we go. Get in there and go to the next level. So you can see these guys. This guy's exorcist of some sort. He's kind of a homemade chapter. That's a custodian, except it's more of a fan approach to the custodian, which would be to have like the golden armor, the wings. Very, very cool. This guy's power sword wielding assault, and this guy is an exorcist heavy. I think he's an exorcist. He's kind of his own homemade chapter. Oh, that's a lot of enemies.
This is why I do not trust tech priests.
Oh my god, I am potentially gonna die here. Yep, I'm dead. Damn. Okay, so now I'm gonna get up. I've got a, I had a Guardian Relic that's gonna allow me to get a bunch of health back now, a bunch of contested health. But that was a Lictor, basically. So a Lictor is a threat that is an extremist. Oh god. Now we're getting swarmed pretty hard. Oh. There we go. I'm going to try and zip out of there. And this should help me survive a little bit. And then zip onto there. Get that one. Bunch of AoE damage. And then that right there is a Lictor. And they are very dangerous. So I basically need to create a little bit of space here and then focus this thing down. There we go. And then this thing is going to be a cool kill animation. They're invisible and they're really fast. There we go. Nice, we made it through. It cost me a Guardian Relic, which is precious, but there's worse things that could have happened. Those shots from the Devourer there hit extremely hard. They're very painful. All right, we made it. Sweet. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting 50 frames a second right now. It's not amazing, but when I'm playing on my own, my computer does this at about 120. Streaming definitely puts a load on it. And that's right, Jin. For the Emperor! So this is the final boss of this map. Look how pretty that is. It's beautiful. Oh, missed that one. There we go. So with the perfectly timed blocks and parries and stuff, I'm able to get a powered up attack with the block version of this weapon. So most weapons have a block. Oh, here. I should turn off my audio things so I'm not. Oh, good, good. So they have a block, parry, and fencing variant, which all interact differently. So like the version I'm using is the highest damage output, but it's a lot harder to use, I would say. So now I'm going to get a melt bomb, which is really good. So these things are really strong. Melt-a-bombs are an activatable, like, planted grenade. We have to close up these holes, basically. So can do that, and then grab a new one. Oh man, bad shots. There we go. So So we cleaned that up pretty good. Yeah, I'll have to ask. I have a buddy of mine who's pretty a pretty capable computer specialist, and he could probably help me make some final upgrades to the computer to get it able to do this really cleanly. So the whole story of this particular operation is we're hunting down this tech priest, basically a woman who, like, you know, really good with you know, technology and machines and everything, and she is studying this alien threat. Studying this alien threat, trying to find a way to beat it, and we're going to hunt her down because in this story, humanity is kind of messed up and like regressive, like really like anti-progress. You know, they're not really the most constructive, I would say. And so humanity is locked in this endless struggle against aliens and demons and psychers and all this other shit, trying to survive. And they don't really have time to figure out how to like solve the problems long term because they're constantly getting clapped. So this lady is like in this Munitorum facility here, trying to figure out how to beat the Tyranids, and we're hunting her down because she's a heretic for trying to learn things. It's not a happy storyline. This is definitely the worst of the timelines that humanity could find itself in. Okay. Okay. So every time you get an execution like that, you get armor back. That's one of the ways that they kind of incentivize you to like get in close and like, you know, fuck things up. If you get a gun strike, you also get armor back too. Gun strikes happen when, oh, this guy's trying to rope me in. Want to get away from him. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Yeah, and let me know in that poll that I opened up there if this is interesting to you, if you like this, if you'd like to see more of this too. I'd be happy to share my sort of gameplay with you.
Power cells will restore the functionality of the generators.
There we go. Alright, so we've got to find the power cells and then plug them into these different machines. Every time you hear that ding, that's more enemies spawning. So these guys, they come in pairs of two, and they fire these powerful psychic blasts at you, and they're very dangerous. Oh man, I missed my timing. Nope, you're not calling for help. There we go. He just hit me pretty hard, so I gotta get my contested health back. See if I got the timing right. I did not.
Power cells to the generators.
Oh boy. I'm gonna have to... Oh! Oh no! Oh, glitch! Oh boy. That damn near killed me. Kill this thing. Ugh. Yeah, achievement unlocked. One more power cell, which is probably up there. Okay. Oh, good, he's got it. Okay. And I do have full ammo, I think. So I have to let that wave come through because I couldn't get to him. That sucks. We're gonna get more enemies now.
That ward of machinery is ours.
Oh my gosh, and he got me. Yeah, that was kind of clumsy. It's a little harder with the lower frames that I'm getting right now to execute as cleanly as I would like, but it's okay. I'm gonna use a melt-a-bomb here. Boy, they're coming at me from every angle here. Oh, and I just took a shot from my buddy. Oh, and that happened. Okay, this is sketchy. Zip in, AoE damage, iframes, take the other guy down. Oh, ow. Oh my gosh. He hit his buddy. Okay, pretty hectic. So what I need to do now is chain together a couple of executes and then get a first aid kit. If I die, I'll be gone for 5 minutes. And you can reduce that amount of time by killing other enemies. Now we're going to unplug her skull from this machine, and we're going to take her with us because she's quote-unquote the bad guy. We're taking her brain out of this building, basically. She's a disembodied brain. It's very Adeptus Mechanicus. They're the kind of science nerds. These things are really dangerous. We got more zone thropes. Hopefully I got the timing right. Yep, there we go. And now you're gonna see I'm gonna get 30% of my health back because of my class perk. I'm basically a vampire, which is cool. I like that. It's like cool vampire as opposed to Twilight vampire. So we all have mortal wounds, as we can see as indicated by the skull in that corner up there. So we're all kind of hurt right now. I'm doing dishes, so I can't type as much as I want to, but here's a question. Does power creep affect cPDH or not? In the more casual EDH circle, a lot of friends are getting frustrated with it. Yeah, power creep in cPDH is like not really a thing. Or at least it is, but it happens in ways that are very manageable. And usually most power creep is through additive type stuff, like getting a replicate effect or an upgraded version of a card. And that doesn't mean we don't play the card, it just means that we include it in the deck for, you know, in exchange for something worse. If you want to beat power creep, play Pauper Commander. That's what I would say. Pauper Commander is immune to it, basically, in a way, right? Like we're not negatively affected by power creep like cEDH and these other formats. So I think that's one of the best reasons to play the format, actually, is because we don't really get affected by the power creep of other formats, and I think that is a huge selling point for me. And plus, even if your commander for some reason did get power crept, it's probably just replacing it with something that does the same thing but better, and that means just swapping out your commander, which is a pretty low price to pay. If for some reason your commander got replaced with something completely different that needed different cards, the cost of that power creep from a financial standpoint is very low, because the average card is like 25 cents or less. So Bruno, I would say, like, if that's an issue you guys are running into, I would just honestly sell the rest of your cards and just play Pauper Commander, because your average deck is going to be, it's going to be about 75 bucks maybe. Average is like between 50 and 100. If you want to play with Snowlands in a deck that requires Snowlands for like Arkham's Astrolabe or Skred or like Gangrenous Zombies, then what I would recommend instead is to just tell your friends that you're using Snowlands and then just pretend like they are. Oh god, this thing is clapping me. So yeah, that's the Snowlands are the largest contributor to cost, and that's what's going to take your deck from like 100 to 125 or 75 to 100. This boss fight here is so sick. This is like the coolest boss fight in the whole game. And I think that's also like a very valid thing to be frustrated by. It's like when the game becomes about like money, and instead of like, just playing good Magic with your friends, it feels like a pretty big feel bad to me.
We need a melting charge on every high pole.
Ow. Wow, it hasn't come for me once. Lucky me. Oh. we go. And we beat it. Yeah, so Bruno, that's a really good question, and I think that's just a great reason to be playing this format. The fully powered up competitive decks are still very powerful. It's still going to give you a sense like you're playing powerful Magic, but your decks are going to cost like a fraction of the cost. You'll be able to pass those decks down to your kids because the likelihood of that deck actually getting like power crept out of the game is very low. The most likely thing is that you choose a commander that is no longer amenable to the meta in a certain way, but that depends on your local meta, and you'll have a lot of other decks that you can play as well. If you're playing at the high level competitive, selling some of your rares, selling some of your mythics are going to basically allow you to buy like a whole battle box of like 8 cPDH decks with, Freed from the Real combo, Peregrine Drake Ghostly Flicker combo, Ashnod's combo, and then a bunch of fair mid-range strategies, control strategies, aggro strategies. You're going to get a lot of unique effects like that you don't get in cEDH, like with Witherbloom Apprentice, where you can play Golgari, kind of like Golgari, Pinger, Control, Storm, which you're not really going to find in cEDH. So yeah, definitely highly recommend playing cPDH. It's really an amazing format. The gameplay is incredibly satisfying. It feels closer to the way that Richard Garfield designed the game to be played, because combat actually matters, right? And 30 health points, 16 commander damage is a really great place for the game, because it opens up all these strategies in the competitive level that aren't just combo. And I think that's one of my big criticisms of cEDH as a format, and really Commander in general, I think to a degree, that like it feels a lot like you're pigeonholed into playing ever more and more expensive and powerful cards. You're essentially like hamstrung if you don't have thousands and thousands of dollars to spend on it. And frankly, I want to play somebody. I want to play somebody. I don't want to play their wallet, right? It's weird because I honestly think cPDH is where most casuals want their games to be, all about board game, combos that are telegraphed, and every color can show an answer, and yet they don't play. Yeah, so like in cPDH, the combos are going to tend to be, for the most part, like 3 and 4, even 5 card combos. And tutoring for them is sorcery speed. It's expensive. Combo is still good. It's still very competitive, but it's not the only thing you can do. Yeah, exactly. And I think in cPDH, what that opens up is the opportunity to play a lot of other archetypes and play styles and strategies that are not available to you in cEDH. Like, for an example, I have 3 tournament wins and a lot of top 4s, and I've done all of those with fair mid-range or control decks, and that would be pretty unheard of in cEDH. The other thing, my experience with Commander, is that in Commander it's very, very hard, even with a new bracket system, to like match up your decks. Like, everybody's got a different idea of like what level each deck is in terms of power level, and so sometimes that can translate to like unintentional dishonesty, or just maybe like a different sense of what the power level is, where you're stepping into a pod and people are like, oh, this is like a 3 or a 4 out of 5, and in reality it's not. And it makes it a lot harder to like match up players to their desired power level. Whereas in cPDH, in competitive Pauper Commander, the difference between a casual deck and a competitive deck is not so far from each other that you have zero chance of winning. Whereas if I brought like a 1, a 2, or maybe even a 3 out of 5 to a cEDH game, my chances of winning are probably close to 0. Whereas in cPDH, if you brought a casual deck to a competitive brawl, you are actually still probably sitting at like a 10 or a 15% chance to win, because the big heavy hitters are going to be busy with each other, and you're going to have like a lot more space to develop and to and to pressure people, and you can kind of like roach your way into a game. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily what you should do, but it's like the reality is that you're not 0% chance to win, right? cEDH is now in the mid-range hell, and IRC some months ago we had 40% draws in tournaments, and don't let me get started on the 11-hour game. Yeah, we have a fairly, I mean, there are draws, but it's not like a substantial portion of the games necessarily. I would venture to guess in tournaments that we're getting less than 10% draws. Now, I will say, I've long been an advocate for, sorry, just probably blew everybody out there. I have long been an advocate for having 90-minute, currently it's 90 minutes, but advocate for 100-minute rounds. And I think that would make a lot of positive differences in, basically, it would mostly eliminate draws, and it would allow for more control to be in the format. And this isn't just an arbitrary thing where I want like, oh, I want more control. But the reality is that cEDH games have 90-minute timer, and those games end on average on turn 4. In our format, games end on average on turn 9, right? And because of that, we tend to need a little bit. We use more of the 90-minute clock. But that's not really something I have any like influence over. I've brought it up to a lot of people and brought it up to tournament organizers and stuff, and we've tended to stick with 90-minute. But it's sufficient. I mean, I play Control quite a lot, and I bring it to tournaments, and I do well. Most of my tournaments have ended with me in the top 4. All the rest of them in the top 8, and then and then there's a couple that I won. I've won 3 so far. So it sounds like to me you're like the perfect person for competitive Pauper Commander. And by the way, just as a note too, Bruno, most people don't refer to Pauper Commander as cPedh. They refer to it as cPDH. cEDH is usually the terminology that you get from folks coming from Commander when they come in. And then cPDH is what they say for competitive. Just as a little aside on that. More like turn 3. Turn 4 is usually when someone got stopped on turn 3, and I wish I was joking. Yeah. I mean, you get more games in, I guess. But I don't really enjoy that kind of experience, personally. I find Commander to be not as fun as Pauper Commander. Pauper Commander is like the bare knuckle boxing, like underground bare knuckle boxing of Magic. It's all very like resource exchange. It's very grindy. You need to have card advantage in your deck. Turboing for a win is like very risky because the interaction is better than the threats. Like people actually play removal in Pauper Commander, and removal is very, very good. So that's the other thing, is it opens up a whole, like, your interaction is better than your threats in Pauper Commander. Your best threat could be like a 1-mana 5/5 Gurmag Angler, or a 2-mana white of Precinct 6, or a pinger, like a Firebrand Archer or something like that. And those threats all die to like, a lot of stuff. So like Wraths, Edicts are really good. Removal is good. Counter spells are good. We have like the best graveyard hate and some of the best and most efficient graveyard hate, counter spells, removal, like ever printed. You've got Snuff Out, you've got Vendetta, you've got Ghastly Demise, you've got Lightning Bolt, Galvanic Blast, Scred, Improvised Club, Heartfire. You're getting like a lot of different kinds of removal too, like auras that lock things down. You've got the impetus effects that goad them to hit other people. You've got auras that like take away the abilities of your commander. All those things are like highly relevant, and it would be very strange to see those in a cEDH game. So yeah, big fan of the format. There's a reason I built my channel around this around this this format, because I do think it's the best and last remaining format of Eternal Magic that currently exists. You know, Commander is not technically Eternal anymore. Modern is not Eternal. Legacy is not Eternal. You know, they're technically Eternal, but functionally they're not. They go through major rotations. Whereas in Pauper Commander, like, I have so many decks in paper that I haven't worked on in a while, and I can hand them to a new player and they can win games with them because they're still good. Right? Like, they haven't seen, like, decks where I haven't made any updates to them in paper in like 2 years, and they're still strong. And all I would have to do is go out and buy like $5 worth of cards, and the deck would be like up to snuff, you know. So, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. And I just and part of me just really loves to, like, we're playing with these cards that didn't cost very much money, you know. So it's like nobody's gate kept on price. Nobody's like gate kept because they can't afford things. And I think I'm particularly sensitive to that because I have been fairly broke / poor for most of my adult life, or all of my adult life up until the job that I've got recently, or I guess not recently. It's been a year, but the feeling of like getting kind of like priced out of standard because my standard deck got banned, and then not being able to play in tournaments anymore really because I couldn't afford to get more cards was like really shitty. And then moving over to modern, and then, you know, having to play like these very janky like 8 whack, you know, decks against people who had like tons of money, fetch lands, shock lands, good sideboard cards, and I was just forced to play like mono red RDW kind of a thing. It's not a good feeling. Not a good feeling at all. And Magic has become very expensive. And if you like the competitive, if you like the sweaty side of things, then you're kind of like pinched playing Magic because it's just so expensive. Basically, Wizards of the Coast has it figured out that Magic players spend money like water, and they're appealing to the higher end customers, which is a very common business pattern. You know, they're appealing to the people that they know have lots and lots of money, to be able to afford their expensive product. And that's the reason why like your $3 and $4 packs are now like $6 and $7 packs, right? It's just gotten very expensive. Even like the classic pre-release that was like $23. It's like the last pre-release I did was like almost $60. And I don't love that. I don't love that at all. That's the main appeal to the cEDH. $500 here in Brazil. My Urza deck is $130 and packs quite a punch. I would rephrase that as people most willing to spend lots and lots of money. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what I said that you're rephrasing, but yeah, that's accurate. I would rephrase, yeah. So people most willing to spend lots and lots of money. Yeah, that's right. So they're appealing to the whales because that's like the most profitable market segment. And I want to be clear too. Like I like Secret Lair. I think it's really cool. Yeah, the people, that's right. The people most willing to spend lots and lots of money, right? Because you could have a lot of money and not want to spend that money on Magic, and that's reasonable. But you know, like I don't mind having like, you know, secret lairs and stuff. Like the alternate prints are really cool. And if you want to have like a spicy, you know, blinged out Pauper Commander deck, you can do it for very cheap. It's not that bad. You're getting cards for like a couple bucks a piece. Or more likely have no money or willing to spend a lot. Yeah, that's the interesting thing. I think they know that even people who don't have a lot of money who play Magic are like, I don't know. I've met a lot of people in my life who like didn't have a lot of money, but they were spending like staggering amounts of money on Magic, and it's kind of and that seems like a problem, right? But like obviously, you know, if you're, you know, that's like somebody else's life. That's somebody else's choices. If they want to spend a lot of money on something expensive, like, you know, when I was I've been mountain biking most of my life, and mountain biking is very expensive, and I didn't have a lot of money, and I just had to do it on the cheap, right? I had to buy used bikes. If my bike broke, sometimes I wasn't able to fix it, so like I can't judge, and I don't want to, right? Um, Bruno says it's the best way to get here to play with really powerful decks, powerful cards, but the games last longer and are more interactive. Yeah, yep. You play with powerful Magic. It's more interactive. It's more social. It's more like the game was intended to be played. It's less condensed. Every time I play my Pauper Commander deck into a cEDH deck, which is something I do somewhat regularly, it's just kind of silly how often the game just sort of like ends with nobody having any interaction. It's just like pod racing all the time. Everybody going as fast as they possibly can. I don't find that very compelling, to be honest. I know the game theory is really compelling at cEDH level because, there's like wins on the stack and there's like, whether we use our interaction and all that stuff. But I find all that to be far inferior to cPDH, where in competitive Pauper Commander, the turbo wins are as vulnerable as they should be, right? Like when somebody goes for like a turbo Malcolm win using a bunch of rituals, they don't have any mana up to like protect themselves. So you can just like lightning bolt something and their combo is over. And I think that that's really healthy. Like cPDH is basically insulated against a lot of the things that people are frustrated about and upset about in Magic, right? Like a lot of the characteristics of Magic that people don't like, the sort of the power creep, the increased cost, the rotation of things, the endless printing of new cards. Like, I guess in cPDH we still get that a little bit, right? But that's what's exciting is like now spoiler season is like a bonanza of like cool cards that are just adding to your deck in good ways, right? TBH, my main issue isn't the speed; it's the fact that decks are inbred and way too. Yeah, well, no, that's exactly that's the thing I was pointing out. Like how many, like most decks are probably running some form of Thassa's Oracle, Demonic Consultation. I just find that to be really stupid. Like, and the other thing too is that cEDH suffers from having really problematic representation. Like your cEDH isn't represented by the rules committee, right? Like their primary focus is casual. And, to a degree, this is a criticism I would have here too, because I think that, that rules committees are and ban lists are primarily there. Like the primary function they serve is to protect the formats that don't have any sort of rule zero fix. Like in Pauper, nobody's making like all the bans are based on, or modern or legacy, they're made based on like what is powerful and appropriate for the format. And when things are out of line of that, it's about the competitive sphere. It's not because it's not like they're banning Weather the Storm because it creates a bad casual experience where games last too long, right? You ban things when they're OP or when they unnecessarily restrict the format into a small series of cards that you're always going to play, right? Like if the format gets to a point where 80% of the decks are doing the same thing, the same series of cards, right? That's not good. And in Commander and in Pauper Commander to a degree, that's a lot of the thinking as well. I would say though that in Pauper Commander, if you look at it, the two cards that are on the ban list are Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora. So technically, the Pauper Commander Rules Committee, the only bans we've ever made were on cards that were for competitive, right? I mean, it was bad for casual, but it was really bad for competitive. Like, really bad. And so Commander is full of cards that are incredibly, like, they're parasitic in the way that, like, everybody kind of needs to play them because they're just the best. So you have this massive card pool, but functionally, it's very small. It's actually very, very small. Whereas you look at a cPDH game, you go into a game with like a Malcolm Kedis and a Satyr Enchanter, and a Rilsa Rail, and a Floodgate. And it's like these decks are all doing completely different stuff, and the format isn't constricted around like 10 cards, right? Like even the fast mana in Commander, you know? Bruno says, so my main appeal to Commander is to break a card that costs sense. Well, there you go. I mean, you're describing Pauper Commander. That's exactly it. Like, you know, before Tortured Existence was identified by cEDH, it was, you know, like under $1. There's so many awesome interactions between very inexpensive cards in this format. Like a good example would be Evolution Witness with like Mere Scrappling and with Implement of Ferocity and with Ashnod's Altar and like Iron Apprentice. Like really powerful interactions that can generate a lot of value or end the game with cards that were very, very inexpensive. Like Ingenious Artillerist plus Wings of Velasvel or Rune Stalactite and Malcolm. That's a very inexpensive combo, right? Your main issue with the old RC is the fact that the card bannings made 0 sense for zero trust games. Yeah, exactly. And it made no sense for competitive. There's so many cards on that list that aren't a problem in competitive that are banned, and there are so many cards that aren't banned that should be banned that aren't banned. And those cards are still there, and the only protection you have in a competitive sense is from the ban list. So I really believe that that ban lists and, you know, rules committees and things like that are primarily there to protect the integrity of the competitive space, not entirely, you know, but in the casual space, for example, in Pauper Commander, if you're playing in a casual space, just don't play with Oubliette. Don't play with Pestilence. Don't play with Peregrine Drake, Ghostly Flicker, Archaeomancer. Like it's very simple because you actually have rule 0 when you play casual. But in competitive, we really don't, right? Like if we want to have a competitive game, it's got to be by the rules. And the rules of the format are defined by the rules committee, and they define by the ban list. So I know that take is probably something people would disagree with, but I generally feel like the place where you need the rules most is the one that is most dominated by them. Whereas like in casual, if you want to play with 40 life and 21 commander damage, you just do it. You just agree to it, you know. And if you don't want somebody playing Oubliette on your mono red commander that has no answer to it in the deck, then just ask them not to play Oubliette. It's just that simple. Like you actually have recourse, you know. But I don't know. It depends. And to that point, like it's important to note too, this isn't like a criticism at all of like the Pauper Rules Committee, because in fact, like the Pauper Commander Rules Committee, the 2 only cards that they banned had the largest impact on competitive, mostly, because the competitive environment was not thriving when Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora were in the format. It was like all blue. It felt a lot like cEDH, where it was like all blue, you're playing the Ponders and the Preordains, you go into these pods where it's like mostly Tatiova, Pure Sight Marrow, and Leyweaver, Loreweaver, and, you know, with like a couple of small control decks around the sides. The game just took like 2.5 hours, you know, and once they banned those cards, the impact on competitive was huge. In casual, you just say, we don't play with those cards. Very simple. But the competitive sphere, you had to play with them, pretty much. Not fully. I mean, I always played I didn't play with them very much, but, you know, that was kind of my own prerogative to play like Mayhem Devil and Witherbloom Apprentice and to sort of like rat my way through games. Okay, I'm going to do one more of these here. We'll play Tactical, because Tacticool is very fun. And I think we're going to do my Plasma Incinerator build, because that is really fun. And then we'll probably call it from there. So yeah, we'll get one more of these in here. And let me know, of course, if you are enjoying this. I would like to do more of it in the future. Decap would be pretty sweet. Ballistics Engine is sweet too. Fall of Atreus, Voxel Veratus. Termination has the beast at the end. We'll do decap. This is kind of like one of the iconic maps for this. And while we wait here for this game to start, just a reminder too to take a quick moment and leave a like on the video if you are enjoying it. It's a really easy, free way just to let me know that it's working out and to let the algorithm know that you want other people to see it, as well as subscribe. Yeah, be great to have you guys more in the chat and get notifications on when videos are coming in. Links in the description as well for supporting the channel if you're interested in doing that. I made sure to leave in some really affordable levels, and all the members through YouTube, Discord, and Patreon, you all get the same stuff. So that means you get access to the supporters only section of the Discord, which is where I post all my decks as well as all my deck updates. So you'll get tags like, you know, once to 3 or 4 times a week to see basically the changes I made to the decks. So it's the only way to get basically like constant updates around optimizing the lists. Yeah, Monkey says, and don't forget, if you're a member, you can link your Discord to YouTube. Exactly. Yeah, if you link your Discord to YouTube, then that'll automatically enter you into the supporter section of the Discord when you get that tag. So, yeah. Oh, and you'll also get to work on the decks ahead of the stream. So I have a lot of videos sort of queued up for my return to streaming, and you'll be able to work on those with me, often many, many months in advance. Like Hollow Marauder is a great example, you know, like really cutting edge stuff where, you know, the patrons and I were working on that like 8 months in advance of me bringing it to a tournament, which is pretty crazy. You know, instead of just getting like, oh, you get to see a video for free or like earlier than everybody else, you actually get to be part of making the deck and making the video, which I think is a really good value add. And of course, if you do become a member, just make sure to message me on Discord, Popper, so that I make sure you're in the supporters only section as well.
Yes, Captain. Consider the synapse.
So this build here that I'm playing is all built around the plasma weapons, which are like a rapid fire weapon, but they're also a charge up weapon. And it has like a blast radius to it, and it's all about doing a ton of damage in an AoE setting and then cycling through your weapons to fire your plasma pistol, which is basically the same thing but a little bit less damage, and just doing like an insane amount of damage. And when I block things, they get an Auspex scan, which increases the damage done to them by like 300% or something stupid like that. Really, really powerful. This is probably like the best class in the game, and it has been for a long time. But there's really no need for balance in this game because this is all like, you know, campaign basically. This is actually technically called operations, but
Neutralize call for enemy battle. Engaging
Oh, I fell down. Whoops.
Our brothers in arms need our help. Let us hurry.
Awesome, Annie. Glad you're enjoying the Space Marine 2 content. There's definitely a lot of people out there who are like way better than me at this, but it's a pretty awesome game, and I can definitely put on a bit of a show for you guys. Oh. Oh.
Sight-flinging excrement. Hive beast.
So that ability there where I scan them all, that just does, like, it increases the amount of damage they take by a lot. And it marks them, so even if they like go underground or if they, you know, go invisible, you can still see them. But it's mainly there for like a huge damage boost. Use it against like big things, use it against swarms. It's like really effective. It's called Auspex, and it is real good.
Iron Hail. Your battle awareness is impeccable. How do you hone? I reduce all unnecessary chatter. Ah, understood. My battle awareness would be less effective without your Auspex, Valius. We make a good team.
Hopefully I can get a little bit of ammo here. Lictors are really dangerous. That's a lictor right there. They can easily solo you. And this is on Absolute, by the way.
Too much damage.
Okay.
Sourcing demolition.
So now we're going to run around basically planting bombs on the support beams so we can bring down this structure when the hive beast comes through. And you can see this class is like pretty insanely strong. You just deal so much damage from afar, tons of AoE damage, great horde clear, and then when they come up close, you punish them. You're kind of a punisher class, basically. So anytime they're getting close, you're parrying and blocking them, and then getting a huge damage boost on them, and it's very effective. You're also a 3 armor class, which is good because other classes don't always have 3 armor. And this one has, yeah, the 3, so very good, very strong.
Detonator primed.
Okay, so now we're gonna go below, and we gotta plant some more charges down here. You don't always get this part of the map. When you do, it's harder. But those things, if they hit you, hurt really bad. Oh, we got somebody calling for help, and I am nowhere near. They're gonna, oh, they stopped him, good. All right, so we're gonna plant this here and go and get some more of them.
Ready to blow.
One of the things that makes this class really strong is that we have pretty excellent ammo replenishment, which is awesome. So whenever, I think it's like every 30 seconds, whenever I execute something up close, I get a magazine back to my primary. Oh god, no, I'm gonna get hit. Oh wow, he stopped. Lucky me. Oh my god, that's a Ravener. Those things are very dangerous. Damn it. Wow, I got wrecked. Lost all my health on that. Just mistimed my parry. Okay, so there is a Ravener there. Unfortunately, my teammate did not choose the right perk, and so we're not going to get heals off these guys, but... You can see if I get the parry off, I can kill those guys really quickly. That's like a speed run kill of that guy. But
Direct me to where I can place these charges. That is all of them. Bring
don't know why the
on
other guy left, but
monstrosity.
sometimes when people die, they just like leave right away. Just thin-skinned nerds. Well, I guess there's still 16 of you here, so I can't be hating it too much. Again, I don't intend to do variety streaming. I'm mainly focusing just on things that I enjoy here. I don't want to be like stuck in this loop of, you know, only playing what people want to see. I want to attract the people here who enjoy what I'm playing. But this is one of the games that I very much want to be streaming in the future. Where are you? Okay, there we go. There's various items spread out throughout the map that can be in kind of unusual locations. So I always want to check back here underneath the tables and everything. And then you can switch your class up mid mission. And by the way, this is all called operations, but like, look at this. Look at how beautiful this is. This aesthetic is like what I grew up with. Like, that's just this crazy, like, grim dark, you know, gritty, kind of like unrealistic, but like, I don't know, the immersion is very real. Like this big basilica church spire getting like bombed by like alien menaces. This is very cool. Elements of like medieval and sci-fi kind of coming together.
Understood, my lord. May the Emperor guide our lasguns to your support.
They're probably coming from over here. Yeah. You just see how many enemies there are here. It's like so crazy, so hectic. So basically what I'm doing is I'm cycling through my different weapons to try and get as much firepower down as I can. Oh, I took a mortal wound. Ah, shit. My vanguards got me, luckily. That was a bit newbie. Oop, there we go. Hit that guy.
I've never seen such atrocity.
So you can see this thing's coming across the bridge here. And we're gonna blow up the charges and blow this bridge to smithereens and kill everything else on it. Pretty epic. Ooh, computer didn't like that.
The ambush was a success. Clarification requested.
So now I have a mortal wound. If I use a stim right now, it'll actually clear my mortal wound. Oh, and I've got another one. That's perfect.
Like we have
So
our
what I'm going to
hopes,
do
brothers.
is I'm actually going to hold my stim for now, because stims recover contested health too. So if I take a really big hit, I can get up, use my stim, recover all the damage, and clear my mortal wounds. So because I have 2 of them, it's very efficient for me to hold one of them for now. It's a little high risk, high reward, but it's the way you get the most value out of your stims. Okay, so we're about 70 frames a second right now. Not too bad. I mean, it's not great. I'm pretty used to running this game at like 125, but you know, 60, 70.
Look at
And
it
this is the
play.
thing we're gonna end up killing. Oh. These are extremists. These are very dangerous enemies, but the Auspex is going to help us clean them up really quick. And that's kind of what you want to do, is you want to focus they're called synapse creatures. So basically anything that is like not a Majoris level enemy is a synapse creature, meaning they're controlling the things around it. And if you kill all those synapse creatures, then the other ones will take a ton of damage and they'll go into kind of a confused, staggered state. And that's because Tyranids are like a gestalt hive mind kind of a thing. So when they lose their beacons to the hive mind, they get crumped pretty hard. You can see just how much damage this deals. It's a staggering amount of damage. So we're getting pretty close to the boss here. The boss is one that I traditionally have had some trouble with, but there's a lot of people who get pretty masterful with it. Learning how to like counter his different moves, but he's going to have 2 sequences, one where he's like kind of like uninjured, and then another one where he is enraged and his psychic powers start becoming really prominent, and he it's cool. It's very similar to like Bloodborne and like Elden Ring, where you know there's different punishes for like range, that if you're too far, too close, how you respond to it, different moves that require different answers. Like heavy hits, you need to roll out of the way or evade, and light attacks that you can parry and block and dodge and shit. You can see there when I get a perfect parry or dodge, perfect parry or block on guys like that, they get marked and they take a ton of damage. I'm gonna toss a grenade in there just to kind of slow down the advance. This guy doesn't have, oh there, now he has his buddy. So these guys shield each other and they're pretty annoying, pretty hard to... Okay, so we're backing up because we need the other one to come forward. Oh my god. Okay, so now I'm going to use my stim. That's going to clear all the damage I just took and the contested health, and it's going to reset my mortal wound, which is really big, because if I were to die again, I would take 5 minutes to come back into the game, which is very bad. That's on absolute. It's very punishing, but that's what I'm playing. So this is the highest difficulty level in the game. They had initially they had ruthless was the top, and then people were like, nah, that's not hard enough, and so they made lethal, and that wasn't hard enough for people, so now they have absolute.
War gear acquired.
Okay, so here we're to the boss. We have a heavy, a bulwark, and me as a tactical. So I'm gonna use my auspex right away to basically push a bunch of damage onto this guy. So we have a window to push a bunch of damage on him. And he's gonna lock onto one person at a time and kind of clap their cheeks pretty bad. Okay, now he's coming at me. Oh, and I missed my window. And I missed it again. Oh, and I missed it again. And there's the parry. And there's the parry again. And, oh. And I'm getting absolutely wrecked right now. And I'm probably gonna die here. Okay, he's off me, which is good, but boy did I get punished there.
The creature is undergoing some kind of transformation.
I need to go and find a stem. Okay, this thing here, you gotta roll through it. And now he's gonna drop lightning everywhere, which he cannot be hit by. And it's going to spawn a lot of enemies who are going to be kind of distracting us, but potentially killing us as well. Okay, dodged him, get a perfect parry. Auspex scan so we can punch a bunch of damage at him. And then diving through. Oh, and I'm down. Yep, I rolled a little too early, but my auspex scanned him long enough that my teammates were able to kill him. So that was a little bit clumsy. I didn't get like my parries or my rolls or anything. I haven't got his moves like telegraphed very well yet, and so I often, when he like locks onto me, he fucks me up pretty bad. But luckily my teammates were able to capitalize on my auspex scan, and my Melta hit pretty hard. There we go. All right, let's see polls wise. Okay, so most people, awesome. Most people want to see more of this. That's good to know. Okay, so you get experience. You get more if you die less and go down. So I did like hands down the most damage in that game by a massive margin, 23,000 damage. Got 4 of the extreme kills, about the same number of kills as the other guy, but just way more damage. Tactical just does so much damage. Looks like I got a new item too, which is cool. Alright, so we can go to the armoring hall and then check out what I got. It's probably an item for this guy, so we go over here and take this and go here. It'll show me the new item, which is a new piece of war gear. So a new loincloth, it looks like. A new belt. A bigger belt. Oh, but it goes across his chest too. That's really cool. Yeah, that's sick. So this is a Blood Angels veteran assault is kind of the way I've got this themed. For backpack, do I have the crisscross things? Cool. And there's going to be a lot more customization stuff added to this in the future too. So, yep. And then probably want to go to armor here, and let's upgrade. Let's see. Go to the arms. I want to customize this bit, right? Oh, we can't change the color. Yeah, there's a couple of things that they still need to work on, like the color mapping and stuff. Like I think that basically every like standout item should be like customizable in whatever way you want, and currently it isn't that way, which isn't my favorite thing, but there's definitely still improvements to come in this game, but they've been pretty responsive to feedback thus far. So and then here I want to make that gold because I'm a golden boy. Back to armor sets, changes armor up, see if there's anything else for my leg that I can use. Nothing yet. Have to do a couple more missions to get that. But yeah, this one's this class has got some really cool stuff. For weapons, you've got the widest array of different weapons. So you've got Melta, Plasma Incinerator, Bolt Carbine, which is like a kind of like a hip fire. I mean, you can basically build this thing up to be like one of the best rifles in the game because you can fire it from the hip with very, very tight spread, right? So you can like hit headshots really easily. It's got an insane rate of fire, does a lot of damage, and being able to stay in hip fire is really nice because you keep your situational awareness very high. And then you have the Stalker Bolt Rifle, which is like single fire, like DMR, I would say, with a scope. I know that this one is good, but I don't like scoping in this game because you lose so much situational awareness. It's hard to see what's going on around you, and there's so much happening. You have like the heavy bolt rifle here, which is like a slow fire at first, but then it ramps up the rate of fire, and has like medium range, a lot of large magazine capacity. If you go up to these ones here, you get up to like 80 rounds. It says 60 here, but you get all sorts of stuff that adds to your magazine size. And then you get the bolt rifle, which has an underslung grenade launcher on it. For a while there, the meta was to scan something with Auspex and then fire all 12 of your grenades into it, and you could delete the boss like very, very quickly. Immense burst damage. And then just overall like a fairly generic rifle, like, you know, automatic, medium range, nothing like super special, but the grenade launcher was really OP. And then you've got the auto bolt rifle, which is kind of like a higher mag capacity version of this, with a little less damage, higher rate of fire, and a little less range. But all of these have their uses. I like the Plasma Incinerator for this class. I think it's like pretty sick. Although if you were doing this here, like arguably this would be kind of like, I think, one of the nastier builds, just because you just never run out of ammo and you do so much damage from range. So we could try and like go in here and build a version of this. So if we do Bolt Carbine, how does that change our perk tree? Primary weapon deals 10% more, secondary does 10% less. This class probably doesn't need like a secondary weapon all that much, which is kind of crazy to say, but like your ammo restoration is so insane with this ability. Killing a Majoris or level higher enemy restores one primary ammo, one magazine, which is really good. Only a 30-second cooldown, so you're constantly getting your ammo back. And when you get really stuck in and you're like fighting up close and you get like 2 procs of this, you come out of the fight with like oftentimes more ammo than you came in. You could take this one where the bolts penetrate enemies. Would be good too. After a perfectly timed parry, dodge, or block, you deal 10% more melee and gun strike damage and do not lose control on taking heavy hits. That's really like insane. That's what I've got right now. 10% more melee. So what this is nice for is you like, you know, shooting, something runs at you and does like a, you know, like one of those cross strikes where they like leap. You're blocking it, and you're getting a buff because I'm using a block weapon. So out of all the melee weapons, you can go fencing, block, or balance. And when you... Oh, I'm on fencing right now. Oh, how weird. I'm supposed to be on artificer. It kind of explains things a little bit. Or wait, does it? Oh yeah, because my other build was using the relic. So you use this artificer one. You block. When you block, you get a special buff. If you get a perfectly timed block, you're gonna get I think it's a 30% damage boost. If you block another one perfectly, then you get the Emperor's Fury, and you get like a hit where your first hit is an AOE, and you're doing 120% damage, and you get armor back from that. So this class is all about like shoot, 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 shoot. When they come to you, you get your perfect block, perfect parry, or whatever, and then you unleash on them super hard. And because of the way the Auspex works, you're basically marking them with this thing that makes them take a ton of damage for like 8 seconds longer, like 8 or 12 seconds or something. And then on top of that, you're getting a 10% bonus to your melee. So basically, you're a Punisher class. This is pretty strong too after a gun strike. So a gun strike is if you parry, and so block weapons can't parry. Parry weapons get they have less damage, but they get the ability to parry, which staggers them, and then it opens up the opportunity to fire a gun strike, which does a lot of damage. The only problem is that when you're in gun strike, you're immobile and you're locked into an animation. So most people believe that most of the time block is better, and block does more damage as well. So and then after swapping weapons to your secondary, it does 25% more damage. So if I were to do this way, after a finisher, ranged weapon reloads automatically, but you really can't take... Oh, that's really good too. This is just like certain perks are so important and so good that you just would never not take them, like Emperor's Vengeance. The ammo restoration is insane. Recoil reduced by 25%, and range damage against extremists is 10% higher versus range damage increased by 15%, or you restore 30% more contested health, which is also really good. And then this is all about scanning. So if you scan an extremist or terminus, you're going to get 50% of your ability charge back, which is really good. Or you can take kind of a combo where you say the mark from the Auspex lasts 8 seconds longer, but it ignores the small guys. I don't really care about the small guys. I'm constantly focusing the Majoris or higher, because when you kill them, the other ones die, basically. So this one is really good. And then you pair that with this. Enemies marked by Auspex scan take an additional 75% damage, but the mark duration is reduced by 4. So basically, this one increases the duration of the scan by 8, so it's up to 16, because it's 8 seconds. And then you take this, which reduces the duration by 4, but increases the damage by 75%. So you're basically getting like a, I think it's like over 300% damage boost on enemies that are marked by scan. And then every time you get a perfect parry or block, it marks the enemy that you blocked with the Auspex scan, which is why you delete them so quickly afterwards. There's a lot of really cool combo stuff you can do with all this. And then this one's really powerful. A melee finisher deals additional area of effect damage in a 10-meter radius, which is really wide. It has a 90-second cooldown, but when this works out and you melee finish or something, it's going to fucking kill everything around you. It's going to deal a lot of damage, like 30% of a boss's health probably, somewhere in that realm. You can also take this one. The zone lasts 60% longer, and enemies take 120% damage, so an even bigger boost. But if they lose the zone, if they leave the zone where the Auspex was dropped, then they lose being scanned. So this is all about making your Auspex scan more powerful on average. But when you use the actual, like with this, but when you use the ability, it's going to be a little bit worse. They're going to take more damage, but if they leave it, then they're not going to get any of the buff. This one does 75% more equipment damage, which is pretty good. Yeah. And then I only took this one to 3. This one gives me 15% ammo reserve, 15% health, and 40% more for stims. These are pretty boring, but they're really, really good. And I chose not to go to the next level because these are like just fine. Like this one is good with the pistol, but I'm using the plasma pistol, and the plasma pistol doesn't get headshots. There's no headshot damage for that one. So it doesn't really help me. And then this one is useful if no enemy has been scanned. Like if you miss your scan, then you get the charge back, which is really good. So like these two are kind of the options, and I don't really need this one because I'm not playing with a carbine. But if I was playing with a carbine, this would be good. Each consecutive headshot increases headshot damage. So headshot damage, I think in this game is multiplicative. So, and some of this stuff isn't spelled out super well, but other people have figured it out. And so it's not just, you know, like if you had 10% damage or 10% headshot damage, you would think, oh, I would just take the 10% damage because that's multiplicative into headshot damage. But headshot damage all gets multiplied, so it ends up being like a lot of damage. So I just chose not to prestige because I was fine with this. So there's that. But yeah, if I was to do bolt carbine, it probably wouldn't change all that much. If this were weapon spread, I might choose that, because weapon spread is how much the bloom, whereas recoil, I don't have any recoil on the carbine. It's very low recoil, high spread. This is the one I would take if I wasn't taking this one, because it would reduce the spread down to 20%. That just makes it like a laser beam. So the only thing I would change is probably like this one or that one. The Kraken penetrator rounds could be really good if for contested health, but this is insane. When a weapon is 30% overheated, which means 30% of the 100% bar for overheating, you get a 40% damage boost, and your charge shots are basically more economical, which is why I like this class a lot. Is your plasma weapons are super efficient. They're all AoE damage. They do just a staggering amount of damage. But I could choose this one. Weapon, if I was doing carbine, weapon damage is 10% more. Secondary is 10% less, because I would primarily be on my carbine. There's one that automatically reloads. Where's the auto reload? Oh yeah. But on the bolt carbine, you can actually go into the perk tree, and if this one here, after a gun strike, the weapon instantly reloads. So I would probably build this around a fencing weapon that was doing parries instead of blocks, and then this would allow me to shoot my whole magazine, and then something comes in with a hit, and I parry it, gun strike, all the ammo's back, and then I just keep shooting again. And you can do the same thing with the pistol, where the heavy bolt pistol has the same perk, where when you gun strike, you instantly reload, which is really good. And then you just become like a crazy mid-range damage dealer. Maybe I'll play sniper. And this one is all about the gun strike. Other people would disagree because the combat knife has the highest single target damage in the game with block, but daggers have a very narrow window for blocking, and if you miss it, you take a lot of damage and you don't get the benefits. And gun striking on this class is really good because it reloads your weapon. Now I don't have the perk for that, which I should probably respec. It would be a little bit less damage. The only one of the criticisms I have of this game is that this tree only allows you to traverse across it here, and here. So you don't have as much flexibility as I would like with your perks. You can't just pick the ones you want. I would love to take this gun strike perk without going, without losing damage. But yeah. The real reason to play Sniper, though, from a class standpoint, is this ability right here, Purification, which is that when you have when you lose a lot of health and you have contested health, if you manually activate Camo Cloak, it reduces. Well, the removing of the status effects doesn't matter, but the restoring all contested health is insane. If you get like caught up and something like heavy strike, and you're like lost all your health, you go into stealth and you get it all back. So it's like a very slippery class. If you get 3 headshots, you restore your equipment charge. When you receive lethal damage, it automatically activates without spending a charge, and you become invulnerable for 5 seconds. So you can take a lot of stuff that like makes you like grossly hard to kill. And this is part of it right here. Weapon spread is reduced by 25%. We already get a 60% reduction in spread on the weapon itself, so it has like no spread, which is crazy. Yeah. Oh, actually, it's a over 100% spread reduction on the carbine. So this one turns it into an absolute laser beam. And then you get this perk right here. Performing a kill with your secondary weapon restores 15% of your weapon's ammo every 15 seconds. So you don't run out of ammo. It's very effective. All right, I think I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to sign off here. One sec. Okay, Google. Turn all the lights in my house to purple. Okay, Google. Turn all the lights in my house to purple. There we go. Okay, so we've got this one, and then heavy, the plasma incinerator. Do I have? Yeah, I have this one fully maxed out. Gunstrike with this. Are there any Gunstrike perks? Oh, I probably want to take that. 10% less heat. You only get 3 shots on this one normally, so that's probably fine. That's probably not a break point. Yeah, ammo conservation is really really important on this class. I wonder if I would want to go. Yeah, see, I would really love if I could take this one and that one, but I can't. Okay. There we go. And then I think we'll do one with, let's do one with, so we've done Tactical, Vanguard, Bulwark would be pretty cool to show off as well. Do I have, oh, I have a Prestige perk. Yeah, this might be the most unique to show. Yeah, if you don't have any armor remaining, you don't lose control on heavy hits. Every 90 seconds, a perfectly parried incapacitates. And reserve, okay. So there, yep, okay. Yeah, we'll do one of these. I don't have any of the, I don't have any of the prestige perks, but it's a pretty cool class. So here we'll go to launch bay. And then let's do termination's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll do termination. Okay. Oh. Feed the Swarm just got a nice little secret lair printing. Oh, it's because I've got my blur on. That's sweet, though. That's really sweet. Okie dokie. Okay, so we have a Vanguard with unmatched zeal. Okay, it's going to be like kind of insane. This class combination is nuts because when I plant my banner down, if any teammates that are near me are going to get 100% of their contested health back, so that means they go to full. And if they do a bunch of damage while they've got their contested health, they're going to gain all of it back. So as weird as it seems, the Bulwark ends up being kind of like a healer. And then my Vanguard has unmatched zeal, which is when you execute an extremis, you're going to get 30% of your health back. And then my assault, we're actually very heavy on melee here. My assault has like a 30% damage boost to all teammates for melee damage, and that's like most of what we do in this class comp. So there's some cool stuff you can build around there. You can build around stuff where like you've got infinite like ability recharge, not infinite, but like mostly, and you're able to use your abilities like frequently. So the Power Sword has 2 modes.
We will coordinate with the Cadian commander. A challenge.
And the 2 modes, the 2 modes give you a different ability set.
We will get those cannons roaring. We will not find our way to the fortress here.
All right, here we go.
The Xenos will not receive judgment until we secure them. A solid course of action.
Oh, that's a Carnifex right at the beginning. This is gonna get kind of crazy. Okay, so there's a boss. Oh. Oh, that was a big blunder. Kind of clumsy with this class, but we'll get her done. So now I need to plant my banner and get all my health back. Now I'm getting all my gun strikes right now, which is really good. And we kind of nuked him pretty fucking quick. And this is a really cool execution here. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Die, alien Phil. For the Emperor. Ah. Rip his back off. Ah. Boom. Wow, that's actually the fastest I've ever killed a Carnifex. Okay, very nice.
I join the Brother Practice meditation most days. Of late, I spent much of my time in the
Oh boy, I'm trouble hitting my shots. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got deleted. Those Devourers up close are like one of the scariest units in the game. They're really spooky. They hit like an absolute truck. Yeah, look at him. My teammate just got absolutely deleted because he tried to like pick me up when he was point blank. Devourers are like one of the few units in the game that can actually like almost instantly kill you because their ability is their weapon deals so much fucking damage. And it also does damage in increments, whereas a lot of other things are like one big boot burst of damage, and that can't go through your armor and your health. It can only go through your armor first. Our teammate's gonna go down here because he's scrubbing pretty hard, unfortunately. Okay, good. He got him. If he gets me, then I'll be able to pick up the other guy. Yep.
Smoking out magazine. I like your style. You know when to throw caution to the wind and get in the thick of it.
I am instrument the Emperor. I trained against the enemy.
Whoa. Oh my god. Getting wrecked. I basically need to go and plant my banner right before I execute something, and that'll get all my health back.
Here it's
Oh, so right there I should have used my banner, and that would have healed me up. But this will heal me up regardless with the with our Vanguard perk. Those bombs can deal a lot of damage. Oh. Oh, my guy. Well, I healed up my teammate, but unfortunately my teammates did not help me heal up, which sucks. People aren't always the best collaborating in this game, so that means I'm probably gonna die. But if that other guy let me get that execute, then I would have gone to full health.
I accept. Better I find a weakness.
So now I need to wait for my... So one thing I can do is I can... Ooh, do I have that ability? I don't think I have that prestige perk. checking over here, making sure there's no stim. Oh wait, what's that? Nope, nothing. Okay. So we can see we killed the Synapse Beast there. Did he get a Guardian Relic? He did. Wow, so the guy with the most health got the Guardian Relic. It's not awesome. Okay, fine. The smart thing would be for Toaster to grab it. Oh, he's already got a stim. Oh, okay. The Bulwark is very Chad. Okay, so now I need to pull back a little bit. Oh, and I'm dead. Oh my god, that's so bad. That is so bad. I probably should have used one of my stims to stay alive.
The waste reclamation entrance is directly
But I think I lose those stims now that I'm dead. And I was just about to get my banner up too. So now while I'm dead, if my teammates get... Oh, wow, they might die here actually, because they've got like 2 Raveners, a Lictor, and a pair of Zone Thropes. But basically every execute they get is going to reduce the timer by 20 seconds, maybe 25. Yeah, this is really bad. They're kind of cooked. Our Vanguard has a Guardian Relic, which is good, and he has the ability to solo all this stuff for the most part, but he's not really using the perks to his advantage, and he's using a multi-melta too, which is... Oh, this is looking really bad. He has the Guardian Relic, so he can go down once, and then he doesn't have anybody to pick him up, so that's a problem. He's pulling back into the corner there, which is good. This will heal him 30%, because that's a Ravener. And now he just needs to back up and fight them where their numbers don't mean anything. Yeah, this is smart. He's just kiting them. Now he needs to engage him in the hallway here. I don't know why he's running so far back. Oh. Armor boost isn't that good. Yeah, they're gonna swarm him pretty hard. He needs to like fight maybe in that gate there. Yeah, a little scary. I guess he drew the Zone Thrope away from its buddy, and they can only shield each other. They can only shield. They can only shield each other when they're in proximity. So if you can kind of drag them away from each other. If he fought them like right here on this corner, that would be good, I guess. But he's just trying to wait it out. Not what I would advise, but don't go down. That's a death sentence. If he drops down, he's cooked. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, it's like watching a slow-moving train wreck. Oh my god, there's so many. Yeah. Oh no, he's not using the perk the right way. So what he needs to be using is saving his grapnel for when he's like about to take a ton of damage. Oh no. Oh, he's probably dead. Okay, now he's gonna get an execute. That'll give him 30% back health, and if he doesn't get another wave, he can probably take these guys. Yeah. He's playing kind of scared. He needs to just go in and kill them.
The stench here is strong.
Yeah, he's playing really scared.
Stronger.
Basically, like, what he should do is go in there and get one execute on any of the two guys that were executable, and just... Oh, what is he doing? I'm gonna do a little role play here. There we go, that gets all of our health back. Alright, next section has a bunch of like sub-objectives.
Room until all of the consoles are awakened.
Oh, so we need to capture something on the other side. He's going down for the Guardian Relic or the Gene Seed. Gene Seed basically gives you a big boost of experience if you finish the game without going down, which is not super likely, but... These things deal a lot of damage and they slow you. You get the fuck out of there. There's a lot of mines.
These did not kill their own. There must be spores nearby.
Nope. Okay, I'm pretty low on ammo. Okay, good. They stepped in. There we go.
We have reduced the blight.
Okay, so go to capture the other side. You can also see the contested health. There's a moment where it can come back, where your contested health restoration is stalled. So that's nice. Like when you execute things, your contested health loss goes away.
Secure that equipment.
Oh.
Journey leads elsewhere.
Nice. Okay, pretty good. Just gonna go grab a little bit of ammo and then move on. This is a very badass game. Wish I had room up for a PC to play this game in my small mother-in-law's loot. Yeah, that can be restrictive for sure if you don't have a lot of space. The PC that I got from it's called. I got it from a site that actually builds the PC for you, and it was I think it was around just around $2,000. You would be able to play this game on a less built computer, and they send it to you all pre-built. All the equipment's already plugged in, the operating system's installed, software is installed, a lot of it at least, and that makes it really easy to like get up and running with a really good setup. Very, very clean, very simple. It's called CLX Next, is what it was called. If you have a Costco membership, it also makes it more affordable, because that's who they partner with.
Ordnance on me.
Oh my god. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Dude, that's so brutal. Shit. He just point blanked me there, and I used my ability. He killed me through my ability too, because the ability gives you a bunch of armor back. It's like a rapid restoration of your armor, but then mine is specialized to also give me a heal. Luckily, my teammate was able to capitalize on the heal. Oh, sick. God, that looked cool. We'll probably get a Carnifex here. Because we haven't fought anything like that yet. Like a big bad. Oh, Gene Seed. So I just need to get a heal on an Extremis, and then when I do, I will be able to use my stim to clear my mortal wound. Oh, that would have been the one. Shoot. My teammate was a little bit hasty.
Let them gather. It will only result in more losses for them. I crave a bloodbath or a blood shower. Smells like drink. Stand firm. We will not be intimidated, brothers. The cannons!
Okay, a little armor boost. Usually the Bulwark and the Heavy and the Tactical don't take the armor boost. That's for like the Sniper and for the Vanguard. But I didn't have very much armor, and they didn't want it, so.
We will unleash the cannon's divine wrath on the Hierophant.
Okay, so now here we're going to charge up a laser beam to kill the big bug. And to do so, we need to find the weapon, which he's already got, and then hit this beast that's kind of on the far side. Oh boy. So I'm running a little tight to the margins here. Trying to get maximal use out of my stim. So you can see all the Synapse creatures died when I took out the big one. So there's the big bad back there. That's what we're hitting with the big laser. Our teammate needs a little bit of help though. Oh, I'm going to take a bunch of damage from that. And get it back with the contested health there. Nice. Okay, didn't lose that much. And this thing's going to rain fire on us here. Now that it's hit, it's angry. Gonna fire a big volley directly at me. Oh. And then we can't go over that area there. It's firing at where I was a moment ago. Okay.
Secure them. Fuel your packs, brothers. Use the last cannons and punish the invaders.
That goo does an enormous amount of damage. You don't want to stand in it at all. Hurts. So I could clear my mortal right now because I have 2 stims, but I'm gonna try and take this guy. Oh no. Okay, that was my chance. So now I'm just going to need to use both of my stims to clear that mortal wound because I wasn't able to get a contested regeneration. Oh, that is going to hurt if we stand in it. Okay, so yeah, I just use a double stim. Now it's going to shoot at him, and then we can back out of this location. Oh boy. Okay, where's it shooting? Where he was last, okay. There's got to be a biovore over there or something. There's something shooting out those spore mines. Where are they coming from? Okay, not a very good hit, but we got him. Okay, now we've got extremists coming in. Gritbone just lost a bunch of health. This is kind of sketchy. Oh boy, this is about to get fucking crazy. If I take any amount of damage, I'm going to have to double stim, but I'm going to try and save it. Yeah, I'm just going to use them. Get rid of my mortal wounds. Oh, this is not a great place to be. Oh, I'm the last one alive. Oh, jeez. This is really sketchy. Okay, 2 down. Wait, the other one's not dead? What the fuck? Teammates, where are you at? No. Wow. Hardcore. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay. This is bad. I need to execute something with my banner very, very badly. Oh, wait, I'm alone now. Oh my god, my guy's left. Holy shit. Okay, so I gotta do this myself. Okay. Oh, I'm dead, and I'm down. Damn it. Got greedy. Now my teammates are gonna have to run through the goo. Oh god. And I'm gonna be in it when I come back. Oh god, and I have the pistol. Oh boy. We might actually lose this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get the full health back. Time to sweat. Let's go. I realized very late that I was the last one in this game because my weak will teammates left. Okay. Full sweat mode. Oh, there are mines everywhere. I'm so close to being dead. And there's 2 biovores. Yeah, I'm gonna fail this. Yeah, wow. Rough. It is what it is, though. That's okay. You know, Absolute's the hardest mode for a reason. If I had realized earlier that my teammates weren't there anymore, I think that might have helped a little bit. But just too focused surviving. Could have been better about economizing my stims to just use them right away, because I died unnecessarily, or I went down unnecessarily in one of the spots where I didn't need to. Could have just used my stims and cleared it, and that would have given me like a whole extra down. But all right. Well, with that, boy, I've been streaming since like 3 o'clock, so I think this is time for me to wrap up. Really, really happy to be back to the streaming. This is really gratifying. I've been just thinking about and dreaming about getting back to streaming for a very long time now, and it's good to be able to do it. It feels really good to be back, and super glad to see how many people we had here. We had like something like 20 or more at one point. And got some new members. We have 4 new channel members thanks to Monkey. King Bob, who generously gifted 4 subs to people, as well as subbing here on YouTube. So thank you very much, Monkey, and to everyone else, Bob, who also, not Bob, but Too Much Do, who also joined as a new member. If you too want to join the Common Connoisseurs and join the supporters only section of the Discord, all you have to do is go into YouTube, Discord, or Patreon and sign up for as little as $2 a month. Every contribution helps. It goes right back into the stream. Everything is reinvested back into equipment and software. It's a great way to support the channel and the mission here, which is to, as ironically as it is, because we're coming out of a Warhammer game here, but all of it goes back into supporting the channel. And if you want to see more cPDH content, and maybe some of this too, do make sure to do that. If you haven't subscribed and liked already, make sure to do that on the way out. And I really appreciate you all being here. So without further ado, thank you. Connoisseurs of Fine Common Cardboard, thank you so much for being here, and we'll catch you on the battlefield. Have a great night, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.